Chapter 1497. He was actually suppressed. This was something mysterious Ancient Mountain did not expect. An abyss demon actually had such power. Mysterious Ancient Mountain really wanted to know who in the family had offended such a person. First, two pure abyss demons attacked fiercely. They wore ruler battle armors and held low-grade ruler weapons. The two of them were not at a disadvantage when fighting against John Bing. At this point, Mysterious Ancient Mountain understood that this was a tough nut to crack. The addition of Mysterious Brave Ruler finally reversed the situation. Bang! Bang! Hairball flew out. She touched her body and laughed. I feel a little bit. Continue. Two golden melons turned into golden streamers and shot forward. I'll fight, I'll fight. Hairball worked even harder. Even if Mysterious Sea Ruler and Mysterious Brave Ruler were peak 1-star ruler, they were facing Hairball and the ancient evil dragon family. If they revealed their true bodies, they would not be able to handle it. How could there be such a strong guy? The two of them were very sullen. When their attacks landed on each other, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. When the others' attacks landed on their bodies, they felt uncomfortable. They could not fight anymore. Hairball is much stronger now. Lin Fei said to himself. When will I go and drop a few more Abyss Demon blood essences to increase Hairball's combat power? The primordial evil dragon clan possessed invincible bodies. In addition, they had tyrannical close combat attacks. In the same small realm, Hairball was invincible. For example now, your people are not good. Lin Fei said carelessly. Mysterious Ancient Mountain was now riding a tiger. He did not expect that after using the ruler's immortal talisman, the result would be the same. The other party did not use any techniques and purely fought in close combat. This was not a good thing. As long as I take you down, your subordinates will dare to attack again. Mysterious Ancient Mountain was furious. He had no choice but to make a move. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for the Gu family. They had already lost once. If it happened again, the Gu family as a noble family would be laughed at to death. He had to take it down. 1 division 3 heavens. A throne suddenly appeared behind Gu Xianshan. It was a golden throne, and it radiated the terrifying might of a sovereign. Gu Xianshan went from 1 person to 3. 3 people who looked exactly the same. Kill. The Gu family came in a threatening manner. All the powerful beings in Fengluo City knew about it immediately. Hegemon Myriad Layers and the other 2 hegemons didn't show themselves this time. Instead, they sat at home and watched. This distance was really nothing. Good fella. This is the Gu clan's secret art. 1 heaven splitting. I didn't expect Gu Xianshan to be able to split the world into 3, and he even used the world throne. As expected of the Gu family's branch leader, the 3 of them communicated with their divine senses. As for that mysterious abyssal demon, the 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Its strength was actually more terrifying than they had imagined. The primordial mystic mountains troops were stopped. If it were them, they would probably have to mobilize the power of their entire clan. This was one of the reasons why they were afraid of the Gu clan. In the battle between the Gu family and the outsider, they secretly hoped that the outsider would win. It would be best if the outsider could destroy the Gu family so that they could advertise themselves. They loved such disgusting things more than anyone else. Isn't this similar to my 18 primordial clones? Lin Fei felt that the item behind was not bad. It should be a powerful hegemon treasure that could be used by 3 peak hegemons. The 3 primordial mystic mountain attacked from 3 different directions. More importantly, after using the 3 talents formation, his combat power broke through again, almost reaching the beginner level of a 2-star hegemon. This was the Gu family's foundation. It was not something an ordinary family could control. The 3 primordial mystic mountains sneered and said, "You dared to kill our Gu family's hegemon. No matter where you come from, we will make your backer pay." Lin Fei didn't use any techniques. He didn't want to expose himself. At this time, Lin Fei believed that many people were observing him. Once he used it, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be suspected. If others suspected that he was from the Abyssal Demon, then he would be from the Abyssal Demon. Invincible defense activate. Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. If he wanted to kill, he would use his strongest move. Invincible defense activate. A mysterious force covered his body, and his invincible points began to decrease. This feels good. Lin Fei broke Primordial Mystic Mountain's attack with a punch. He didn't care about the attack behind him and directly attacked one of Primordial Mystic Mountain. He took out a hegemon weapon, a black axe, and slashed at his head. "Ha, you will lose for sure." Primordial Mystic Mountain approached and his palm landed on his opponent's back. This was a terrifying palm. Although Primordial Mystic Mountain didn't know why his opponent didn't dodge, as long as this guy was seriously injured, he would see how much combat power he had left. The power of this palm was enough to kill any hegemon. At the very least, it would be a serious injury. Lin Fei turned around and chuckled. "You are so weak." Another hegemon's long blade landed in Lin Fei's hand, and he slashed at Primordial Mystic Mountain. "If you don't come, how can I attack you?" Bang! Primordial Mystic Mountain's blade was slashed out. The hegemon battle armor on his body released light. Lin Fei's blade succeeded, and he pounced again. He attacked with both hands. The axe left afterimages, and the long blade carried saber intent. He attacked Primordial Mystic Mountain with all his might. In close combat, Lin Fei was even stronger than Hairball. After more than 10 slashes, Primordial Mystic Mountain's hegemon battle armor was destroyed. "Die!" A voice sounded in Primordial Mystic Mountain's ears. The axe and long blade attacks drowned him. "How is this possible?" The doppelganger exploded, and the thing on the throne also shook. Its color dimmed, as if it had suffered a blow. The other two Primordial Mystic Mountain each spat out a mouthful of blood. Their auras were much weaker, and their eyes were filled with shock. Even Primordial Mystic Mountain didn't expect such a result. One of his doppelgangers was killed. The three-man joint attack formation was broken just like that. After killing Primordial Mystic Mountain, the system didn't notify him, which made Lin Fei very unhappy. He turned to Hairball's battlefield. At this time, Hairball was entangled with Xianhai Ruler. A chill came from behind. Xianhai Ruler heard Xuanxiong Ruler's voice. "Be careful." As a ruler, he reacted quickly. He raised his hand and tore a ruler's celestial talisman. However, he miscalculated who was coming. A huge axe chopped down on his body. Xianhai Ruler spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're fine." Lin Fei's long blade slashed over. The attack of a 2-star ruler burst out, crushing the defense of the hegemon battle armor. Xianhai Ruler's head flew up. This was a surprise attack by Lin Fei. This was the effect he wanted. Hairball opened her mouth and ate Xianhai Ruler, spitting out a piece of human skin. The two of them cooperated perfectly. Ding! Congratulations, player, on killing 1-star ruler. Obtain 3 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations, player, on killing 1-star ruler. Obtain 2 divinity points. Chapter 1498. Xianhai. Xianxiong, who was trying to warn the Xianhai ruler, broke out in a cold sweat. That was a ruler. He died just like that. At their realm, it was basically impossible to be killed. If a ruler wanted to escape, others would be dumbfounded. Unless they had a treasure that was good at speed or a binding treasure. Other than that, all rulers had trump cards. But in such a short time, they had killed a peak ruler. This made Xianxiong feel a terrible threat. The two people in front of him could kill him. Whoosh, both of them looked over and Xianxiong shivered. They were going to kill him. Hairball and Lin Fei moved at the same time. Xianxiong was also a peak ruler. He was very angry at the death of the Xianhai ruler. He felt uncomfortable at the thought of being killed. Hua Xianxiong broke through the air and left. Fight what? Xianxiong didn't want to die. 2 against 1 was already very strenuous. Now it was 2 against 1. Wasn't this a matter of life and death? Only a fool would stay behind. He ran away. Lin Fei blinked. Was he still a ruler? Didn't he know how to fight for a while? What a loser. My invincibility points, my divinity. If he used the demon wings now, Lin Fei would be able to catch up, but he would inevitably expose something. It wasn't worth it, so he let the other disappear from his sight. Your man ran away. Lin Fei turned back and stared at Mystic Gu. Mystic Gu's hair stood on end, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. Sir, do you want to kill me too? Of course. Lin Fei and Hairball pounced on him. An aura of death rose from the bottom of Mystic Gu's heart. Damn it, how can this be? I'm a peak ruler, and I even used the world throne treasure. Mystic Gu was very sullen. He didn't kill the man, and his line lost a ruler. Adding ruler Gu Yuan, it was equivalent to losing 2 rulers. I can't continue fighting. This man is a close combat expert. If I don't leave today, there won't be any time. While another ruler immortal talisman was activated, a portal instantly appeared. Gu Xianshan had no choice but to turn around and go in. He did not even look at the soldiers left behind. If he took them with him, he would have to stay here for the rest of the day. Boom! Hairball's golden melon smashed into the portal. Lin Fei's axe also chopped down on the portal. The huge portal was smashed in an instant, and there was a violent turbulence in the space channel. Juggernauts really aren't easy to kill. Lin Fei watched as the other party left. He had wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop, but in the end he only managed to kill a ruler. Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied. Go break the war soldier, don't kill them. Lin Fei stopped his invincible defense and arranged for Hairball to go over. Under the attacks of the 3 sovereigns, it didn't take long for the battle army's defenses to be broken. 100,000 demon warriors swarmed forward like locusts, swallowing up the battle army. What a heaven-defying fellow! Killing the sovereigns like killing chickens and dogs. A peak 1-star sovereign died just like that. Gu Xianshan used a treasure portal. We still underestimated the power of this outsider. The 3 sovereigns were once again filled with fear. It was impossible for them not to be afraid of such a powerful neighbor. The sovereigns could be killed at any time, and their powerful defense was boundless. No one wanted to provoke such a person as an enemy. Looks like we have to buy more damaged sovereign treasures. We have to cooperate with this person. The 3 sovereigns came to a decision. If they didn't get to know such a powerful sovereign, it would be a huge loss for them. Now was an opportunity. Everyone in Fengluo City was watching the battle at the Gu family's mining area. They all wanted to know what this outsider was capable of. Now it seemed that this outsider was ridiculously strong. The Gu family's 10 worlds divide could not do anything to him, and instead, one of their clones was destroyed. What kind of strength was this? They watched as the black mass of demon warriors destroyed the battle army. Everyone felt a chill again. After devouring the battle army, Lin Fei lost some demon warriors, but he didn't care. However, some of the demon warriors began to evolve. That's right, they were evolving. The evolution of strength. Out of the 100,000 demon warriors, only 90,000 were left. Their combat power had increased by a lot. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. My people. In a faraway territory, on an abandoned, uninhabited planet, a figure vomiting blood fell out, looking very pathetic. This person was naturally Gu Xianshan, and his face was full of panic. This tone, I will definitely do it. Gu Xianshan stood up and looked in one direction with a look of resentment. This battle was a crushing defeat. This result was something he had never imagined. Gu Xianshan could still handle the loss of the battle army. As long as there were resources, it would be easy to train them. However, sovereigns were not easy to train. After losing 2 sovereigns, Gu Xuanshan's strength was greatly affected. This was also the reason why Gu Xianshan had used such an important treasure. If I had known that this person was so strong, I would have used a bounty. Gu Xianshan was not satisfied. Now how to report back was the real problem. The city lord invites me. Half a month after the battle at the Gu family's mining area, Lin Fei received an invitation from the city lord. Should I go or not? Lin Fei pondered. He would not stay in Wind Luo City for too long. Without the danger of the Battle Wolf Group, Great Metropolis Realm was temporarily safe. But this safety was also temporary. Lin Fei had to go back. Third St. Lu's words were still echoing in his ears. People from other territories had their eyes on the Holy Dynasty and wanted to take advantage of it. Lin Fei had to go back and personally oversee it to feel at ease. Lin Fei politely rejected the city lord's invitation and sent them away after giving them some holy stones. As for what the city lord would think, Lin Fei was not interested. Ruler Wanchong and the others quickly sent over damaged sovereign treasures for the second time. This time there were a total of 78 damaged treasures. Ruler Wanchong took out a sovereign treasure. Friend, this is a mid-grade sovereign treasure called the 1 yuan gold chain. It is very damaged, but I believe you will be able to use it. Once this treasure was taken out, its power was much stronger. For this treasure, ruler Wanchong had paid 50 million low-grade holy stones and also owed a lot of favors. It was a binding treasure. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This thing was very useful to him. If he had this thing last time, the ruler would not have been able to break it. At that time, he would have been a fish on his chopping board. That was a lot of experience points in divinity. I am very satisfied with this thing. Friend, you are very considerate. Lin Fei's words made ruler Wanchong feel very proud. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Ruler Wanchong said humbly. The 50 million low-grade holy stones were not spent in vain. Just this sentence alone was worth it. Ruler Wanchong wanted to go one step further after seeing the other party's power. In order to befriend the other party, Ruler Wanchong thought of such a way to please the other party. From the envy in Murong Baihua and Ruler Dry Knight's eyes, Ruler Wanchong knew that he was one step ahead. This guy got one step ahead of me. Murong Baihua regretted not looking for such a treasure. Instead, she was one step ahead. She congratulated him. Congratulations on obtaining a good treasure. A complete mid-grade sovereign realm treasure was worth a fortune. Each one was at least tens of millions of mid-grade holy stones. That's right, mid-grade holy stones. If converted to low-grade holy stones, it would be calculated in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, even if one had so many low-grade holy stones, they might not be able to buy it. Ruler Wanchong bought the 1 yuan gold chain, which made Lin Fei very satisfied. Now he was just lacking this treasure. Friend Wanchong, you should know some immortal talisman makers, right? Lin Fei asked. The myriad layer sovereign lord was indeed trying to get closer to Zhang Xian. He had made the right move earlier. Fellow Taoist, you probably want the sovereign lord's immortal talisman, right? That won't be difficult. I have a few friends who have something like that. Lin Fei indeed had this idea. A powerful ruler immortal talisman was very powerful. Although it was a one-time consumable, it was also a way to show off one's strength. Since he was going back, Lin Fei had to buy a large stack no matter what. I don't lack money. The mining area mined holy stones every day. Killing the mysterious sea ruler last time had given him 30 million low-grade holy stones. Lin Fei could be considered a small fortune now. I'll inform my friend immediately. Ruler Wanchong took out a communication talisman and informed one of his friends, telling him to rush over as soon as possible. Friend, my friend is in a large city nearby. He said that he will be here in 2 hours at most. Ruler Wanchong said, I'm not in a hurry. In the Maluo weave, there were teleportation formations between large cities. Traveling was very fast. This was much better than the Holy Dynasty. This was also because the countryside was remote and could not be compared to large weaves. By the way, do you sell this short-distance teleportation formation? Lin Fei asked again. This thing was very useful, and Lin Fei was also prepared to buy a few back. Who asked the Holy Dynasty to be so poor that they could not find many good things? I know someone about this. Murong Baihua said hurriedly, afraid that someone would beat her to it. Then I'll have to trouble you, friend Baihua. Lin Fei cupped his hands. There were plenty of low-grade holy stones, and Lin Fei wanted to exchange them for a batch of good things. Friend, the Gu family suffered a loss at your hands. I reckon that a new round of revenge will come soon. Ruler Kuyi said. The Gu family's revenge won't amount to much. Lin Fei could not wait for them to come. However, the possibility of this was very low. The Gu family probably would not fall for it. Even if they did come, they would probably be 2-star rulers. They did not dare to take this risk. Friend, you have to be careful because the Gu family might put a bounty on your head. When that time comes, the fugitives in the weave will definitely attack you. Money moves people's hearts. Will there be rulers? Ruler Kuyi shuddered. Killing one ruler was not enough, so they set their sights on another ruler. A ruler's nemesis. Chapter 1499. Gu Clan's Mine. This mine, which originally belonged to the Gu clan, was now in the hands of an outsider. Originally, no one knew about this as it was a secret. No one knew who spread the news, but all the factions in the domain knew about it. The domain was huge, and news spread out one after another. The Primal Chaos ancient country was also a super faction. Everyone knew about it. After this matter was spread out, it naturally became a joke, a huge joke. To those who had always wanted to cause trouble for the Gu family, it was undoubtedly a very good advertisement. I want to discuss the Gu clan. Thus, the Gu clan became famous. The matter of the ruler's death was hidden, and only the Gu clan's mind was occupied. Even so, it was still a big deal in the domain. Lin Fei prepared to go back. He had been out for a few years and it was time to go back. He had gained some knowledge of the world outside the domain. He was very satisfied with the harvest from this trip, not to mention the 100 ruler treasures. Just the low-grade and mid-grade saint stones were the best cultivation treasures. In addition, there were ruler immortal talismans. Lin Fei spent a lot of money to buy a huge stack of ruler immortal talismans. Most of them were 1-star immortal talismans. As the name suggested, these talismans were refined by a 1-star ruler and possessed the power of a 1-star ruler. Each talisman was worth at least 10 million low-grade saint stones. This was much more expensive than ordinary low-grade ruler treasures. On a dark and windy night, Lin Fei silently left the Gu clan's mine and entered the starry sky. He left. Under the moonlight, a vertical eye spun in the void and let out a sinister voice. The Gu clan has lost all face. The Gu clan's mine was occupied, and they offered such a high bounty. The vertical eye continued. For a person from the Abyss world, the Gu clan is willing to take out 5 mid-grade ruler treasures and a 4-star ruler immortal talisman. The Gu clan is really rich. The vertical eye spun and disappeared into the void. On an ordinary warship, Lin Fei was sitting with a golden horse and a saber. Master, that guy fell for it. Hairball chuckled and ate the immortal fruit in front of her, a naughty smile on her face. That guy's concealment technique is really amazing. What a pity. Lin Fei also grabbed an immortal fruit and ate it. I wonder how many big fish we can catch this time. It's really exciting. Lin Fei had dug a big hole. In fact, this pit was not dug by Lin Fei himself. This was a huge trap that the Gu family had dug to deal with Lin Fei. Unfortunately, Lin Fei had made use of it. As long as there were benefits, anything could be done. The Wan clan, Murong clan, and Ku clan were all gathering information for Lin Fei. Where else could they find an expert capable of repairing a sovereign's treasure? Wasn't it just gathering information? That was simple. Lin Fei quickly understood the Gu clan's plan. By offering such a high bounty on his head, the Gu clan would be able to lure the fugitives of the endless territories to act against him, while the Gu clan would reap the benefits from the shadows. Lin Fei was well aware of the activity in the vicinity of the Gu clan's mining area. As the number of spies in the vicinity increased, they could dig a big hole and bury people at any time. 4-star sovereign's immortal talisman, the Gu family is really generous. High-grade talismans were rarely circulated in the outside world, as refining them was not an easy task. 3-star sovereign's immortal talismans were even rarer. Usually, 1-star sovereign's immortal talismans were used. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Within the Maluo dominion, a mountain village appeared in the dense forest of a tall mountain. There were layers of formations and restrictions here, concealing everything. To outsiders, it was just a white fog. Report: the person in the Gu clan's mining area has left secretly. His exact location is unknown, and he seems to be heading to another dominion. In the main hall of the village, there were 4 people sitting on the left and right, and at the highest position there was also a person petting a tall tiger. The tiger was squinting its eyes like a docile kitten. Good, that guy has finally left. Someone on the left immediately stood up. Boss, that guy has already left. It's time for us to chase after him. That guy is a big fat sheep, who knows how many saint stones he has taken. Boss, if we're late, we'll let others take advantage of him. This place was called Tiger Leopard Mountain Village. It was the base camp of a group of fugitives. The person sitting at the highest position stood up, his body reaching a height of 10 meters, like a small giant. Gather our brothers, we must take this big fat piece of meat. In a big city far away from Windluo City, in a restaurant, 3 middle-aged men were sitting together. Suddenly, one of them revealed a joyful expression and said in a low voice, "He has left, we can follow him." Good, after waiting for so long, he has finally left. This time the Gu family has put in a lot of money, They've even taken out 5 mid-level sovereign treasures. As long as we have mid-level sovereign treasures, our strength will increase. Even if a 3rd or 4th star sovereign comes, we can still leave easily. Anyone who dares to stop us is an enemy. Kill, kill, kill. The 3 of them were professional assassins, and they specialized in this kind of business. The 3 of them quietly left the restaurant with killing intent. This kind of situation happened almost constantly. The Gu family's bounty was very tempting. When the benefits reached a certain level, it could drive people to do anything. For example, killing and robbing. Treasures like mid-level sovereign realm treasures could only be obtained if one didn't have enough wealth or luck. Even a damaged mid-level sovereign realm treasure would cost tens of millions of low-grade saint stones. Moreover, it was the kind of useless treasure that was worth nothing. With such a huge bounty from the Gu family, no one would not be tempted. Those fugitives and scattered sovereigns were all tempted. They wanted to kill each other to obtain the Gu family's bounty and increase their own strength. Maluo territory, a secret stronghold of the Gu family. Gu Xianshan put down the wine cup in his hand, his eyes filled with hatred. Good, you finally left. I've already set up an inescapable net. Let's see how you escape. Gu Xianshan had lost a war soldier and a peak 1-star sovereign. He could not take this lying down. After leaving in a hurry, Gu Xianshan did not return. Instead, he came to the secret stronghold. He directly put up a bounty in the name of the Gu family, taking out 5 mid-level sovereign treasures and a 4-star sovereign immortal talisman. With the huge benefits, everything fell into Gu Xuanshan's hands. How's the gathering of our people? To be on the safe side, Gu Xianshan prepared another method. No matter what, he would not let that guy return to the Abyss world. Once he returned, the Gu family's mining area would be lost. Chapter 1500. Under the starry sky. A battleship was moving forward leisurely. This was a very ordinary immortal ship. It didn't have any advantage in terms of speed, especially in the eyes of immortal venerables and rulers. Lin Fei didn't use the border battleship. If he used it, it would be too fast. Not many people could catch up to him unless they also had a border battleship. During his days in the Gu clan's mining area, Lin Fei had studied it and knew how precious a border battleship was. In layman's terms, it was a long-distance mobile battleship. A journey of 1,000 years could be shortened to 400 to 500 years with a border battleship. This was the advantage. A journey of 500,000 years would take at most 200,000 years. Lin Fei moved as slowly as a tortoise. In reality, he was waiting for someone to surround him. He was waiting for the fugitives to surround him. I've been out for almost a month. I wonder how many people have come. Lin Fei ate the immortal fruit and was looking forward to the results. He was a true 1-star ruler. As for Hairball, she was also a 1-star ruler, but her combat strength couldn't be measured by that. An undying and indestructible body was amazing. She was good at space and had an advantage in speed. Last time when they fought 1 against 2, the other party couldn't break through her defense. They were probably the most sullen ones. It had to be said that Lin Fei was very bad. He was extremely bad. Just these 2 people were on the way. In addition, the news that spread outside didn't have any description of their strength. Even if there was, it was just a few words about a 1-star ruler. Lin Fei felt more at ease. This time someone was really going to fall for it. As for who it was, Lin Fei was looking forward to it. I hope more than 10 rulers come. That way my invincibility points. Lin Fei smiled lewdly. Invincibility defense. Lin Fei felt that there was nothing better than this. Boom, a tyrannical and boundless pressure came crashing down on him. This was the pressure of a ruler. A smile finally appeared on Lin Fei's face. A juggernaut has finally arrived. That's right, a juggernaut. According to the rumors, the person who had taken over the Gu family's mining area was a sovereign. That meant that the person who had taken over the Gu family's mining area had to be a sovereign. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Who would do such a stupid thing? Fellow from the Abyss, obediently hand over all your belongings and allow yourself to be captured. If you do so, I will leave your corpse intact. After that person appeared, he carried a large saber on his shoulder and strode over in the void. Rumble, the voice of the newcomer was loud and clear. A few uninhabited stars in the surroundings shattered with a loud bang. This was the might of a sovereign. 1-star sovereign. Lin Fei threw out his spiritual consciousness and immediately knew the strength of the other party. You. Lin Fei walked up to the deck and saw the little giant in the distance. There was a large group of people behind him, as if they were moving in full force. Go take good care of them. Lin Fei didn't call Hairball's name. Hairball now knew how to act. Now that her master was waiting for everyone to arrive, she said arrogantly, "Big guy, you're not the strongest just because you're taller. Void travel." Hairball appeared in front of the giant and smashed her fist over, causing the void to tremble. The big guy blocked with his hand and was forced back a few steps. Hairball's close-range attack came again. Hairball said proudly, "A guy like you dares to attack my master." Lin Fei thought. Hairball was born to be an expert in close-range combat. With the ability to void travel, distance wasn't a problem. Once Hairball got close, it would be a problem even if it wasn't a problem. There was basically no way to block. Boom 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 under the starry sky, Hairball displayed her might. Her fist shook the sky, suppressing the opponent to the point where he could only block and not fight back. Too fast. Hairball wasn't just fast. She was also very strong. With one punch, the opponent had to use all his strength to block. One punch after another, it was as if her strength hadn't been exhausted, forever maintaining her peak combat strength. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was no longer an intact part of this guy's body. He kept coughing out blood. And this was under the condition that Hairball controlled her strength. Otherwise, the opponent would have been killed long ago. Boom! At this time, another force came down. Daoist Tiger Leopard, your appearance is really disappointing. The person who came sneered. Clearly, he knew the big guy. Tiger Leopard ruler was beaten until he vomited blood. There was no need to mention how depressed he was. A servant was actually a close-range combat expert. Tiger Leopard ruler had never encountered such a thing before. Daoist Wen Xian, it's easy for you to say that. If you have the ability, come and try it yourself. I guarantee that you'll be the same as me. Tiger Leopard ruler sneered. Since you're here, maybe the people behind you are also coming. Why don't we join hands and kill this guy? After we're done, we'll split the profits evenly. How about it? Tiger Leopard ruler thought that he was the first person to come, and wanted to take everything for himself. Unfortunately, he encountered a difficult opponent. Now another one had arrived. Tiger Leopard ruler knew the benefits of cooperating. If he didn't cooperate, the benefits would fall into the hands of outsiders. Alright. Hegemin Wen Xian recognized Hegemin Tiger Panther as well. The man was a fugitive who led his subordinates in plundering and pillaging the lands of the Gu clan. He had been surrounded and attacked multiple times, and he had always managed to escape with his life. He naturally wasn't weak to begin with, but now that he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood in a place like this, he was able to confirm why the Gu clan's mines had fallen into the hands of outsiders. Whoosh! Hegemin Wen Xian used a hegemonic treasure, a low-grade hegemonic weapon. It was a white fan, and as he unfurled the fan, he actually revealed the image of a palace maid. One maid after another walked out of the fan, accompanied by a host of immortals. With the addition of the other party, Hairball was at a disadvantage. Their attacks landed on Hairball's body like tickles. Did you guys not eat breakfast? You're so weak. Other than Hairball, there was no one else who could say such a thing when she was at a disadvantage. Bang! Hairball flashed past, appearing behind Hegemin Wen Xian and sending a fist smashing into his handsome face. She then flashed again, appearing in front of him and sending a fist smashing into his stomach. It was too fast. Bam! Hairball has finally learned to use her brain. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Hairball's attack style. Last time, Hairball had fought against two hegemons by herself and ended up at a disadvantage. Lin Fei had been quite unhappy, and so he had used his system to analyze the situation and come to a conclusion. She hadn't used her advantage well. Hairball's advantage was that she could pierce through the void, making it impossible for even divine sense to detect her movements. This was her greatest advantage. After Lin Fei's guidance, Hairball was finally able to use it. Hairball's advantages were fully utilized, allowing her to gain the upper hand. The two of them were now like fellow sufferers. Help me scan the area for a radius of 1 trillion kilometers. Now that the two hegemons were attacking, Lin Fei was preparing to gobble them up. The little fiend would often run out, but thankfully, no one could see him, and so Lin Fei wasn't too worried. Don't worry. There are no experts within a radius of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers, and no one is paying attention to this place. You can just attack and kill them, the little fiend said. Do you want me to help you out a little? Are you going to ask for their fiend hearts after this is over? Lin Fei didn't believe that the little fiend would be so nice. How could I? The little fiend left Lin Fei's shoulder and flew towards Hegemin Wenxian, brandishing his little pitchfork. Prepare to attack. Ideally, kill him in a single blow. Crack. Hegemin Wenxian let out a miserable cry. His eyes had been blinded, and he could no longer see. To experts, this was a fatal moment. Whoosh. Lin Fei's fiend wings unfurled as he transformed into a streak of light. His greatsword energy transformed into a long sword, which he chopped towards his opponent's neck, as he unleashed the full power of a 2-star Hegemin. Hegemin Wenxian felt as though he had been ambushed, and then a terrifying aura crushed down upon him. He was unable to move and then he lost consciousness. A 1-star Hegemin had been slain. There was no way a 1-star Hegemin could withstand a full-power attack. It was normal for him to die. The little fiend is far more black-hearted than I am, Lin Fei mused to himself. He hadn't expected that the little fiend would stab the Hegemin's eyes blind. She was vicious. Not good. I've been tricked. Hegemin Tiger Panther was an experienced person. When he saw Hegemin Wenxian being slain, he immediately realized that he had been tricked. This fellow wasn't just a 1-star Hegemin, but a 2-star Hegemin. Run! Lin Fei tossed out an item that transformed into a Jingguang that shot towards Hegemin Tiger Panther. This was a repaired mid-grade Hegemin treasure, the single origin golden chain. A binding treasure. Before the people he had brought with him could react, Hairball had charged forwards like a wild beast and begun a slaughter. Senior, I admit defeat. I just ask that you spare my life. Hegemin Tiger Panther knew that he wouldn't have a good ending today. All he could do was beg for mercy, but the binding treasure had locked down his strength and made it impossible for him to move. I'm sorry, but from the moment you attacked, your fate was sealed. He chopped out with his sword, sending his head flying. Lin Fei really didn't have any intention of letting him off. This was a living source of experience and invincibility points. I killed 2 more Hegemins. This invincibility point Lin Fei's eyes narrowed when he heard the system's notification. The starry sky quickly regained its calm. The people who had attacked were all dead, and the people Hegemin Tiger Panther brought with him met a similar fate. Lin Fei returned to the warship and set off once more. They're all poor bastards. Lin Fei didn't find much in the storage rings of the 2 Hegemins. Each of them only had a few million low-grade Saint Stones, 100,000 mid-grade Saint Stones, and 2 low-grade Hegemin treasures. It seemed like they had used up most of their wealth. Lin Fei didn't plan on taking much from them. What he wanted was invincibility points. As long as he had them and activated his invincibility defense, he could go through mountains of daggers and seas of flames. Why would he care about these things? With Hegemin Tiger Panther and the others in the first batch, there was naturally a second batch of people, all of whom were desperados. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it with a smile. In just a few days, Lin Fei killed 5 1-star Hegemins. These 1-star Hegemins all thought that they were the first batch and wanted to be the first to arrive. They didn't take Lin Fei seriously. In the end, they were all deceived by Lin Fei and were killed unhurriedly. Lin Fei's invincibility points quickly broke through the 10,000 mark. With his invincibility defense fully activated, he could last for a long time. Lin Fei was waiting for an even bigger harvest to come. Chapter 1501. P.S. I had something to do yesterday, so I'll make it up to you today. On a desolate starry sky, on a nearby planet, Gu Xianshan was waiting for someone to pass by. The scout he sent out did not return with any good news. No good news. Gu Xianshan had offered a high bounty to deal with Lin Fei. However, there was no news at all. Gu Xianshan suspected that Lin Fei had disappeared without a trace. Gu Xianshan did not plan to rely on those fugitives to kill Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei injured Lin Fei, the rest would be much easier. They were just fugitives. He would not care if they died. In the endless domain there were many people in the sea, so it was natural that some would die. There was no good news, which made Gu Xianshan very uncomfortable. He felt that things were out of his control, which made him feel very uneasy. Report. A fourth-step immortal emperor came in. He was a scout. In the Gu family, fourth-step immortal emperors were no different from ordinary immortals. Traces of abyss demons have been found 5 billion miles ahead. The fourth-step immortal emperor reported. They are being attacked by 8 rulers. Good. Gu Xianshan stood up when he finally heard a piece of news. Set up the mid-grade ruler destruction cannon. Understood. Someone immediately went out to prepare. To deal with Lin Fei, Gu Xianshan used a real treasure. Ruler destruction cannon. There were low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade weapons. Their power was different too. Low-grade weapons could kill 3-star rulers, or at least heavily injure them. Mid-grade weapons could kill 6-star rulers. High-grade weapons were even more powerful. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, Gu Xianshan used the ruler destruction cannon. If Lin Fei was not very powerful, he would not have brought him from the Gu family. Boom boom boom. Under the starry sky, 8 1-star rulers were attacking Lin Fei. These 8 1-star hegemons were all itinerant cultivators. There were countless territories in the endless territories, and there were countless itinerant hegemons as well. They were free and unfettered, and didn't join any sects or clans. When they heard that the Gu family had offered a bounty, they were all tempted. Wasn't he betting his life on the Gu family's bounty? When the 8 1-star rulers attacked, their power spread through the starry sky. The surrounding stars exploded one by one. As for spectators, there was not a single one. The might of a sovereign could kill them 100 times over. Hairball single-handedly stalled 3 1-star sovereigns. The innate divine ability she was proficient in caused the attacks of the 3 1-star sovereigns to repeatedly miss, forcing them to pull away from her. Of the remaining 5, 3 were held back by Devil 1 and Devil 2. They did not have Hairball's innate supernatural power, so they were at a disadvantage. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was fighting against 2 1-star sovereigns by himself. He had held back his power from the very beginning, and was at a disadvantage. These 2 loose sovereigns had average combat power. Single origin gold chain. A Jingguang flew out. It was a mid-grade hegemon treasure, and it wrapped itself around the body of the closest hegemon. The true self-world destroyer sword appeared in Lin Fei's hands, and he slashed out at the hegemon's head. With a binding treasure, Lin Fei could kill people even more easily. His head flew into the air, and Lin Fei unleashed a sky-filling barrage of flames that instantly incinerated hegemon Lu Centipede's body into nothingness. Invulnerable bodies? Nothing was going to be of any use in the face of these flames. This was Lin Fei's newest killing method. No, it was more accurate to say that it was used to deal with invulnerable bodies. Lin Fei's Heaven-Earth Godly Fire was the most accomplished of all alien flames, and it did not even belong to this world. After using it once, he had completely destroyed invulnerable bodies. This killing method had become even more perfect. Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. Reward. 2 billion experience points. Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. Reward. 1 point of divinity. Ding! Lin Fei had easily killed a 1-star sovereign. You were hiding your power. The other loose sovereign was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Before he could react, another Jingguang wrapped around his body, and yet another swordlight flew out. Lin Fei was getting more and more used to this killing method. Every time he killed a sovereign, Lin Fei's eyes would narrow. How satisfying! The remaining 6 1-star sovereigns naturally noticed what was going on. A formless fear spread out in their hearts, rapidly rising. Killing a 1-star sovereign. This was taking their lives. Master, be careful. Suddenly, a notification rang out in Lin Fei's ears. He felt a chill in his heart, followed by the aura of death. A white light appeared under the starry sky. This white light swept over, and everyone could only see white in front of their eyes. Invincible defense activate. The white light was too fast. Everyone saw the white light, and it immediately engulfed them. The tyrannical bodies of the sovereigns were instantly vaporized. No one could block this white light's attack. Abyss Demon, aren't you very powerful? Let's see if you die or not. Mystic Gu stood on a tall mountain, and there was a sovereign destruction cannon not far away. It was a mid-tier one. That was where the white light had been released from. In order to kill the Abyss Demon, Mystic Gu felt that it was worth it, even if he had to pay a price. Patriarch, that guy definitely won't survive. Xianxiong Sovereign gritted his teeth. No one can survive a mid-tier sovereign destruction cannon. Some of the immortal sovereigns around Mystic Gu also thought so. They even secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Using such a method to sneak attack would be a joke if word got out. This moment Mystic Gu didn't care. He just wanted to kill the other party. The price of this cannon was too high. Mystic Gu only wanted to kill the other party. From billions of miles away, he could directly crush the other party. Only such a mid-tier offensive treasure could do it. Xianxiong, bring some people to check if that guy is dead or not. Xianxiong Sovereign immediately accepted the order and flew over with a few immortal sovereigns. In his eyes, that guy would definitely die under this attack. There wouldn't be a second outcome. Pay. On a star far away in the starry sky. This place was covered in yellow sand. At this moment, more than half of this star was destroyed. A person was lying on the yellow sand, spitting out sand from his mouth. Damn, who is sneak attacking me? White light rose. Lin Fei immediately activated his invincible defense, but he was still blasted away by the white light and fell on the yellow sand. Hairball. Lin Fei climbed out of the yellow sand, removed his invincible defense, and released his divine senses to search for Hairball. I'm here. Hairball's body was tattered from head to toe. At the critical moment he traveled through the void, but he was still seriously injured. If it wasn't for his strong vitality, he would have died from this cannon. Eat this. When Lin Fei saw Hairball's miserable appearance, he was immediately filled with anger. This time he was injured too badly. After taking out a large amount of immortal beast blood, Hairball immediately revealed a happy expression and swallowed it. Finally, his injuries stabilized. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. While Hairball was healing, Lin Fei found that Devil Number 1 and Devil Number 2 had been killed and returned to the Devil Summoning Flag, turning into two gray masses. Little devil, come out. I promise I won't kill you. Lin Fei was angry. She actually didn't inform him about this. If not for his invincible defense, Lin Fei didn't doubt that he would have died under this white light. You can't blame this on me. That's your problem. Little devil sneered. You didn't say to pay attention to the situation billions of miles away. Lin Fei indeed didn't mention it. At the beginning, Lin Fei had asked Little Devil to open the system and pay attention to the situation billions of miles away. Who did it? This matter could only be blamed on Lin Fei. Right now, Lin Fei only knew which bastard did it. He had to kill him. He almost killed him. He even killed the one-star dominator that he wanted to kill. Your old opponent. Little Devil pointed with her small steel fork. They are here to check if you are dead or not. Outside the planet, Xianxiong Hegemin led people to check. The Gu clan again. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with cold light. When these people came to kill him, Lin Fei knew that the Gu clan would definitely attack. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would attack from billions of miles away. Full area attack mode. Not only did they want to kill everyone, but their methods were also extremely cruel. Nobles were nobles. There was nothing to be said. They just had a single goal. Let me kill you first. Lin Fei kept Furball into the heaven and earth smelt so that he could recuperate inside. He then spread his wings of the demon and flew out. Xianxiong Hegemin searched along the way. But there were no signs of life around. He is definitely dead. Xianxiong Hegemin smiled. For this fellow, the Gu clan had paid a huge price. Sorry, I am not dead yet. All of a sudden, a cold laugh rang out in Xianxiong Hegemin's ears. His body shuddered and he saw a huge head fly up, following which a scarlet flame descended. I am going to die. Xianxiong Hegemin fell into endless darkness. He activated his demon wings and increased his speed by 80 times. This wasn't something that Xianxiong Hegemin could block. Moreover, Lin Fei was going all out and had the strength of a 2-star ruler. Where are they? East of you on a planet 5.6 billion miles away. Little Devil said. Lin Fei flew over. Gu Xianshan was very relaxed now. Although he had paid a price, he had finally killed that fellow. No one below 6-star ruler would be able to survive. This was one of the reasons why Gu Xianshan was not worried. No matter what kind of skill that fellow had, he wouldn't be able to block the attack of the ruler-destroying cannon. Anyone below 6-star ruler would definitely die. Only nobles like the Gu clan could use such a terrifying killing weapon. In the entire Gu clan there were only 5 such treasures. They could be called combat weapons. Xian Xiong has been gone for so long. Why isn't he back yet? Gu Xianshan really wanted to know the result, but he didn't come back. He just thought that Xian Xiong had to search the surroundings to confirm whether or not that fellow had died. Of course, it would be even better if he could find his storage ring. Swoosh! A black shadow fell not far from Gu Xianshan. It's Lord Xian Xiong. Not good, Lord Xian Xiong is dead. There was a head on the ground. Xian Xiong Hegemen died with his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he had died. Chapter 1502. The people Gu Xianshan brought were in chaos. Xian Xiong was a 1-star ruler. Now he came back with only a head? Old bastard, you're really vicious. You brought 6 1-star sovereigns just to kill me. How extravagant. Lin Fei's voice reverberated throughout the planet. Hua scarlet flames descended. Once the flames landed, anyone touched by them, no matter how strong they were, would be burned into nothingness. Gu Xianshan didn't bring many people this time. In a few breaths the screams stopped. Not a single person was left alive, except for Gu Xianshan. Lin Fei walked out of the void. A jingguang flew out and tied Gu Xianshan up tightly. You didn't expect this, did you? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The mid-level ruler destruction cannon landed in his hand. It emitted a terrifying destructive aura. With Little Devil's warning, he knew that it was something to attack him. Gu Xianshan was terrified. It wasn't like he hadn't seen powerful people before. However, someone who could survive a mid-level ruler destruction cannon was definitely terrifying. Even a mid-level protective treasure wouldn't be able to block the attack. What are you trying to do? Gu Xianshan knew that he was completely screwed today. He was tied up by a treasure and his power was sealed. Now, he only wanted to leave and report the situation. If he didn't kill this person, he would become a huge problem for the Gu family in the future. A 1-star ruler could instantly kill rulers of the same level. He could even take the attack of a mid-level ruler destruction cannon. If he didn't kill this person, he would soar to the sky sooner or later. Of course, I'm going to kill you. Lin Fei reached out again. The sky full of heavenly fire turned into a long blade. Lin Fei cut off Gu Xuanshan's left arm. This wasn't the first time the heavenly fire was used to kill. With this, the undying body was a joke. Without a body of flesh and blood, there was no way to use the undying body. At this realm, the heavenly fire's speed increased again. Gu Xianshan didn't even have time to block and his left arm was cut off. What kind of fire is this? Why is it like this? Gu Xianshan was shocked to find that he could not use his immortal body. The biggest advantage of a ruler was not only his strong attack, but also his undying body. Now that the undying body had lost its effect, ancient Xianshan was terrified. For the first time his life was in danger. You don't have the right to know. Lin Fei sneered and walked over step by step. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei struck again. Every slash brought with it flames. His right arm flew off. His left leg flew out. His right leg flew out. Gu Xianshan had a ferocious look on his face. His body was covered in blood. As a ruler, his limbs had been cut off one after another. How humiliating was that? Now he was like a dead dog. If you dare to kill me, you will be chased by the entire Gu family, and even the entire Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom. Gu Xianshan was tied up by the golden chain. His power was sealed, and his immortal body was useless. He knew that it would be hard for him to escape death today. The only thing he didn't expect was that his opponent's defense was stronger than he had imagined. That was why he failed at the last moment. Lin Fei laughed. I am not afraid of threats. I will come to your Gu family in person sooner or later. Soul-searching technique. His soul consciousness rushed into Gu Xuanshan's mind, plundering all information. Suddenly, Gu Xianshan raised his head and grinned. You are courting death. Deep in his sea of consciousness, there was a person sitting cross-legged. When Lin Fei's soul consciousness entered, that person opened his eyes. Die! Boom boom boom. Even though Lin Fei's soul consciousness was strong, His opponent's words were like a killing technique. Lin Fei's soul consciousness was torn apart. Outside, Lin Fei's body shook and his soul consciousness was cut off. His face turned pale. I should have known that the leader of the Gu family's branch must have put a seal on his sea of consciousness. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Don't even think about knowing everything about the Gu family. Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed. Gu Xuanshan's head flew off, and he heard a sentence in his ear. But you will still die. Another divine flame shot over, and Gu Xuanshan's body was burned. What undying body? It was all nonsense now. It is a pity that I did not find out the Gu family's secret. The person in my sea of consciousness was at least a 6 or 7-star ruler. Just one word contained absolute power. I am still lacking. The Gu family lost a leader and a mid-stage ruler destruction cannon. It is worth it for them to feel pain for a long time. When I come back next time, I will give them a shot. Lin Fei forcibly erased the soul consciousness mark and left his own mark. After putting away the storage rings, Lin Fan flew out of the planet. He turned around and smashed the planet with a punch. The huge planet was directly smashed into smithereens and disappeared from the starry sky just like that. Lin Fei did not want to leave any clues behind. Not only had he destroyed the star, but he had also used the star to burn the corpse, completely destroying all evidence. Lin Fei did not believe that anyone would be able to see through such a thing. Home. Lin Fei took out the domain warship and boarded it. He entered the 8 layers of the void and moved at full speed. The death of the Gu family's branch leader enraged the Gu family. It was unknown whether it was because of the leader or because of the mid-stage ruler destruction cannon, but the Gu family issued a bounty. The moment this bounty was announced, countless territories were in an uproar. 1-star ruler, 2-star ruler, and 3-star ruler were all tempted. Although the previous items were good, only 1 and 2-star rulers were tempted. However, the bounty this time was ridiculously high. Unfortunately, when everyone started searching, the abyssal demon disappeared without a trace. Many rulers entered the deep abyss world to search for it, and many battles broke out. Lin Fei naturally did not know about this. Ding! Congratulations, player, for becoming a 2-star ruler. On the way back to the myriad worlds, Lin Fei broke through from 1-star ruler to 2-star ruler in the demonic space, and his strength increased again. Hairball also recovered from her injuries with the help of the blood essence, and her combat power increased. I'm finally a 2-star ruler. Lin Fei was no exception to this result. In such a short period of time, he broke through from 1-star ruler to 2-star ruler. Lin Fei did not feel much about it. After going out, it was like going from a mountain village to a big city. Only then did you realize that a village chief was nothing in a big city. Just look at the Gu family. They sent out a 1-star ruler just to kill someone. In the myriad worlds, there were very few 1-star rulers. Lin Fei suspected that the Heavenly Rain Palace's ruler was at most a 3-star ruler. No matter how strong he was, he could not be that strong. Master, I found something fun. Hairball rushed in from outside. After she recovered from her injuries, she did not settle down. Instead, she played around in the 8-layer void. Lin Fei did not care. The 8-layer void's astral winds were strong, but they did not affect Hairball much. This was also the strength of the primordial evil dragon. What fun thing! Lin Fei was quite curious. I just saw a warship flying in from outside. So, I followed it secretly and found that they were transporting holy stones. It seems like they are mining in the nearby starry sky. Holy stones? Lin Fei was now far away from the Maluo weave. He was in a barren void, and outside was a quiet starry sky. This place produced holy stones? Obviously, this surprised Lin Fei. Holy stones were good stuff. Now that he found one, Lin Fei had to go take a look. Bring me there. Master, the mining area is below us. Both of them came out of the void. Under the starry sky, Hairball brought Lin Fei in. It turned out that she had set up a high-level array that shielded everything in the surroundings. Divine senses could not search. Just from this, Lin Fei knew that this array should be very valuable. The myriad worlds should not be able to take out such an array. Who did this place belong to? Lin Fei was very curious. If not for Hairball's spatial travel ability, no one would have discovered this hidden small world. Once they entered, the people inside would probably know. This world was not big. It was a small world. However, the immortal chi here was dense, and there were many mountains. At this moment, Lin Fei and Hairball appeared above the mining area. Sweeping with divine senses, they found at least hundreds of thousands of immortals mining ores below. There were actually 3 pinnacle 1-star sovereigns and 32 pseudo-sovereigns guarding this place. The surroundings were also surrounded by layers of array restrictions. Now, all of this was nothing in front of Hairball. Inside the mining area, there was a senfu that was the most eye-catching. Lin Fei quietly entered and found the 3 pinnacle 1-star sovereigns there. The latest batch of excavated holy stones has been packed. There are 50 million low-grade holy stones and 3 million mid-grade holy stones. A pseudo-sovereign stood in front of the 3 and reported the latest situation. Too little. It's not enough. Sovereign Wu Hai said unhappily. Increase the number of people mining. I want this number doubled. But people. Before the pseudo-sovereign could finish, he was rudely interrupted. If there are not enough miners, go plunder. With your strength, there is nothing to be afraid of, even if you meet a 1-star sovereign. You should know that if you can't complete young master's mission, can you bear the responsibility? The moment the words young master were said, the pseudo-sovereign revealed a trace of fear. I will do it immediately. When the pseudo-sovereign left, there were only 3 pinnacle 1-star sovereigns left in the Hall of Senfu. Wu Hai, I heard that young master Fan has already become a 1-star sovereign? Sovereign Jianxin, who was on the left, asked, a look of joy in his eyes. Sovereign Wu Hai nodded. That's right. 3 months ago, young master Fan became a 1-star sovereign. He can already kill 1-star sovereigns, and he even fought against 2-star sovereigns. In the end, he was able to escape. Wonderful. Young master Fan truly is a genius. In the future, he will definitely become a major figure among the sovereigns of the 9 stars. Another sovereign laughed. Sovereign Wu Hai laughed. It is our luck that we were able to become young master Fan's retainers. We must take care of the matters here. Right now, young master Fan needs all sorts of resources. We cannot allow any problems to arise in the future. However, the words young master Fan had provoked a certain someone. Hidden in the void, Lin Fei furrowed his brows. Furball had somehow stumbled into young Lord Fan's logistics base and overheard some news about young Lord Fan. If he hadn't come here, Lin Fei would never have known that young master Fan had hidden himself so deeply. Chapter 1503. Lin Fei was prepared to go back and find trouble with young master Fan. Last time, this guy had said that he would give Lin Fei 10 years before he killed Lin Fei. Lin Fei had always remembered this. The only thing he didn't expect was that this guy would become a dominator so quickly. After his advancement, his combat power was off the charts. He could kill a 1-star dominator and even fight a 2-star dominator before leaving. It was clear that young master Fan had accumulated a lot. If Hairball hadn't found this place, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that young master Fan had this secret place. This young master Fan was indeed very powerful. He had only become a 2-star dominator because of the upgrade system. Young master Fan had easily become a dominator with his own talent. He was indeed a dragon among men. He even had such a secret place with large amounts of saint stones for cultivation. Since he was here today, Lin Fei didn't plan on letting this place go. He hadn't found young master Fan yet, so he would first destroy one of his arms and make him unhappy. Boom! The 2-star dominator aura descended on the senfu. Who is it? The 3 peak 1-star dominators reacted quickly. As the 2-star dominator aura descended, their bodies froze. The Yuan golden rope in Lin Fei's hand flew out and tightly bound the 3 peak 1-star dominators. This thing was getting more and more useful. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. The 3 dominators didn't expect to be defeated in the blink of an eye. They could tell that what had landed on them was a mid-grade dominator treasure. Moreover, it was a binding type. This was an extremely precious treasure. Lin Fei had gotten it by luck. If it hadn't been damaged, the myriad layers dominator wouldn't have bought it so easily. Who are you? The 3 were very bold. They knew that this person was stronger than them, so they didn't show any surprise. You just need to know that I'm your young master Fan's enemy. Lin Fei sat down with a swagger. The 3's hearts sank. This wasn't good news. What shocked them even more was that this place had been carefully set up by their young master. It was an absolutely secret place. Even a 1-star or 2-star dominator wouldn't discover it. The other party could easily find this place and avoid the layers of restrictions outside. This meant that this person was even more terrifying. How could young Lord Fan have such an enemy? After taking down the 3 rulers, Lin Fei had Hairball go out and take down the fake rulers outside, temporarily taking control of this place. Hairball was not an ordinary ruler. She was from a special race. Even if a pseudo-ruler attacked together, they would not be her match. She relied on her ability to appear and disappear mysteriously, making her the most suitable candidate for such a task. The 3 hegemons knew that they were finished. Just a moment ago, he was still rejoicing that he had chosen to follow young Lord Fan. In the future he might have a great backer. Who would have thought that he would become a prisoner in the blink of an eye? Even if he had any trump cards, he couldn't use them now. A mid-grade sovereign artifact had completely suppressed them. This was something they could not avoid. Who knows where young Lord Fan is? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of young Lord Fan, so he naturally had to teach him a lesson. This was a strong opponent. Don't even think about knowing the whereabouts of young Lord Fan. The Sword Heart Hegemon sneered. Our young master will definitely avenge us in the future. Even if you are stronger than us, you can forget about resisting our young master. They were filled with confidence in young Lord Fan. Let's see how loyal you are to young Lord Fan. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. A second later, he slashed out with his sword. I'll fulfill your wish. The Sword Heart Hegemon's head flew into the air. Heavenly flames descended and burned him to death, breaking his undying body. The eyes of the remaining 2 were filled with coldness. Even an undying body had been useless. He had been killed instantly. What if it had happened to them? What about you? Lin Fei asked calmly. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in young Lord Fan's followers. In his eyes they were all experience points in divinity. It would be a pity to let them go. We truly don't know where young Lord Fan is. Hegemon Black Sea couldn't help but speak up. You don't know. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Hegemon Black Sea knew this would happen. We truly don't know. Young Lord Fan has never let us know his whereabouts, Hegemon Black Sea said. If you want to find out through us, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Lin Fei had this idea. Young Lord Fan's background was not simple. It was best to deal with him as soon as possible. Who can tell me more about this minor world? Lin Fei brought up another topic. Well said. Perhaps you don't need to die. I trust that you don't want to die just like that, right? Lin Fei was very fond of this minor world. More importantly, he had no idea how young Lord Fan had obtained the sacred stone beneath the mountain range. Everyone feared death. This included the hegemons as well. This minor world was brought back by young Lord Fan. I hear that he discovered it in a secret realm, and then left his own imprint deep within it. Upon hearing that young Lord Fan had left his own imprint in this minor world, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. This was good stuff that had been delivered right to his doorstep. Take me there then. Lin Fei stood up, carrying Hegemon Black Sea with him as he headed towards that place. Hegemon Black Sea didn't want to die, even if he had to become a follower, in an unassuming location within the minor world. Lin Fei's palm didn't give it any chance, and young Lord Fan's incarnation was slapped to death. Ding! Killed a 1-star hegemon incarnation. Obtained 10 points of divinity. The system notification greatly surprised Lin Fei. 10 points of divinity? How is this possible? Lin Fei suspected that he had misheard. He opened it and saw that it was indeed 10 points of divinity. He was full of doubts. Young Lord Fan is a character with a great background. Killing him actually gives me 10 points of divinity. Could he be the reincarnation of a god? Normally, killing a 1-star hegemon would only give him 1 point of divinity. Now, killing an incarnation gave him 10 points of divinity. How could Lin Fei not be surprised? It seemed that young Lord Fan's identity was more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Fei seemed to understand why Su Feng Xianzun was afraid of young Lord Fan. Perhaps this was one of the reasons. Whether or not this was the reason, Lin Fei didn't care for the time being. This omnipotent small world belonged to him. I'll leave behind my incarnation first. At this time, in a dazzling palace in the endless territories, in a dark secret room, a person suddenly opened his eyes. One of my incarnations is dead. Interesting. This person stood up, revealing a handsome face. A trace of darkness flashed across his face. It was young Lord Fan. The omnipotent small world has been discovered. Divine eye open. Young Lord Fan shouted softly, and a fiery red eye opened between his brows. The void in front of him shattered all the way to the omnipotent small world. The original appearance of that battle fell into his eyes until the incarnation was killed with a palm. This person is strange. Even I can't see through his appearance. The divine eye returned to his body. Young Lord Fan showed a trace of doubt and confusion. This situation was very rare. Even the divine eye couldn't see clearly. Strange, really strange. Young Lord Fan didn't care much about an omnipotent small world. There were several similar places. The only surprise was that this person was an opponent. Could it be that he's the same kind of person as me? It seems that their chess piece has come down. I need to improve my strength. Then it's time to open a few treasure vaults. There's no need for these ants to open the treasure vaults. No matter how mysterious they are, I will personally find them and tear off their veils one by one. Chapter 1504. Just like that, the small world of Meteon fell into Lin Fei's hands. After taking control of the hub, Lin Fei also knew that this small world of Meteon could be moved. Why did young Master Fan choose this place? Perhaps it was because there were few people here. For safety's sake, Lin Fei let Little Devil scan it. Nothing was missed. Fortunately, it was good news. Since young Master Fan didn't leave any backups in the small world of Meteon, it can be inferred that young Master Fan has more than one small world of Meteon. This young Master Fan you speak of should be the reincarnation of a god. If you kill him, you can obtain at least 100% divinity. The little devil waved his steel fork. This is free information. Reincarnation of a god? This was not the first time Lin Fei heard this sentence. Before this, he had heard it from Venerable Su Feng. Could it be that Venerable Su Feng is also the reincarnation of a god? Lin Fei couldn't help but doubt. It seemed like the world was starting to become chaotic. Can you tell me what is the use of divinities? Lin Fei asked. This doubt had been bothering Lin Fei for a long time. He had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't know if they were correct or not. 10,000 demons' hearts. Lin Fei was used to Little Devil's way of talking. 10,000 demons' hearts is a good thing. Divinity is a good thing. Right now, you only have a little more than 20 divinity points. When you reach 100 divinity points, you will know the benefits of divinity. I can only tell you that this is a better thing than the demon's heart. You can exchange it for more advanced things. That's it. Lin Fei blinked. Yes, that's it. Lin Fei knew that this guy was reliable. After taking his 10,000 demons' hearts, he only knew how to talk nonsense. At least he knew that he could exchange for something good. This was enough. He had mastered the small world of Meteon. Lin Fei had been thinking about where to put this small world of Meteon. If it was too far away, it would not be appropriate to put it in the myriad heavens. If someone knew about it, it would not be a small matter. Now is not the right time. Hairball suddenly said, Master, you can put this small world in my space. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? Hairball's unique space could hide everything and isolate everything from the outside world. The small world could also be left to Hairball to manage, as long as it produced holy stone. Meteon's small world fell into Hairball's space. As for the hundreds of thousands of immortals inside, Lin Fei sent 100,000 demon warriors to guard them in case of trouble. The matter was easily resolved because of Hairball's words. Lin Fei was still very happy about the accident on the road. At this time, young Master Fan probably wouldn't know that he was the one who did it. This was the result he wanted. 3 years later, Lin Fei entered the area of the myriad worlds. A round trip of about 10 years was really nothing for an immortal. I'm finally back. In a short 10 years, Lin Fei was already a 2-star ruler, and was about to advance to 3-star ruler. His advancement speed was very fast. First, he sensed the great metropolis world and there was no trouble. This time, I must leave an incarnation in the great metropolis world no matter what. After putting away the domain warship, Lin Fei spread his ancient demon wings and quietly returned to the great metropolis world. At this time, the great metropolis world was very quiet. Without the Battle Wolf group, this place was the safest. After coming out of the World Lord Stone Pagoda, no one was curious. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Venerable immediately rushed over. During this period of time, these two people were in charge of everything. Now that Lin Fei returned, he naturally had to report the situation. During my absence, the great metropolis world is all thanks to you guys. Lin Fei wasn't a person good at management. He liked to be free and unfettered, but this kind of life wasn't that easy. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Venerable were flattered. This is what we should do. The two hurriedly reported the matters of the past 10 years. After the establishment of the Sacred Dynasty, the entire Myriad Worlds world became stable. The 10 great immortal sects, 108 great worlds, 72 medium worlds, all integrated into this new Sacred Dynasty. Everything was properly managed. In the past 10 years, the 10 great immortal sects developed the fastest. The 10 great immortal sects had the most resources. Outside of them were the 108 great worlds. Every world lord was a big shot, eating more than before. The disciples of the worlds entered the 10 great immortal sects, and the influence of the 10 great immortal sects continued to expand. I've always followed Master's instructions and didn't let the 10 great immortal sects enter our world. This caused the 10 great immortal sects to hate us. Immortal Venerable Demon Ceiling said. For example, the surrounding medium worlds are secretly making some small moves. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the 10 great immortal sections. It was just a restructuring of forces. It sounded better in name, but in reality it was just that. They have guts. Immortal Venerable Demon Ceiling knew that his master was angry. After advancing to 2-star ruler, even though Lin Fei perfectly restrained himself, he still had a trace of a ruler's domineering aura. This was unchangeable, and naturally, it was not something the two could bear. Is there anything else? Lin Fei didn't want to take action. If he did, the surrounding medium worlds wouldn't have a good ending. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil said, I heard that the Sacred Dynasty recently started a war with the alien races in the East. If they gather the people of the 108 worlds and 72 medium worlds to participate in the war against the alien races, isn't this deliberately weakening everyone's strength? Those alien races are powerful. Fortunately, they didn't send out rulers. Otherwise, our Myriad Worlds world would have a hard time. Immortal Venerable Demon Ceiling said, Our Myriad Worlds world is too weak. After fighting for 3 years, our side has lost more than 40 Immortal Venerables and 300 to 400 peak 4th step Immortal Emperors. Lin Fei had heard of the alien invasion. For example, the Battle Wolf group. Originally, they were going to attack the great metropolis world from this place, but now it was someone else. Is it very serious? Lin Fei frowned. The number of Immortal Venerables in the Myriad Worlds world was limited. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that there were less than 500 Immortal Venerables in total. Now they had lost more than 40 Immortal Venerables, which was almost 1/10 of the total number. Now, apart from our Great Metropolis Worlds area, the other 3 areas are being attacked by the alien races. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil said, The Sacred Dynasty's people have been trying to summon Bao Xia and the others to fight, but they never got what they wanted. What a good idea! Bao Xia and the others have the combat power of a high-level Immortal Venerable. Lin Fei sneered. You did the right thing. They don't have the qualifications to summon us. 3 areas of the Myriad Worlds world were attacked, and only the Great Metropolis world was not besieged. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Ceiling seemed to understand something. Recently, they have been coming more frequently. We don't even know what excuse to use to reject them. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil also had a headache. Now that Master is back, we can rest assured. After going out to see the other territories, Lin Fei felt that the Myriad Worlds world was lagging behind. Ignoring everything else, just in terms of combat power, the gap was too big. Maluo Territory's Windluo City had about 10 rulers, and this was just one city. Looking at the Myriad Worlds world, the number of rulers would not exceed 20. This gap in numbers? It was strange that they would come knocking on their door. For the myriad worlds world to suffer such losses, Lin Fei did not find it strange. This was a very normal thing. Asking him to help, Lin Fei really had no intention of doing so. Just ignore them, Lin Fei said. We have to guard the great metropolis world. Who knows when the alien races will attack, don't you think so? The two hurriedly nodded. This was a good excuse. Master was the master. The alien race's attack was indeed very fierce. If not for the sacred dynasty reorganizing the great worlds, according to the original distribution, it would have been a one-sided situation when they encountered the alien races, and they would have been killed long ago. Now, the myriad worlds world would probably be in chaos. There was no chaos in the myriad worlds world. Many people from the 108 worlds were summoned to resist the invasion of the alien races, and the losses were increasing day by day. And this was when the rulers had not made a move. The attacks from 3 directions seemed to have accurately calculated the strength of the myriad worlds world. However, there was one surprising thing, and that was that the area where the great metropolis world was located was completely quiet. There was no invasion. This came as a surprise to many people. Everyone knew that the great metropolis world was the weakest, but no one knew why no one attacked. This made the realm lords of the great worlds very unhappy. They had paid a price, but whether or not they could stop the invasion was another matter. But the great world's world side was completely fine, and this made the realm lords very unhappy. This was especially true for the immortal sects and the immortal court. They had been looking forward to the alien races targeting the great metropolis world. When that happened, they would be able to see what the great metropolis world had up its sleeves. Unfortunately, this hope had never been realized. They had been fighting to the death here, but nothing had happened on the other side. No one was willing to accept this, so they had secretly tried to get the Emperor dynasty to summon people from the Great World's world to participate in the battle. However, the summons had been rebuffed with one sentence. Who knew if the alien races would attack the Great World's world? That one sentence left everyone speechless. The other had given a reason, and the 3 saint rulers would not say it was inappropriate. This was the Emperor dynasty and they needed to follow the rules. After all, everyone was watching. This dragged on for 3 years. The Great World's world strength had been depleted. Apart from the Great World's world, the surrounding mid-level worlds were all unhappy. With Emperor Tian's fierce reputation, they did not dare to do anything. Chapter 1505. The other race's 3-pronged assault on the All Heavens world was in full swing. The pressure on the people of the All Heavens world was immense. Immortals died in battle every day. Fortunately, rulers didn't intervene, so the losses were mitigated. Over the past 3 years, the number of casualties was not small. The power of the other races terrified the immortals. Their strength was nothing in the eyes of the other races. In terms of immortal sovereigns, the All Heavens world paled in comparison. Every day, everyone spent it in battle. Many experts emerged from the 10 great immortal sects' disciples. They were all experts on the Windcloud list and all of them were in the top 100. Some of them could even kill half-step immortal sovereigns. It could be said that this was a chance for the 10 great immortal sects' disciples to rise. Big brother, the Battle Wolf Regiment is all dead. In a base camp in the east, warships were docked here, surrounded by layers of formations and restrictions. There were also other races patrolling back and forth. At the center of the camp, a horned 4th-step immortal emperor rushed in and reported the news. Many other races' leaders had gathered. The expressions on the faces of these leaders changed. No wonder those bastards from the Battle Wolf Regiment didn't come. Someone cursed. Who did it? The 3 members of the Battle Wolf Regiment are pseudo-rulers. They can even fight a 1-star ruler. Find out who did it. These leaders all knew the Battle Wolf Regiment. They often worked together to plunder low-level worlds and do business without any capital. For example, this time they had their eyes on the All Heavens world, a world that had once declined. It's said that it's a demon from the Abyssal world. A Gu family branch leader was killed by him. The Gu family is furious. News of this has spread throughout the domain, and the Gu family is offering a shocking bounty. Everyone knew about the Gu family. The Battle Wolf Regiment was on the same level as them. The Gu family had contributed a lot, and the Battle Wolf Regiment could get some things they couldn't. This was also why they hadn't attacked the great metropolis world. That was for the Battle Wolf Regiment. This was also why they hadn't attacked the All Heavens world yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted 3 years and lost so many warriors. In the end, they still ended up in a stalemate. Big brother, what do we do? A man on the left stood up. Everyone's gaze fell on the black armored warrior at the highest point. The fact that the Battle Wolf Regiment isn't here means that they have given up on their original cooperation. The rest is up to our people. The black armored man laughed and said, "Someone invite Burning Sky Ruler and Starfish Ruler here. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them." All right. Everyone present knew that experts of their elder brother's level were about to make a move. Not long after, 2 figures walked out of the void. They nodded at each other and walked in together. At this time, the black-armored man was the only one left inside, and the surroundings were empty. "Fellow Taoist Fentian, fellow Taoist Starfish, how have you been?" The black-armored man cupped his hands and smiled. He gestured for the 2 of them to take a seat. The horizontal table before them was filled with immortal fruits and fine wine. The hegemons of the 2 skies were the leaders of their respective factions. At the same time, they were also the people who were attacking the multiverse. Why didn't the 3 Warwolf brothers come? Hegemon Scorch Heaven asked curiously. Yes, in order to wait for them, we have waited here for 3 years. Many of our subordinates died in battle. The 3 Warwolf brothers are getting more and more aggressive. Starfish Ruler sneered and said, "If they still didn't come today, my people would have made a move. After 3 years, they didn't get anything good. What's the point of this?" They were all doing business without any capital. The 3 Warwolf brothers couldn't come. They were killed, and none of their subordinates were spared. The black-armored man said, "The ones who did it are the Abyss Demons. I invited you here to discuss our next move." "What? The 3 Warwolf brothers are dead. How could the Abyss Demons do it?" The 2 hegemons were quite surprised. Previously, the 3 Warwolf brothers didn't appear. They thought that they were doing some business outside and couldn't come for the time being. They didn't expect that they would be killed and completely annihilated. Their original anger disappeared without a trace. Since they were all dead, they naturally couldn't come. The operation against the multiverse would have to be replanned. They couldn't use the previous plan. "Taoist Taishian, now that only the 3 of us are left, the multiverse isn't that strong. We have to take a bite out of this fat meat." Hegemon Scorch Heaven smiled and said, "What's the plan? Tell me." "There are only so many hegemons in the multiverse. This time we have 6 hegemons. We can definitely attack one of the places and plunder without restraint. Moreover, we can sell these immortals as slaves." Starfish Ruler laughed and said, "The multiverse is a huge treasure trove for us. If the 3 Warwolf brothers didn't come, they would rather not have." Everyone knew that the 3 Warwolf brothers were backed by the Gu family. If they really cooperated, their benefits would be limited. "You say you're not satisfied? Go talk to the Gu family yourself. Then I'll tell you my idea." Hegemon Taishian didn't stand on ceremony. "Here's my plan." While Hegemon Taishian and Hegemon Scorch Heaven were in a secret discussion, a group of people in the Sacred Dynasty were also in a discussion. The Outsiders' attacks had been going on for 3 years. From small-scale battles at the beginning to large-scale battles, and now with immortal sovereigns mobilizing, the pressure was increasing. The Outsiders' immortal sovereigns all had pseudo-hegemon weapons, which increased their combat power. The Emperor Dynasty's immortal sovereigns all had immortal weapons. The difference between the 2 sides was huge. Often, 2 or even 3 immortal sovereigns could fight against one immortal sovereign. The Emperor Dynasty constantly mobilized forces to support them. The situation was still very bad. Once the hegemons intervened, the real battle would begin. At this time, the 3 major immortal sects, the Heavenly Rain Palace, the Immortal Court, and the other great immortal sects, despite their previous conflicts, had no choice but to join forces to resist the attacks from the outside world. The Outsiders' attacks have been even fiercer recently. Hegemon Skyen said in a low voice. They probably can't wait any longer and are about to go all out. The 4 hegemons were in the discussion. It could be said that these 4 hegemons were the ones with the most authority in the Emperor Dynasty. Ever since the Outsiders had attacked, they hadn't done anything. This was an unwritten rule. As long as they didn't interfere, the hegemons of the other side wouldn't interfere either. If they did, the hegemons of the other side would take action as well. By then, more than half of the universe would be destroyed. They can't be that fast. Hegemon Boundless said. The Werewolf Squad doesn't seem to be here yet. Aren't they waiting for them? They all knew that the Werewolf Squad had attacked the Great Metropolis Realm. This was one of the reasons why they had given that region to Dtion, not only to defend against the Great Metropolis Realm, but also to test out the true strength of the Great Metropolis Realm. They wanted to know which hegemon was guarding it. Alas, they hadn't seen who it was that had been guarding it since the start of the battle. The Werewolf Squad hadn't attacked, and they hadn't even appeared. They couldn't help but sigh at how lucky Dtion was. The Werewolf Squad was wiped out. Hegemon Windrain sighed at Dtion's luck as well. This is why the Werewolf Squad hasn't appeared yet. Hegemon Annihilation frowned. No wonder the Werewolf Squad hasn't appeared yet. They've been killed. I wonder who would be so bold as to attack the Gu clan. After all, the Gu clan is one of the 3 great nobility clans of the ancient primordial Chaos Kingdom. The lower echelons might not know, but they all knew how powerful the Gu clan was. This was the main reason why they didn't dare to offend the Gu clan. They simply couldn't afford to offend them. When arranging the realms, they had arranged for Dtion's original position, which was the weakest location in the universe. Alas, the Gu clan's Werewolf Squad had been wiped out just like that. It was the abyssal demons who did it. All I can say is that Dtion's luck isn't bad. Hegemon Skyen said. Now that the Werewolf Squad has been wiped out, Hegemon Blazesky and the others will definitely attack the Great Metropolis Realm. We need to come up with a countermeasure. After 10 years, the Imperial Dynasty was still like a child. It was extremely weak and couldn't withstand any blows. They didn't want the Imperial Dynasty to be destroyed. The Great Metropolis Realm was extremely important, and the hegemons had no choice but to pay attention to it. What's there to deal with? Hegemon Boundless said disdainfully. Who doesn't know how powerful Dtion is? The Great Metropolis Realm is his territory. He'll take care of it. There's no need for us to intervene. Hegemon Boundless hated Dtion. Back then, several of the immortal paragons had been his subordinates, which had caused the number of immortal paragons under his command to plummet. If Blazesky and the other alien hegemons wanted to attack the Great Metropolis Realm, the Boundless hegemon wouldn't intervene unless Dtion couldn't hold on. I agree with fellow Taoist Boundless. Dtion has a hegemon behind him. Let Hegemon Blazesky and the others test the waters. If they really can't hold on, then we'll go and truly suppress Dtion. Hegemon Annihilation didn't like Dtion either. Even though Dtion hadn't appeared for 10 years, and it seemed like he was slowly being forgotten, no one would forget him. At the very least, the hegemons wouldn't forget him. Then let's send word that we must defend the Great Metropolis Realm no matter what. It would be best if we can get him to issue a military order. Hegemon Windrain said with a laugh. The 3 hegemons laughed, understanding what he meant. Dtion's existence was a source of unease. Aside from that, they were also wary of the mysteries of the carpet, as well as the immortal emperor-level immortal beasts of unknown origins. They wouldn't be surprised at all if an immortal paragon immortal beast suddenly appeared. Being able to deal with Dtion this time was, without a doubt, a good thing. They had to keep that unease under control. Chapter 1506. It was the 4th year of the alien race's attack. The rulers of the 3 alien races arranged a team to head to Great Metropolis World. They planned to use Great Metropolis World as their target, tearing a hole there and stabbing into Great Metropolis World's abdomen like a sharp knife. The attack from the 3 sides had no effect at the moment. Therefore, they decided to start with Great Metropolis World. This was the weakest place in Great Metropolis World. In 4 years, the 3 alien races had gathered a lot of information, including information about Great Metropolis World. After some research, they decided to open a hole there. An army of 50,000 immortals would go around Great Metropolis World. Their target was Great Metropolis World. Lin Fei's days were very leisurely. Emperor Dynasty was focusing on the alien races and didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Lin Fei saw all the small movements around him and didn't plan to cause trouble for them for now. Lin Fei didn't need to fight with ants like them. He would deal with them sooner or later. He spent his days with his wife and daughter or leveling up in the demonic dimension. His schedule was well arranged. The mines hidden in Hairball's space continuously produced large amounts of holy stones for Lin Fei. These holy stones were continuously mined. For now, they weren't very useful in Great Metropolis World. He was going to give them to Explosion and the others to use, but he realized that they were useless. Apart from recovering their energy, they weren't very useful for leveling up. Lin Fei could only give up helplessly. Entering the demonic dimension to kill demons became more frequent. Collecting demon blood for them wasn't as effective as the blood of a rank 1 demon, but it was several times more effective than immortal beast blood. Explosion and the others used it for a long time and broke through to high-level immortal sovereign level. As soon as they became high-stage immortal sovereigns, their improvements were extremely fast. Their combat prowess shocked Lin Fei. They could actually fight against pseudo-sovereigns. Once the formation was activated, they could fight against a peak 1-star ruler. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this result. He didn't know if other people could use immortal beast blood to cultivate. With this thought, Lin Fei used Immortal Sovereign Thousand Evil as a test subject and gave him immortal beast blood. He threw him into the trial ground and waited for the final result. You don't say. Lin Fei's method had actually succeeded. Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable quickly broke through to high-level Immortal Venerable. This accident proved that Lin Fei knew how to create a batch of high-level Immortal Venerables. As long as he had blood essence, he would be able to solve this problem perfectly. Master, this kind of essence blood can only be used on middle-stage Immortal Venerables. It's useless on high-stage Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil is now filled with fanaticism towards Lin Fei. In a short period of time, he had regained the battle prowess of a high-level Immortal Venerable. Try this. Lin Fei threw a few drops of demon blood essence. Exalted Myriad Fiend grabbed a drop of blood essence and refined it on the spot. Every time he refined a drop of blood essence, his essence, chi, and soul would rise. His eyes lit up. Master, as long as I have this, I can definitely break through to the sovereign realm. This blood essence is full of miracles. Are you sure it works? Lin Fei had already expected this outcome. If the blood essence of ordinary immortal beasts was effective, then there was no need to prove the effects of a higher-grade blood essence like the demon blood essence. I can't supply all of them for the time being, Lin Fei said with a smile. I plan to cultivate a group of Celestial Prime experts first. In the myriad worlds, Celestial Primes were the most important combat power. The magical use of Immortal Beast's blood essence was equivalent to a shortcut to cultivation, and only he had this shortcut. After the success of the experiment, Lin Fei summoned Immortal Venerable Demon Ceiling and the others. These were all followers. He raised their combat power first. Some of them were still low-level Celestial Primes. With the help of the Immortal Beast's blood essence, they quickly became mid-level Celestial Primes in less than a month. Lin Fei took out a large number of low-grade sovereign treasures and weapons. Each of them had two. Lin Fei armed them. The sovereign battle armor was easy, it was passive defense. They couldn't unleash much of the sovereign weapon's power. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a mining area. He mined holy stones and used them to power the sovereign weapons. It was a bit extravagant, but it couldn't withstand the explosive power. It could be said that this time Lin Fei armed all his Celestial Primes. If the people of Emperor Dynasty were to attack now, they would probably look at each other with fear. Report, outside our great metropolis world, there are people coming in our direction. An immortal king's subordinate came in to report. It should be them. The outsiders attacked from 3 directions. Lin Fei knew very well that this was to disperse their forces. His position was originally the Battle Wolf Regiment's attack. Now that there were people coming in this direction, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, his position was the weakest. After 3 years of fighting, Lin Fei believed that something must have happened to the Battle Wolf Regiment. At this time, the outsider sovereigns would definitely choose to attack here. Master, let me take some people out and kill them all. With trash like them, I can crush them 100 times with just a finger. At this time, inside Invincible Palace, there were immortal venerables standing on both sides. The current Invincible Palace wasn't like before. The 12 generals were all high-level immortal venerables. Immortal Venerable Demon Ceiling side wasn't bad. All of them were mid-level immortal venerables. They absorbed the immortal beast's blood essence slowly and needed time to refine it. Such a strong force could be said to be no weaker than any of the 10 great immortal sects. Master, let us take care of them. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing volunteered. If they hadn't followed their master, they would probably still be ordinary low-level immortal venerables. How could they become mid-level immortal venerables? In fact, not long after, they would definitely become high-level immortal venerables. In the future, they might even become sovereigns. This was a dream that they didn't even dare to think about before. But now they were full of hope for the future. All of this would be realized in Great Metropolis World. Master had given them a chance. The 12 generals formed a system, and so did Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing. Both sides wanted to attack, and soon they started arguing like a market. Alright, stop arguing. Lin Fei was used to this kind of thing. It was normal for him to be competitive. Invincible Palace immediately quietened down. The outsiders attacked us, we'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Lin Fei stood up. You guys attack together. Wipe out these outsiders. I believe that when the time comes, the people of Emperor Dynasty will have a good look on their faces. Didn't they want to test us? Now we'll let them see the true strength of Great Metropolis World. I want them to know that Great Metropolis World is not a place that anyone can beat. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a sleeping tiger that finally opened its eyes and bared its fangs. Chapter 1507. An army of 50,000 immortals arrived majestically. They didn't bother to hide their tracks and just swaggered out like that, completely disregarding the immortals of the surrounding worlds. This was the variant human army, an army of 50,000 immortals. The immortal army took a detour. Everywhere they passed was a middle-sized world. None dared to attack, they passively defended and let them pass. The strength of the variant human army had spread throughout the myriad worlds since the first year. Everyone knew how strong the variant human army was. Be it equipment or strength, they were clearly not on the same level. Even though they knew that the variant human army was going to target a certain world, they did not stop them. In front of this force, they might not be able to stop it. More importantly, the variant human army was going for Great Metropolis Heaven. They had a cold attitude towards Great Metropolis Heaven. Everyone knew that there were many experts in Great Metropolis Heaven. They were much stronger than them. The variant human army was going for them. There was no need for them to do anything. Everyone knew that Great Metropolis Heaven's realm Lord Dition had offended several of the 10 great immortal sections. Now that the 10 great immortal sects were the orthodox sects, everyone was willing to place their disciples in them to be nurtured. Now that the variant human army was going to deal with Dition, they could only watch from the side. These people are all trash. When they trample Great Metropolis Heaven, it will be their doomsday. At the front of the 5 immortal armies, Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable sneered. He truly looked down on these people. They did not even have the courage to fight them. As long as we destroy Great Metropolis Heaven, this beautiful world will be ours. Just the large number of slaves will let us earn a lot of money. Mengzhong Immortal Venerable laughed. This is a declining imperial dynasty. They don't even have many rulers. As long as we go all out, even if we can't take down the myriad worlds, plundering a large number of people is not a problem. Fiendish Demon Immortal Venerable laughed proudly. They were arranged by the 3 rulers. They were all pseudo-rulers. They were invincible among immortal venerables. Other than rulers, almost no one could harm them. What they needed to do now was to attack Great Metropolis Heaven. According to the collected information, Great Metropolis Heaven was a very powerful world. It had more than 20 immortal venerables and high-stage immortal venerable battle strength, as well as a powerful realm Lord Dition. This was the information on the surface. At the very least, this Great Metropolis world was one of the strongest in the universe. There were also rumors that the Great Metropolis Heaven had a sovereign overseeing it, which was why it had been ostracized by the imperial dynasty. Otherwise, with its strength, it would have been a great world, not a mid-tier one. To the Emperor Dynasty, the Great Metropolis realm was powerful, but to them, the Great Metropolis realm's strength was nothing. The 3 of them could sweep through everything with a single move. This battle was in the bag. The Great Metropolis Heaven would not be able to escape their grasp. The 4 hegemons of the imperial dynasty immediately heard of the movement of the alien army. They can't wait any longer. Hegemon Skyen said. They've sent out 3 pseudo-hegemons. From the looks of it, they're preparing to take down the great metropolis heaven in one go. The news was within their expectations. Now let's see if Dition can block it. Hegemon Windrain laughed. No one knows that Dition has a backer. If he has a ruler behind him, he might be able to delay them and disperse the alien army's strength. The three hegemons aren't weak either. They all have low-tier hegemons. Perhaps Dition's backer won't be able to handle them. If Dition can't hold it, it won't be good for the imperial dynasty, said the boundless hegemon. I suggest that we prepare a backup plan, in case the great metropolis heaven collapses on its own and affects the entire war. I also think that we need to think about it. The destruction hegemon agreed with the boundless hegemon. At a time like this, the universe could not afford to fall into chaos. If Dition's great metropolis heaven fell, it would affect the entire war. The 10 great immortal sects would have to redeploy their forces again, which was not a good thing. This matter had to be considered carefully. The 4 hegemons quickly came to an agreement. They would send an imperial dynasty army to a mid-tier world closest to the great metropolis heaven and station their troops there. If the great metropolis heaven could not hold on any longer, they could make their move. Lin Fei did not know what the imperial dynasty was planning. Lin Fei was no longer interested in an army of 50,000 immortals and a few hegemons. After all, he had killed many one-star hegemons. If this was in the past, Lin Fei would indeed be shocked. But now there was nothing to worry about. Not to mention anything else, just Furball alone could sweep them all away. If not, the destruction hegemon and the others could attack. Although they were high-level immortal sovereigns, they were infinitely close to hegemons. They could do whatever they wanted. Stop them? Lin Fei did not think that they had the ability to do so. Master, they're here. Rumble when a black mass of people surged into the great metropolis heaven. The huge great metropolis heaven seemed to tremble. A terrifying pressure engulfed the world. However, the great metropolis heaven's immortals were very quiet in the face of the menacing hegemon heaven army. They did not panic, only looking up quietly. This world is interesting. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable squinted his eyes. The people of other worlds knew that we were coming and panicked. I didn't expect the people here to be so calm. So what if they are calm? They will still end up in our hands. Fiendish Demon Immortal Venerable laughed sinisterly. Although they aren't that strong, they can still go crazy. Our subordinates can't wait to attack. Mengzhong Hegemon laughed. It's time to show them the power of our great metropolis heaven army. The 3 were all commanders. They had disdainful expressions towards the strength of the immortals here. Little ones, go and plunder as much as you want. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable ordered. The army behind him became restless, revealing their red eyes filled with greed. They were used to plundering. Kill. Plunder them all. Plunder them all. The 50,000 army shouted loudly, their voices resounding throughout the great metropolis heaven. Ha ha ha, you great metropolis heaven experts are so arrogant. Just with you trash. An even louder voice drowned out the great metropolis heaven army. Lin Fei sat on a throne appearing from the void. Immortal Venerables stood on both sides. Lord Dition is here. As long as Lord is here, the great metropolis heaven army will forever be clowns. Lord Dition is mighty. Needless to say, Lin Fei's influence in the great metropolis heaven was huge. He continuously plundered and devoured small worlds, fighting against Immortal Court, Immortal Sects, and the 2 palaces. He had been living well until now, becoming the idol of the youngsters. They worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. As long as Lord Dition was here, no one would be able to hide. Facing the great metropolis heaven army, Realm Lord Dition, who had not appeared for almost 10 years, appeared again. You are Dition, great metropolis heaven's realm lord. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable knew about Dition. He was very famous in the myriad worlds. However, his reputation was not good, and his relationship with others was even worse. That's right, it's me. Lin Fei replied. Dition, you are famous in the myriad worlds. You are not weak, but your strength is far from our great metropolis heaven army. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable scanned with his divine sense. He had the combat strength of an ordinary low-stage Immortal Venerable. I advise you to surrender immediately. Don't put up any meaningless resistance. You know that you can't beat us. Lin Fei shook his head. You great metropolis heaven people are very confident. Are you so confident that you can take down my great metropolis heaven? Listen to my advice, leave great metropolis heaven. Fiendish demon immortal venerable snorted coldly. People say that you have big words and guts. It is not without reason. You know that you can't do it, but you still think that you have the ability to overturn the heavens. Let's see what abilities you have. Children attack. The 50,000 army behind him waved their weapons. Kill. Immediately, a black mass of immortals charged down like a flood. The three pseudo-rulers did not move, the dozens of immortal venerables behind them also did not move. The 50,000 immortals moved out, their momentum was not small. They were all experts in the battlefield. They were not weak either, they charged down like a flood. Come! Bao Extermination and the other 12 generals turned into streams of light and charged in. A saber light swept out. More than 100 immortals were swept away and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 immortals were killed and fell from the sky. You guys go! The dozens of immortal venerables behind split into small teams. They chose their opponents and charged up, blocking the 12 generals. You guys go too. Lin Fei sent Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable and the rest away, blocking the 50,000 army. This time Lin Fei did not let the immortals act. He did not want to see too many losses. Only immortal venerables were enough. As for whether it was fair or not, Lin Fei did not care. Getting rid of these guys was the right thing to do. The 12 generals fought with dozens of immortal venerables. Their large-scale attacks completely exceeded Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable's imagination. No one was at a disadvantage. Close combat experts. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable and the rest did not care at first. Facing dozens of immortal venerables, even a close combat expert would not be able to hold on for too long. Kill. As the 12 generals displayed the battle strength of high-level immortal venerables, the three pseudo-rulers' expressions changed. This trip was to take down Mystic Metropolis World with the lowest price. They did not expect 12 high-level immortal venerables to appear. One high-level immortal venerable was fine, but one after another displayed the battle strength of high-level immortal venerables. It was a big matter, they could not help but be shocked. They had miscalculated. How could they, immortal venerables, resist the battle strength of a high-level immortal venerables? Coupled with low-grade ruler weapons, they broke through the battle formation, beheading 7 to 8 heads with one slash, breaking the attack. So satisfying. Bao Extermination killed 6 immortal venerables in one move. Their corpses fell one after another. Chapter 1508. The moment the 12 generals attacked, they displayed terrifying combat power. Each of them erupted with high-level immortal monarch battle power, giving the three pseudo-rulers a fright. This was completely different from the information they had gathered. Who said that Great Metropolis Heaven only had one high-level immortal monarch? There were 12 of them now. Kill. Extermination Breaking Fist arrived in front of Blazing Sun Immortal Sovereign. Blazing Sun Immortal Sovereign was not simple either. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. Relying on his pseudo-ruler strength, he did not care and grabbed with his hand, sending out a claw attack. Rumble, the two clashed. Their combat power was on the same level, causing their bodies to shake. Pseudo-rulers? Justice as Extermination Breaking Fist laughed loudly and charged forward again. The claw attack had no effect. Lin Fei did not attack. The three pseudo-rulers were not enough for the 12 generals to deal with. As for the army, they were suppressed by Demon Sealing Immortal Sovereign and could not last for long. Great Metropolis Heaven is mighty. Great Metropolis Heaven is mighty. For the immortals of Great Metropolis Heaven, today was another inconceivable scene. 12 high-level immortal sovereigns had suddenly appeared. Only a few great worlds had such combat power. The scouts below looked at the battle in the sky and gasped. After investigating for so long, this was the first time they realized that Great Metropolis Heaven's foundation was deeper than they had imagined. They had to report it. Immediately, they received the order to monitor Great Metropolis Heaven's movements. This was a major matter, they had to let the higher-ups know. Messages were sent back one after another. In a middle-level world outside Great Metropolis Heaven, an Imperial Dynasty army was stationed here. The leader was a one-star ruler, Heavenly Rain Palace's Hegemon Mingshan. Reporting the alien army has already entered Great Metropolis Heaven. Reporting the alien army has already attacked. Reports came back one after another. Hegemin Mingshan was a newly advanced ruler. This time he had come to show off his power. If Ditian could not hold on, he would have to step forward. Hegemin Mingshan did not care much about the 3 alien pseudo-rulers due to their equipment. He could deal with them. It would be best if he could kill the 3 pseudo-rulers at once. Lord Hegemin, that Ditian will definitely not be able to stop the alien army. The realm lord of a middle-grade world arranged for a song and dance, set up a banquet, and even summoned some important figures to accompany them. Ditian hasn't appeared in 10 years. Perhaps he isn't even in the Great Metropolis world anymore. When the time comes, it will be time for the Lord to show off his skills. My lord, once you make a move, you'll be able to deal with the mere outsider pseudo-juggernauts with just a word. These people didn't have high hopes for Ditian. In the past 10 years they had also played some tricks. The Great Metropolis Heaven had been quiet all this time, and these mid-level worlds had become fearless. Originally, they were worried about the invasion of the outsiders. The Great Metropolis Celestial Realm was the first to bear the brunt. They heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Ditian was there to block them. It would be best if Ditian's strength was depleted. They were from middle-grade worlds and everyone's strength was about the same. However, with a big tiger by their side, they couldn't be at ease. After all, Ditian had learned his lesson. It wasn't impossible for him to act against them one day. For the sake of safety, they made a lot of tests. Hegemin Bright Mountain was quite fond of these words. Ditian was a thorn in the myriad worlds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made no arrangements and still guarded his original place, looking down on Ditian from the bottom of his heart. Hegemin Bright Mountain knew that everyone was flattering him, but he still enjoyed it. Reporting. According to the latest news, Ditian has sent out 12 high-level celestial sovereigns and more than 10 mid-level celestial sovereigns to stop the attack of the outsiders. More people came in to report. However, this time no one was smiling, especially the major figures of this world. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns? How is that possible? Could it be those 12 generals from before? How could they have become high-level celestial sovereigns in such a short period of time? Impossible. It's definitely impossible. These people couldn't sit still any longer. They had been prepared to watch the show and see how Ditian would deal with the outsiders, but when they heard this news, they instantly panicked. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns. They couldn't even find a single one in a mid-grade world. Hegemin Bright Mountain was drinking. His hands stopped moving, and he couldn't help but frown. Again. If this was true, this wasn't good news. According to the Emperor Dynasty's orders, it was best to take advantage of the outsiders' attack on the Great Metropolis Heaven to occupy it, and at the same time find out some of Ditian's secrets. But now, 12 high-level celestial sovereigns had appeared. What was this? This was equivalent to having a chance to become a ruler. This wasn't something Hegemin Bright Mountain wanted to see. This Ditian has hidden himself so deeply. Seeing the panicking people below, Hegemin Bright Mountain was very disappointed. If Ditian really wanted to do something, probably no one here would be able to stop him. Reporting. The destruction general of the 12 generals killed the Blazing Sun Immortal. Not long after, more news came. Hegemin Bright Mountain's frown deepened. He had heard of the 12 generals, but he didn't expect their combat strength to be on par with pseudo-rulers. Moreover, they had killed the Blazing Sun Immortal. Hegemin Bright Mountain felt a chill. Did Ditian already have 12 pseudo-rulers under him? This wasn't good. The outsiders were attacking from the Great Metropolis Heaven. This news had spread very early on in the 10 Great Immortal sections. Everyone was paying close attention, wanting to know what the final outcome would be. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns? When this news came, the 10 Great Immortal sects all had uneasy expressions. They had actually advanced. What kind of speed was this? It had only been 10 years. This sort of heaven-defying cultivation speed was simply unimaginable. The 10 Great Immortal sects' eyes lit up. If they could obtain this cultivation technique, wouldn't they be able to nurture a large number of celestial sovereigns? The 10 Great Immortal sects were getting restless. Not long after, another piece of news came. The outsider pseudo-rulers had been killed by the 12 generals, and the armies under them had been wiped out. The outsiders' attack had come to an end. It was all over. The 10 great immortal sects didn't even have time to react. Even though 3 pseudo-rulers weren't much and wouldn't be easy to deal with in any great world, in the great metropolis heaven, the battle was extraordinarily fast. There was even more terrifying news. The 12 generals had pseudo-rulers' combat strength. This wasn't good news for the 10 great immortal sects. If they were high-level celestial sovereigns, they would take them seriously. But now they were afraid. If the 12 pseudo-rulers really attacked them, they would be in big trouble. They had only developed for 10 years. Chapter 1509. Imperial Dynasty Sacred Palace. The 4 rulers sat together. Each of them had spies in the great metropolis heaven. Of all the worlds in the universe, only the great metropolis heaven was unfathomable. Naturally, they had to send some spies to investigate and monitor Dtion. No one wanted to have power that they couldn't control, and Dtion was a power that was hard to control. The only thing they didn't expect was that Dtion would go all out this time. Dtion's power shocked them once more. The power of 12 pseudo-rulers. The aliens' attack was like a small wave. It didn't cause any waves at all before it was completely submerged. We still underestimated Dtion. In 10 years he nurtured 12 pseudo-juggernauts. Ruler Skyen shook his head. I thought Dtion would use his trump card. It seems this is just the tip of the iceberg. Ruler Windrain laughed. At least we don't need to worry about the great metropolis heaven being broken. This is only temporary. Once a ruler attacks, Dtion's 12 generals might not be able to stop them. Ruler Extermination snorted coldly. As the ruler of the immortal court, he didn't want to see Dtion grow stronger. The aliens' test this time didn't succeed. Perhaps they'll launch an all-out attack soon. Ruler Boundless said thoughtfully. This is something we have to pay attention to. The 4 rulers fell silent. This was indeed a test by the alien trying to open up a gap. They hadn't expected someone to deal with it so easily. Next time they would definitely go all out. We have to pay attention to Dtion. Ruler Skyen said. I suggest we let Ming Shan stand guard over the great metropolis heaven. He'll be able to provide support. The 3 rulers laughed coldly in their hearts. Who didn't know that ruler Ming Shan was on his side? It looked like support, but it was more likely that he wanted to get some benefits from Dtion. For example, cultivation techniques. In 10 years, the 12 generals had become the 12 pseudo-rulers. Even they didn't think they could achieve such a rapid cultivation speed. They naturally paid attention to Dtion's cultivation techniques. If they could get their hands on it, it would be a chance to strengthen themselves. They could raise large numbers of immortal paragons. In less than 1,000 years, the power of the universe would increase by 100-fold. Ruler Skyen's words were justified. The other rulers couldn't stop him. If the alien really wanted to launch an all-out attack, they would definitely send a ruler. Sending a ruler over was very normal. This matter was settled. The Skyen Hegemon returned to his palace. He immediately summoned his trusted aide. Dtion once again displayed his strength. Even the Skyen ruler was tempted. It would be for the best if he could obtain the cultivation technique. He had to pay close attention to this matter. Go and tell Ming Shan not to give Dtion any face. It's best to rope him in. Even if he can't rope him in, he can't become his enemy. Sovereign Tianjua said to his confidant. Hegemon Skyen knew Hegemon Bright Mountain's temperament. In his heart he definitely looked down on Dtion. Right now, the wheel of fortune had turned, and even the Skyen Hegemon had begun to take Dtion seriously. Previously, there was only one high-level immortal venerate. Furthermore, he had to use a battle formation. Thus, the Skyen Hegemon did not care. It wasn't as if this kind of battle technique couldn't be found in the entire universe. Now that his strength had reached the pseudo-ruler realm, even a peak 1-star ruler might not be able to defeat him in 10 years. The Empyrean Hegemon knew that Dtion had the ability to defend this place, but he still wanted to do him a favor. He had to maintain good relations with them. That was why he had arranged for his trusted aide to make the trip, so that there wouldn't be any trouble. As for what the other 3 forces would think, the Empyrean Hegemon could predict it. Just like that, the outsider's first attack ended. Lin Fei once again immersed himself in leveling up. He constantly hunted fiends and obtained fiend blood essences to help them level up. It would be best if they all became rulers. Once they had 12 true rulers, the great metropolis world would not have to worry about them for a long time. Once they became rulers, their combat power would at least be at the peak 1-star ruler level. This was their advantage. Master, Hegemon Bright Mountain is here. And he brought the Emperor Dynasty army with him. Immortal Paragon Myriad Evil came in to report, disdain written all over his face. He truly looked down on the Emperor Dynasty army. Isn't it good that they came to defend this place? Lin Fei laughed. At least we have cannon fodder. It wasn't that Lin Fei couldn't tell what the Emperor Dynasty was trying to do. They were even more wary of him. The great metropolis world probably had the most spies out of all the worlds. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. Lin Fei didn't go deal with them. Isn't there a ruler coming? Let them go have a good time. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Good idea. Immortal Paragon Myriad Evil had seen the combat power of the great metropolis world. They were all at the pseudo-ruler level. Lin Fei's words gave Hegemon Bright Mountain a headache. Encountering such a thick-skinned champion was a real pain in the ass. I didn't expect this Ditian to have so many talents under his command. On an uninhabited planet. This was the base camp of the outsiders. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others gathered again. The outsider army they had sent to the great metropolis world had disappeared. The one speaking was Hegemon Blazing Sky. One of the pseudo-rulers had been sent by him. This great metropolis world is a tough nut to crack. We should act ourselves. Ever since they arrived, they hadn't done anything. This was also a rule. To them, this was just a small skirmish, not a real battle. The combat power of 12 pseudo-rulers. The great metropolis world is indeed extraordinary. Starfish Dominator said. What I'm more interested in is what kind of techniques they are cultivating. Over the years, they had gathered a lot of information. They had investigated the great metropolis world's combat power, and the 12 champions were on the list. The only thing they didn't expect was that 10 years later, they would silently reach this realm. They cared a lot about this cultivation technique. Rumor has it that Ditian's cultivation is aided by the gods. Perhaps he cultivated this technique. Hegemon Taishian nodded. Otherwise, he might not have such combat power at such a young age. They were all desperados. Back when they attacked, they were eyeing the population of the myriad worlds and their weak strength. They didn't expect to find something good. Why don't the three of us personally go to the great metropolis world and force Ditian to hand over the cultivation technique? Hegemon Blazing Sky was also very tempted. With this cultivation technique, our subordinate strength will increase by a lot. It's just an immortal paragon. If we attack, it'll be a piece of cake. Hegemon Starfish expressed his approval. It's best if we attack from 3 directions and send out rulers to attract their attention. Then we can secretly attack Ditian. The success rate will be very high. Hegemon Taishian naturally wouldn't say anything at this time. Who wouldn't be tempted by this cultivation technique? They had been to many territories, but had never seen such a cultivation technique. They had been stuck at the 1-star ruler realm for a very long time. Perhaps they could use this cultivation technique to break through and become invincible rulers in the future. Let's discuss this properly. A month later, the alien armies attacked fiercely from 3 directions. In the past it was a small-scale battle, but this time it was a full-scale attack. All the alien immortals attacked, putting great pressure on the border. At the same time, the alien rulers also attacked. 3 alien rulers. Every single one of the alien hegemons wielded a hegemon weapon and wore hegemon battle robes as they led their troops forward. The imperial dynasty sent out 6 hegemons, 2 in each direction, and only then did they manage to fight to a standstill. The emperor dynasty was under great pressure. It wouldn't be good for the emperor dynasty if they were attacked from any direction. The only thing they didn't understand was that the great metropolis world didn't move. It seemed like they didn't choose to attack from this direction. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Hegemon Skyend and the others probably fell for it. Not too far away from the great metropolis world, the 3 alien rulers personally came to capture Ditian. For the sake of a godly cultivation technique, they didn't care if they bullied the weak. After all, they were fugitives to begin with. So long as they got what they wanted, victory would be theirs. The 3 of them snuck into the great metropolis world. It seems we were too cautious. Hegemen Skyburn laughed. Aside from Hegemen Mingshan, there are no other rulers here, and Dition is in the Invincible Palace. At first, they were afraid of alerting the enemy. After entering the great metropolis world, they scanned the area with their Hegemen Divine Sense. There weren't many experts here, aside from Hegemen Mingshan, who had a certain level of combat power. Let's go straight to the Invincible Palace. The three of them shot through the void and appeared outside the Invincible Palace. They wanted to capture Dition and use soul-scouring arts to find out what they wanted. Let's go in. The three rulers descended upon the Invincible Palace, and three terrifying auras pressed down upon it. No one's here. They scanned the area with their Hegemen Divine Sense, but didn't find Dition. This startled them. Dition wasn't in the Invincible Palace? This wasn't good news. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Boom! 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 Explosion, and the others charged out first. The Invincible Palace dares to come here? How dare you? Throwing caution to the wind, Explosion and the others attacked first. Courting death. They had come to find Dition, so they naturally didn't care about the others. Hegemen Taishian let out a cold laugh. He raised his right hand, which transformed into a long saber. He slashed downwards, wanting to kill the enemy general. Boom! Light rose from Explosion's body as a Hegemen battle robe appeared, blocking Tieshuan's attack. It's actually a low-grade Hegemen battle robe. Hegemen Taishian wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. His pseudo-Hegemen subordinates all had immortal sovereign battle robes. Chapter 1510. A low-grade ruler's battle armor was worth a fortune. Ruler Iron Profound immediately stared at him. A pseudo-ruler from a backwater region was actually wearing this kind of equipment. Wasn't this clearly telling them that he was extremely rich? Snatch it. He had to snatch it. It was at this point that the three hegemons noticed that the 12 generals were all wearing low-grade hegemonic battle robes. Once again, their eyes lit up. I'm rich. A great metropolis world actually had such equipment. Even their pseudo-rulers didn't have such good equipment. Even if you want to snatch it, you'll have to see if you have the ability to. The extermination battle general laughed coldly. With a flip of his hands, a pair of boxing gloves appeared, and 2 punches of light shot out. Against a sovereign of a 1-star outsider, the extermination battle general was completely unaffected. Just like that, he charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 generals all had the power of a pseudo-ruler, the peak of an immortal venerable. Once they got close, they would engage in close-quarters combat. It just so happened that the 4 battle generals surrounded one person and attacked from all 4 directions at the same time. The outsider sovereign was truly powerful. With a wave of his hand, he was able to deflect their attacks, but he was still unable to withstand their attacks. The outsider hegemons were unable to kill them immediately. Seal. It wasn't that Hegemen Iron Profound hadn't killed pseudo-hegemons before, but today's pseudo-hegemon was particularly difficult to deal with. His defenses were monstrous, and there was no way to break through his defenses in a short period of time. This was not what they wanted to see. Without any hesitation, he used the Sovereign Lord's immortal talisman. Hua! A white light spread out. The sky above the Invincible Palace turned into a world of ice and snow. The 12 generals were instantly frozen. Arrest him. The 12 generals were especially difficult to deal with. The 3 outsider sovereigns were afraid that Dition would escape, and so they could only use their sovereign immortal talismans to capture him as soon as possible. The Sovereign Lord's immortal talisman was terrifying. The 12 generals were temporarily sealed, but with the Sovereign Lord's defenses, they wouldn't be killed anytime soon. Outsiders sneak attack. In a corner of the great metropolis heaven, Hegemon Bright Mountain led his men to stand guard here. As soon as the 3 terrifying auras appeared, Xiao Chun immediately realized what was going on. He was just about to go over to take a look when he saw the 12 generals fighting against the 3 1-star sovereigns. They don't want to live anymore. Do they really think that a pseudo-ruler can fight against a ruler? Hegemon Bright Mountain had given the order, but in his heart, he still looked down on them. In fact, he was jealous and envious. When the 12 generals gained a set of armor, Hegemon Bright Mountain almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. This was the Hegemon's armor. No wonder they dared to attack. Pseudo-dominator rank wearing low-quality dominator battle armor. This treatment, this equipment. The sovereign of the famed mountains glanced at himself and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. There was no way to compete. As soon as the terrifying sovereign immortal talisman was unleashed, even the sovereigns of the famed mountains felt a sense of pressure. This sort of single-use item was actually being used at a time like this. They wanted to end the battle quickly. Hejem and Mingshan realized what they were thinking. They wanted to capture Ditian and bring him back. This won't do. Without saying a single word, Hejem and Bright Mountain charged straight towards them. Even though the enemy had 3 hegemons, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge forward. If he could tie down one of them, he would at least be able to thank Hejem and Bright Mountain. If he had looked down on her before, this meant that Hejem and Mingshan was now interested in befriending Ditian. What if the other party was happy and gave him a ruler's battle armor? When he saw the supreme-grade immortal paragon battle robes on his body, Hejem and Mingshan felt as though he was a country bumpkin. Compared to Emperor Tian's subordinates, the difference was vast. There was no way for him to compare at all. Boom, the 3 outsider hegemons charged over. At this moment, a terrifying aura rushed out of the invincible palace. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." A faint voice echoed in the sky with a hint of disdain. Hua Jingguang flew out from beneath the invincible palace, transforming into a golden river that swept towards them. Child's play. A black saber appeared in the starfish hegemon's hand, and he slashed at the golden river, preparing to chop it apart and break the enemy's attack. As long as Ditian was here, everything would be fine. A mere attack would be a piece of cake. The saber light flashed, striking the river like a rock sinking into the ocean. The river grew closer and closer. Hua hua hua. The starfish hegemon did not believe it. He struck out 100 times in a row. The river remained motionless. Not good. Quick run. Hegemon Ironbright cursed to himself. He retreated, but a wave came crashing down on the river. A rainbow-colored fist landed on the river, evaporating all the water in the sky. The river did not change at all. The river swept over horizontally. The 3 hegemons used all their techniques, but were unable to break through the river. Finally, a hint of terror appeared on their faces. Ditian had yet to show himself, but a single attack from a single treasure was enough to give them a headache. This made them feel fear. What other treasures did Ditian have? Hua! The river swept over, wrapping around them. The 3 hegemons were all dodging, but their speed was far inferior to Chang Changha's. The 3 outsider hegemons were tightly bound, and the river's true form was revealed. It was a golden chain. Middle-grade hegemon treasure. The 3 outsider hegemons' hearts sank when they saw this. No wonder they couldn't break through this treasure. It was actually of this grade. The 3 outsider hegemons' hearts sank. No matter how much they thought about it, they had never expected that Ditian would not be as easy to deal with as they had imagined. This fellow had truly hidden himself well. Hua! The person below controlled the golden chain, and just like that, the 3 outsider hegemons landed within the invincible palace. Crack crack crack. Another streak of sword chi flew out, shattering all the ice in the sky. The 12 generals broke out of the seal, but their faces were pale. It seemed that their injuries were not serious. It's over just like that. Hegemon Mingshan, who had been preparing to express his gratitude, shivered. It had stopped. The 3 outsider hegemons were defeated just like that? Hegemon Mingshan truly could not accept this result. Those were 3 one-star hegemons, not 3 pseudo-hegemons. Who had attacked? Could it be Ditian? For it to be able to trap 3 one-star hegemons meant that it had to be a mid-grade hegemon treasure, right? When Hegemon Mingshan thought of this, he didn't dare to think any further. Everyone had believed that Ditian had a trump card. But who would have thought that it was even more terrifying than they had imagined? What if he attacked Hegemon Skyend and the others? Hegemon Mingshan once more shivered. This was a major event. Hegemon Mingshan couldn't sit still any longer. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that this was real. 3 outsider hegemons had been captured, just like that, and they had fallen into Ditian's hands. Hegemon Mingshan wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, then turned and left. He didn't dare to go to the invincible palace. By now, the invincible palace was like a tiger's den. He, as a one-star hegemon, wouldn't be enough to deal with them. Hegemon Mingshan secretly rejoiced that he hadn't made trouble for Ditian earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to notify his lord as soon as possible. The three of you have come to visit in the middle of the night. Chapter 15:11. The three sovereigns had never thought they would lose so miserably. Ditian hadn't even moved, and they had already lost. Using a mid-grade sovereign realm treasure was simply bullying. They knew the value of a mid-grade sovereign treasure, especially a binding treasure like this. Its price was terrifying, and even ordinary sovereigns couldn't buy it. Looking at themselves was the best proof. The wealth they had accumulated from plundering cities was far less than a mid-grade sovereign treasure. This was what it meant to be infuriated by comparison. This was the first time the three sovereigns had seen Ditian. A very young guy. Ditian, we admit defeat. Sovereign Taishan had to admit that he had lost, and that he had no chance of turning the tables. From the seal on his power, Sovereign Taishan knew that Ditian was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Who would have known that in such a backward world, there would be such a well-hidden guy? Ditian had probably been waiting for them. Ridiculous. They had treated him like a fish on the chopping block, doing whatever they wanted. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Ever since they had been ambushed, Lin Fei had been using the system's scanning function. He used it every day. Although it cost him points, it wasn't too much. As long as a powerful force appeared within range, Lin Fei would be the first to know. The three sovereigns seemed to have hidden well, but in reality, everything was under Lin Fei's control. The moment they entered the great metropolis Heaven, the result was already decided. Ditian, you're just relying on your powerful treasure. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Sovereign Starfish was unwilling to lose. If he had a chance, he would definitely be able to defeat Ditian. Lin Fei shook his head. You don't have the right. Rumble, an even more terrifying aura pressed down on them. Sovereign Starfish felt like he was in a vast ocean. Wave after wave came crashing down, trying to drown him. Fear appeared in his eyes again. Two-star Sovereign Realm. Sovereign Starfish felt like he had been slapped in the face. He had thought he was awesome, but Ditian was even more awesome, reaching the two-star Sovereign Realm without anyone noticing. One-on-one. He really didn't have the right. Ditian's realm was high, and he had a mid-grade sovereign treasure. He was like a giant. No matter what they did, the result would be the same. Good eye. Lin Fei wasn't interested in dealing with one-star sovereigns. One treasure was enough. Lord Ditian, as long as you don't kill us, we're willing to use our entire wealth to redeem ourselves. Hegemon Scorching Heaven had no choice but to lower his head. Lost. It was a complete defeat. What shocked them even more was that Ditian had only cultivated for a short period of time, but his future achievements were limitless. Even if I kill you, all of your assets will still be mine. Lin Fei laughed. The three sovereign lords were rendered speechless. That's right, all of their belongings were on them. If a two-star sovereign wanted to kill them, even 100 of them wouldn't be a match for the sovereign. Moreover, their belongings wouldn't even belong to the sovereign. Lin Fei retracted his aura. Why did you attack the myriad worlds? That's because there aren't many experts in the myriad worlds. Even if there were, we've brought a total of 6 sovereigns with us this time. No matter how weak we are, we'll still be able to bite off a chunk of meat. Hegemon Taishan was a fugitive, so he naturally wouldn't try to fight to the death. That would be an idiotic thing to do. His priority was to survive. Their thinking was very simple. Are there many people like you in the endless territories? Lin Fei asked again. As long as Ditian didn't kill them, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Many, countless, as many as the hairs on a cow. Lin Fei asked a few more questions, all of which were related to their line of work. An hour later, Lin Fei understood everything and gained a better understanding of their line of work. Come in explosive extermination. Lin Fei called explosive extermination in. An hour later, explosive extermination had completely expelled the cold energy from his body, and his injuries had mostly healed. Master. Explosive extermination hadn't even looked at them once since he entered. The 3 sovereign lords' hearts were in their throats. This was a matter of life and death. and the results were about to be revealed. How could they not be anxious? There was no such thing as medicine for regret in this world. If they could, they definitely wouldn't dare to have any designs on Dition. He was a 2-star sovereign, so he wasn't someone they could scheme against. Explosive extermination. I have a mission for you. I believe it'll be very suitable for you. Lin Fei said. If the 3 of you don't want to die, then swear to become Explosive Extermination's followers and follow him around from now on. Otherwise, you can die right now. I'm willing. I'm willing. The 3 sovereign lords said without hesitation. Nobody was willing to die. Right now, becoming a follower meant that they wouldn't have to die. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. Although they couldn't become Dition's followers, as long as they were united around him, it didn't matter who they followed. This was the best news they had heard so far. The 3 sovereign lords swore their oaths to become Explosive Extermination's followers. Their lives were now in Explosive Extermination's hands. Although the 3 of them felt bitter, there was nothing they could do. Explosive Extermination, take them and sneak into the outsider's territory. Capture the remaining 3 sovereigns and make them follow you. Lin Fei put away the single origin gold chain. I'll teach you how to use it. Go capture them. Understood. Half a day later, Explosive Extermination returned. 3 sovereign lords were by his side. They were Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others. Master, I've already captured them according to your orders and forced them to become your followers. Explosive Extermination reported. With Hegemon Blazing Sky as his spy, Explosive Extermination took out his golden chain and captured them. He made them his followers and ordered them to continue attacking without pause. Once the 3 sovereign lords were captured, Explosive Extermination hurriedly returned to report the situation. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others didn't know what was going on. They didn't dare to say anything. You did very well. Lin Fei was very satisfied. They didn't suspect anything, did they? Not at all. When the time comes, send orders to them to attack for another day and then finish. Lin Fei said. And then take the remaining generals, Hegemon Blazing Sky, and the others and head to the other territories. Leave this place. Our mission? Your mission is very simple. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. I want you to capture sovereigns for me. I don't care if they're independent sovereigns or clan sovereigns. I only want sovereigns and I want them alive. The more the better. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others had heard arrogant words before, but they had never heard anything as arrogant as this. He actually wanted to capture sovereigns. This was the first time they had heard of a mission like this. In the past, Hegemon Blazing Sky definitely would have sneered and mocked him, but now that he was a follower, he didn't dare say anything. I'll give you the 1 origin gold chain. Lin Fei said. With this you'll have a much easier time. Moreover, you can expand your team, and everything will be under your control. Extermination licked his lips, revealing a fierce glint. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely do a good job. Lin Fei believed that Extermination wouldn't disappoint him. He looked at Hegemon Blazing Sky and said, The 3 of you cooperate well with Extermination. If you do well, it won't be difficult for you to become a 2-star sovereign or even a 3-star sovereign. Lin Fei was very good at promising benefits. They had ambushed him for the sake of cultivation techniques. Indeed, when the 3 heard this, they all revealed looks of joy. They had raided and pillaged for a different goal, and that was to increase their strength. As long as they increased their strength, they would be able to get whatever they wanted. We'll definitely cooperate well, Master. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others said in unison. The few leaders we know are all 1-star sovereigns. I think we can start from there. After promising benefits, they immediately became motivated. They began plotting against their peers. Lin Fei didn't ask about this matter. He wanted results. Extermination. When your strength increases, and you see the Gu family's caravan, destroy it for me. Lin Fei added. The Gu family has offended Master. I'll definitely take care of them for Master. In order to increase Extermination's combat strength, Lin Fei handed the 1 origin gold chain to Extermination. At the same time, he took out the low-grade Sovereign Destruction Cannon and handed it to Extermination. This was a good item for sneak attacks. Even if they weren't killed, just heavily injuring them would be enough. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others didn't resist anymore. Perhaps following a master like this wasn't a bad thing. They had only heard of such an all-out attack weapon, but had never seen one. They didn't expect to have one now. News of the 3 outsider sovereigns landing in the Invincible Palace spread. Outsiders didn't know, except for Hegemon Mingshan. The outsider sovereigns outside, after attacking ferociously for a day, retreated from the myriad heavens. No one knew what had happened during this period of time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when the outsider sovereigns retreated. The outsider immortals were all fugitives, and they fought bravely. Many immortals died in the myriad heavens as they attacked. Now that they had left, the dark cloud hanging over everyone's head had finally disappeared completely. The damnable outsider sovereigns had finally left. The Emperor dynasty heaved a sigh of relief as well. At the same time, they arranged for people to follow them from behind. Only when they left the myriad heavens and entered the endless universe did they confirm that the outsider sovereigns had truly left. Now they could rest easy. After the outsider army retreated, Extermination and the other generals announced that they were going into seclusion, but secretly snuck into the outsider army and headed for the endless territories. Before leaving, they took 100 million low-grade Saint Stones with them. I wonder what it'll be like to let such a ferocious tiger out. Lin Fei chuckled as he looked at the sky. Lin Fei was ecstatic for a good while because of this idea he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Extermination and the others were most suited to be marauders. Killing a sovereign might be difficult, but capturing a sovereign was a piece of cake if they were prepared for it. As for the immortal sovereigns below the sovereigns, Lin Fei wasn't very interested. As for the sovereigns who had been captured, they could only blame their bad luck for running into him. No one could be blamed for that. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If I don't kill you, you'll come and kill me sooner or later. Chapter 15:12. The alien army had left just like that. This was a happy outcome but also a surprising one. Why had the alien hegemon suddenly led his people away? This wasn't their style. They should have at least tried to plunder and plunder. No one was clear about the reason behind it. They couldn't figure out what was going on. But someone did. One night in the Invincible Palace, Hegemon Skyen stealthily appeared in the great metropolis world. Can it be that Detion's backer really is behind this? If it is, I have to recruit him. Hegemon Skyen mused to himself. Fellow Taoist Bright Mountain isn't likely to lie to me. A second later, Hegemon Skyen descended upon Hegemon Bright Mountain's headquarters. Bright Mountain. Hegemon Bright Mountain had been restraining his immortal army recently, not allowing them to leave. He was afraid that news would spread. Right now, he was strictly guarding against any leaks. You finally came. If you hadn't come, I would have gone over. Hegemon Bright Mountain let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Hegemon Skyen arrive. At least no one had beaten him to the punch. Although he controlled his army, he had quite a few spies as well. Hegemon Bright Mountain didn't believe that others wouldn't know about what had happened that night. Fortunately, Hegemon Skyen had come. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. Hegemon Bright Mountain shook his head. But I need to pay more attention to Detion's matter. Hegemon Bright Mountain drove them out, then set down layers of restrictive spells. He knew that what Hegemon Skyen wanted to know the most was what had happened that night. This is what happened. Hegemon Bright Mountain repeated what had happened that night, including every single detail. You said that those 3 hegemons never came out after entering the Invincible Palace? Hegemon Skyen knew exactly how powerful they were. They really haven't come out. Hegemon Bright Mountain nodded. After they entered, the 12 generals attacked, all of them wearing hegemon battle robes. Afterwards, someone from the Invincible Palace seemed to take out a treasure, and the 3 hegemons vanished. Hegemon Skyen couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Hegemon Skyen knew that he wouldn't be able to make 3 one-star hegemons vanish at once. Given enough time, it wouldn't be a problem, but it would affect him. More importantly, Hegemon Skyen had heard about the hegemon battle robes. Everyone had one? What kind of joke was this? Where did Detion's wealth come from? It wasn't easy for him to get his hands on a ruler's battle armor. In that case, Detion has concealed himself extremely deeply. The Skyen hegemon said. Perhaps the departure of the alien army really does have something to do with Tian. What do you think we should do to him? Hegemen Bright Mountain was filled with dread towards Tian. This was someone he couldn't afford to offend. It's best to rope them in. Hegemen Bright Mountain said. Soon, the Divine General Deus will appear. We need to think about how we can get the most out of it. We can't just let Windrain and the others take everything for themselves. The Divine General platform blasted destruction and the other champions left. The defense of Invincible Palace was handed over to Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable and a dozen other Immortal Venerables. They were all peak mid-stage Immortal Sovereigns. Coupled with the Sovereign Battle Armor, even Pseudo-Sovereigns would not be able to break through their defenses. And so the Skyend Hegemon had arrived. And it was done very quietly. Avoiding Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing's divine sense, Sovereign Skyend quietly entered. Tonight was a private matter, and he wasn't willing to bring it to the surface. Fellow Taoist Tianju, you're barging into my invincible palace in the middle of the night. That's not what a gentleman would do. A chuckling voice came from a certain direction and entered the ears of the Sovereign of Skyend. I've been discovered. The Sovereign of Skyend was secretly shocked. He had underestimated Tian's abilities. The Sovereign of Skyend had obtained this concealment ruler movement technique by chance in the past. With this movement technique, even 3- or 4-star sovereigns wouldn't be able to see his movements. The Sovereign of Skyend was very proud of this, but he didn't expect to be exposed tonight. The Sovereign of Skyend was thick-skinned. He withdrew his movement technique and swaggered in a certain direction. Finally, he appeared in a garden. Not far away, a person was sitting under a pavilion. Fellow Taoist Tian, it seems you're in a good mood. The Sovereign of Skyend appeared. Lin Fei secretly despised the Sovereign of Skyend. As a sovereign, he still had to act so sneakily. He had to admit that the Sovereign of Skyend's movement technique was not bad. Isn't there an esteemed guest visiting? As the host, I have to entertain him no matter what. Otherwise, people will say that I'm a bad host. Lin Fei drank a cup of immortal wine. The Sovereign of Skyend also sat down. Good wine. If you like it, you can take some with you later. Lin Fei said casually. This immortal wine came from the Maluo Dominion. Thank you very much. Lin Fei said some meaningless words unhurriedly, appearing very indifferent. The Sovereign of Skyend was originally prepared to test him, but in the face of Tian, there was no reaction. He knew that Tian wasn't easy to deal with. I heard that the alien sovereigns left with Taoist Tian's help. I thank you on behalf of everyone in the Emperor Dynasty. If not for you, who knows how many immortals in the Emperor Dynasty would have died. This is what I should do. The Sovereign of Skyend had seen proud people, but he had never seen someone as low-key as Tian. Too low-key. The Sovereign of Skyend could not see any pride in the other party. I wonder what Taoist Tian thinks about the Divine General platform in a few decades. The Sovereign of Skyend felt that he couldn't waste his breath, so he got to the point. If it was 10 years ago, Lin Fei wouldn't know much about the Divine General platform and would be confused. But after the trip to the Maluo Dominion, Lin Fei knew the importance of the Divine General platform. This was a gathering of sovereigns. Only sovereigns were qualified to participate. It was a place filled with countless treasures, and it was rumored to be a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. This was one of the reasons why the myriad realms wanted to establish the Emperor Dynasty. After all, not all sovereigns could participate in the Divine General platform. The Emperor Dynasty was one of the criteria. This is a gathering of sovereigns. Lin Fei didn't say much. The Sovereign of Skyend was a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. In my opinion, the Divine General platform is filled with danger. Countless sovereigns perish each time. Undying sovereigns can either rapidly break through or greatly increase their strength. However, they need to be able to protect themselves. If I may be so bold as to ask, is your master interested in participating? That was his goal, wasn't it? From the moment the Sovereign of Skyend arrived, Lin Fei knew that he wouldn't come in person for no reason. I don't know about that, Lin Fei said vaguely. I won't ask about such things. My master has quite a temper. The Sovereign of Skyend had run into a cold snag. After learning a bit about the situation from Hegemon Mingshan, He was prepared to work with Dition's backer and enter the divine general platform together. There's no rush, the sovereign of Skyen said. He believed that Dition would definitely understand what he meant. By the way, Taoist Dition has contributed greatly to the fight against the alien races. Our emperor dynasty won't forget this. This is a small token of my appreciation. In order to rope in Dition, the sovereign of Skyen didn't come empty-handed. He brought some celestial sovereign treasures. Among them was a low-grade sovereign battle suit and 10 million low-grade saint stones. Chapter 15:13. Ruler Skyen didn't sit for long before he left. He had been looked down upon. When he left, Ruler Skyen saw the look in his eyes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The imperial dynasty's saint had come to give him some treasures, but he had been looked down upon. This made the Skyen hegemon feel extremely displeased. Although he was unhappy, he didn't have the mood to attack. Dition's backer was extraordinary. The alien ruler was dealt with just like that. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to handle him. Ruler Skyen was relieved that Dition had accepted the gift. After all, he had dealt with quite a bit of trouble this time. He had been planning to personally fight. How poor! Lin Fei did look down on Ruler Skyen. As for what he was thinking, he didn't want to know and he didn't need to know. 20 celestial paragon treasures, a ruler battle robe and saint stones. This personal gift wasn't light. In the universe, just a ruler battle robe would cause a massacre. But in Lin Fei's eyes, these things weren't worth it at all. They were too shabby. Just the ruler immortal talismans in Lin Fei's storage ring could be exchanged for low-grade ruler battle robes. Lin Fei didn't doubt that if he really attacked Ruler Skyen, he could kill him with a ruler immortal talisman. This was the benefit of being rich. Don't say that he was bullying others with money. A few decades of divine general platform. I really look forward to it. My invincibility points. Ever since Ruler Skyen left, news of the alien ruler's night attack spread among the upper echelons. After all, the commotion that day wasn't small, and it couldn't be hidden at all. If it wasn't for Ruler Mingshan, the upper echelons would have known long ago. As soon as Hegemon Skyen left, Hegemon Bright Mountain led the Imperial Army back to the Imperial capital. This news quickly spread. Ruler Windrain, Ruler Boundless, and even Ruler Extermination all cursed Ruler Skyen for being shameless. He must have gone to contact Dition, and the two might have negotiated some kind of cooperation. A few days later, Ruler Windrain came, and after exchanging greetings, he left some treasures. Ruler Boundless of the Celestial Sex also came, and also gave a gift. He probed but found nothing. Only Ruler Extermination didn't come. Their immortal court still had some foundation, so they naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even a ruler had come to visit. The nearby mid-level worlds were all scared *+. The outsider ruler had never returned. With such a powerful neighbor, what if he did something to them? As a result, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages in front of the great metropolis. The invincible palace accepted the gifts that were delivered to their doorstep without hesitation. After all, it was something that they should give out. Otherwise, they would really think that the invincible palace was a vegetarian. After being busy for a while, Lin Fei once again immersed himself in leveling up. If he wanted to kill a ruler on the divine general platform, he would have to raise his strength to the next level. No matter what, he had to be a 3-star ruler. Every day, Lin Fei killed monsters and leveled up. The monsters he killed were not immortal beasts but demon warriors. This also gave Lin Fei a large amount of demon blood essence. As long as his body could withstand it, it would be a shortcut for him to quickly break through. Currently, the Abyss Devil blood essence was too tyrannical. Apart from Hairball and the 12 generals, no one else could easily refine and absorb it. Ding, killed demon warrior. Ding, killed demon warrior. Ding, killed demon warrior. In the demon space. On the blood-red plains, there were densely packed demon warriors. Lin Fei held a low-grade ruler in his hand and chopped off the head of a demon warrior. The low-grade ruler weapon in his hand turned into pieces. A low-grade ruler weapon was destroyed. Without some capital, it would be difficult to level up. Lin Fei shook his head. Another low-grade ruler weapon appeared in his hand. It was a large axe. This was not the first time he destroyed a low-grade ruler weapon. Demon warriors had high defense and high health. It was not easy for Lin Fei to kill them. Ding killed demon warriors. Successfully reached 10 million. Ding killed 10 million demon warriors. Obtained demon metal. The system suddenly sent a notification. Lin Fei opened his virtual bag and saw a demon medal. It was filled with demon aura. Demon metal 1 star. It can release pure demon aura. At the same time, it has a critical hit effect. Can also release a holy strike. It is a good equipment for killing people. It's a critical hit equipment. Ever since he leveled up, none of the equipment that Lin Fei had obtained had a critical hit effect. Lin Fei was overjoyed to obtain a demon medal, especially since it had the holy strike effect. This was an instant kill. Even though the efficiency of appearing was very low, once it appeared, it would be a peerless instant kill. Lin Fei looked at the demon medal and found that the critical hit bonus was not high. It was only a 10% critical hit, which was equivalent to a 10% critical hit. This made him very satisfied. Let's try it out first. Lin Fei raised his large axe and charged forward. The large axe slashed over and suddenly exploded with a critical hit, heavily injuring the demon warrior. Within a few breaths, the demon warrior was killed. Lin Fei looked at it. Basically, 10 attacks would produce a critical hit effect. As for the holy strike, it was temporarily unavailable. There's this. Lin Fei quickly found something delightful. He did not know how to trigger the holy strike, but he found the time. On the first page of the attributes, he saw the holy strike. It was something like a blood bar filled with flames. However, only a small part of it was burning. Lin Fei was not an idiot. He immediately knew that as long as the flames filled this health bar, he would be able to use the holy strike. This was undoubtedly good news. This made Lin Fei happy for the entire day. Apart from this, Lin Fei also saw a demon warrior killing quest. After killing 50 million demon warriors, he would receive a 2-star demon medal, which would increase his critical hit power. Lin Fei was immediately filled with motivation. He liked this quest so much that he immediately accepted the demon warrior killing quest. 30 years after the Outsiders' army left, Lin Fei killed the demon warriors and advanced from a 2-star ruler to a 3-star ruler. At this time, Lin Fei was already a peak low-level ruler. 70 years after the Outsiders' army left, Lin Fei advanced from a 3-star ruler to a 4-star ruler, entering the ranks of mid-level rulers. To advance to a 4-star ruler in less than 100 years, Lin Fei's speed was extraordinarily fast. There was probably no one else like him in the entire universe. During this time, the Immortal Lyceum's young Lord Fan did not appear. Lin Fei really wanted to kill this fellow with divinity and obtain his divinity. Unfortunately, that fellow did not appear. This was not the first time Lin Fei sneaked into the Immortal Lyceum. This was after becoming a 4-star ruler and paying a certain price. He could easily sneak into the Immortal Lyceum. Young Lord Fan did not discover him. Lin Fei also discovered that Paragon Su Feng had disappeared without a trace. Clearly, her background was not simple. Lin Fei still had some gains. He knew that the Immortal Lyceum had a peak 3-star ruler. This was a very old sovereign who didn't seem to have much lifespan left. Lin Fei didn't take a closer look. The Immortal Court was a supreme treasure, and it was filled with layers of restrictive spells. Lin Fei didn't dare to act rashly. Apart from the peak 3-star ruler, the Immortal Lyceum actually had 3 other rulers. Excluding the Destruction ruler, they were all 1-star rulers. From the looks of it, they had not advanced for long. This was already a very strong force. 100 years had passed since the alien army had left. There were only 10 years left until the Divine General Deus. The high-level rulers were in an uproar. This was a grand event of the Endless Territories, a truly grand event. All the peerless ruler geniuses would appear on the Divine General Deus to compete. Only rulers knew of this secret. Not even paragons were qualified to know. 100 years ago, Lin Fei received an invitation from the Emperor Dynasty. It was from the Sky End ruler himself. The Divine Guard of the Divine General Deus is about to arrive. Lin Fei frowned as he read the invitation. The Divine Guard knew about this. They were the golems of the Divine General Deus. Every single one of them was terrifyingly strong. Killing rulers was as easy as drinking water. They had great authority, and there was a rumor that if one offended the Divine Guard, they would die in vain. This information had naturally been gathered from the Maluo weave. As long as they were willing to pay the price, and with the 10,000 rulers sucking up to him, this information was easily obtained. Lin Fei naturally knew about the Divine Guard. Lin Fei had already taken care of matters at home. In 100 years, immortal sovereign All-Evil had broken through to the peak of the immortal sovereign realm. He was now a pseudo-ruler, able to fight against one-star rulers. This meant that the great metropolis realm now had 8 pseudo-rulers. In terms of speed, they were much slower. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He also left behind some rulers' immortal talismans, which could be used at critical moments. After handing the matter over to them, Lin Fei took Hairball with him and headed towards the Emperor Dynasty. 100 years. Lin Fei had never been to the Emperor Dynasty before. He had no interest in the Emperor Dynasty at all. He would rather stay in his own invincible palace. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or to cry as he watched Hairball eat non-stop. She was eating fiend blood essence. Apart from the portion he prepared for Annihilation and the others, the rest was for Hairball. Hairball's aura of violence was growing stronger and stronger. A single glance from her was enough to scare a 1-star ruler to death. Hairball's combat prowess was roughly that of a 3-star ruler. This was also the reason why Lin Fei brought Hairball along. When he killed a ruler, Hairball would be the best helper to destroy the corpses and evidence. Lin Fei stepped into the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Immediately, an immortal sovereign came to welcome him. This time he didn't make things difficult for him like before. Who would have the courage to do so? The Holy Venerables are all in the main hall. Please follow me, the person said carefully. Even though Lin Fei hadn't shown himself in 100 years, everyone knew that there were terrifying existences in the great metropolis realm. Especially just now, this immortal sovereign had sensed the aura of a ruler from Lin Fei. He had become a ruler. This was the immortal sovereign's greatest thought. How long had it been? Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Lin Fei was let in by the immortal sovereign. There were quite a few people standing in the Holy Palace, and all of them were sovereigns, all of whom were looking over. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a ruler before? Rumble. Chapter 15:14. When it was time to show his strength, he should show it. When Lin Fei stepped in, the gazes of the rulers present made Lin Fei very unhappy. Lin Fei was well aware of the reason why they were looking at him. The strength of the great metropolis world was beyond their imagination. This made the 10 great immortal sects very uneasy, especially when the situation was unclear. As the representative of the outside world, Ditian undoubtedly made them very unhappy. When they saw Ditian coming to the Emperor Dynasty Sacred Hall, they did not hesitate. Their sharp gazes shot over, containing the pressure of a ruler. This was an open and above-board pressure. They wanted to embarrass Ditian in front of everyone. They didn't dare to do anything to Ditian's backer, but that didn't mean they would discuss Ditian and make themselves feel better. They could imagine that Ditian would not be able to withstand the pressure of a ruler. He would definitely embarrass himself. This was the common thought of everyone. There were all kinds of surprises in everything. Lin Fei directly erupted with the pressure of a ruler, shattering all the gazes of the rulers. They were caught off guard and their bodies trembled slightly. This was a genuine pressure. The expressions of the 4 holy venerables sitting at the highest places changed drastically. Ditian had become a ruler. This speed was too fast. Ruler Tianju's face looked expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. This result was really beyond his expectations. Ditian had become a ruler. Fortunately, I personally went to the Invincible Palace last time. I didn't expect Ditian to become a ruler so quickly. It seems that Ditian came to the Divine General platform on behalf of that person. Ruler Tianju immediately understood. Although Ditian seemed to have become a ruler not long ago, Ruler Tianju didn't dare to underestimate him. Who knew what trump cards he had? At least Ruler Tianju couldn't break through in such a short period of time. Now that Ditian had become a ruler, he was on the same level as him. Ruler Tianju looked at the nearby ruler of destruction with a smug look in his eyes. Didn't the immortal court look down on Ditian? Now he had become a ruler. Taoist Ditian, you are indeed a genius. You became a ruler so quickly. Ruler Windrain said with a smile. The rulers of the 10 great immortal sects below all sucked in a cold breath. They had wanted to show Dition their strength, telling him that this was not a place where immortal sovereigns could appear. However, who would have thought that Dition was an overlord? That was a huge slap to their faces. More importantly, they sensed danger from this pressure. A very dangerous aura. This was the sharp reaction of a hegemon. When hegemon Windrain spoke out, none of the other hegemons dared to do anything else. They had to give him face. Amongst the 3 hegemons, the infinite hegemon secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his relationship with Dition wasn't too strained. No matter what, Dition wouldn't bear a grudge against the immortal sections. If there were any grudges between them. Now that Dition had become a hegemon, the boundless hegemon had let go of everything else. Dition was improving too quickly. 100 years ago, he had been an immortal paragon. 100 years later, he had become a sovereign. Given his cultivation speed, they didn't dare to offend him. Dition had a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Apart from this, they couldn't think of any other way to raise a ruler in such a short period of time. It was just that at this moment, the sovereign of extermination had an unsightly expression on his face. The sovereign of the immortal court included as well. They had never imagined that Dition would become a sovereign. This result was hard to accept. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed Dition back then. The extermination hegemon mused to himself. Young Lord Fan gave me 10 years. I should have killed Dition back then. In a mere 100 years, he has become a ruler. He really is a heaven-defying fellow. However, young Lord Fan is also a ruler now. If Dition encounters young Lord Fan, he will definitely die. When he thought of this, the extermination hegemon felt much better. The extermination hegemon had never been able to see through young Lord Fan's combat power. I'll let you be smug for now. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Lin Fei chose to ignore everyone's envy and jealousy. Did they really think he was that easy to bully? He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed as he looked at the few hegemons in the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. The combat power of the myriad realms was truly weak. For example, there were 10+ hegemons standing in the Holy Palace. This was already the strongest combat power of the myriad realms. Lin Fei basically didn't recognize any of the hegemons present. Some of them had begun to weaken, and were no longer as powerful as they had been in the past. If they didn't break through to the next level, they would probably die in a million years. Young Lord Fan isn't here. Lin Fei looked around but didn't see young Lord Fan. As everyone knows, the Divine General Dais is about to open. We are all hegemons of the Emperor Dynasty. For the sake of the Emperor Dynasty's strength, I hope we can cooperate on this trip to the Divine General Dais. The Skyend hegemon stood up and said loudly. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to him, and he believed that the hegemons present were the same. The Divine General Dais had hegemon shards. As long as one collected them and refined them, they would be able to break through to the hegemon level. There were also some treasures for breaking through to the hegemon level. This was an important goal for hegemons. If one was lucky, they might enter as a 1-star hegemon and come out as a 5-star hegemon, or even a 6-star hegemon. This kind of situation had happened before. The first meeting between hegemons wasn't anything grand. By the time it was over, quite a few hegemons had already come up to greet Lin Fei and get to know him. In the past, they might not have been qualified to greet him, but now that he was a hegemon, they were. Everyone knew that Dition had risen to prominence in the imperial dynasty. Previously, he had been an immortal paragon, but now that he was a hegemon, his power was perhaps even more terrifying. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend, and they might even need him to take care of them on the Divine General Dais. Right now, everyone considered Dition to be one of the hegemons they couldn't afford to offend. Who knew how much Dition's power would grow in 100 years? For the sake of becoming a hegemon, they had worked hard for several chaos years or even dozens of chaos years, but none of them were as freakish as Dition. Lin Fei spent the night in one of the side halls of the Holy Palace. The next morning, the hegemons were seated in groups of 2 or 3. In the air above the Holy Palace, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. As soon as this aura appeared, the entire Holy Palace was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The hegemons' expressions changed. A black warship emerged from the void. a domineering divine character emblazoned on the hull of the ship. This was a Realmverse warship. From the deck of the Realmverse warship, a sharp and domineering gaze shot down. When this gaze swept past the hegemons below, they felt as if they had been plunged into a bottomless abyss. We respectfully welcome the divine emissary. The Skyend hegemon and the other 3 hegemons flew out, steeling themselves to greet him. Chapter 15:15. What a powerful aura! Lin Fei couldn't help but look up. Back in the Malua weave, Lin Fei already knew that the divine guards were puppets and knew how powerful they were. Now that he saw them with his own eyes, he realized that they were far more powerful than ordinary rulers. 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star rulers could be instantly killed by them. Lin Fei dared to say that. From their bodies, Lin Fei sensed a powerful aura similar to his own. Their bodies should be very strong. Lin Fei wondered if he could break through their defenses with his current strength. Little fiend, help me scan them and see how strong they are. Lin Fei communicated with Little Fiend and didn't let her appear. These divine guards were mysterious, and he didn't want them to discover them. Scanning. Master, you have to be careful of them. Little Fiend transmitted. These puppets are very powerful. They are 6-star rulers, but their true combat strength is 7-star rulers. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. So strong. Lin Fei had already overestimated them even if they had 5-star rulers. The system scanned them, but they were 6-star rulers with combat strength comparable to 7-star rulers. Even Lin Fei was shocked by this combat strength. The important divine guards were puppets. I have to be careful on the divine general platform. Lin Fei felt that the divine general platform was even more mysterious. There were terrifying puppets here. You are the holy sages of the imperial dynasty? The black-armored puppet said calmly, his voice filled with irresistible majesty. Even though Sovereign Skyend and the others were powerful in the imperial dynasty, they couldn't even raise their heads in front of this black-armored puppet. They were suppressed by his terrifying might. Sovereign Skyend braced himself and said, "Milord, we are." At this moment they lowered their arrogant heads. They didn't doubt that if they showed the slightest disrespect, they would die at his hands. This feeling kept reminding them. This was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Take out your name list. Sovereign Skyend handed over the name list. The black-armored guard grabbed it and it landed in his hand. A total of 18 rulers. Come up if you hear the name. A ruler next to the black-armored guard began to register. The Skyend Sovereign Lord. Hegemon Windrain. One hegemon after another was called out. When their names were called, their faces lit up with joy. Then, they flew onto the warships and behaved themselves. Sovereign Dion. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief and flew onto the warship. The moment he boarded the warship, a pair of sharp eyes shot over, as if they wanted to see through everything on his body. Lin Fei was already prepared when he boarded, so he was not afraid of being discovered. This is your number plate. Insert your divine sense into it and keep it well. Go down. The ruler in charge of registration rudely tossed over a jade talisman. The material was warm and smooth, a high-grade talisman. According to the instructions, Lin Fei left a trace of his divine sense. The jade talisman lit up, and a portrait of Lin Fei was left on it. There were a few words below. Sovereign Dition of the Sacred Dynasty. This was equivalent to proof of identity. After the 18 hegemons completed their registration, all of them boarded the warships. Whoosh, the warship turned and entered the void, leaving the myriad heavens just like that. Within the territory warship, they were separated into different regions. The Sacred Dynasty was arranged to be in one region. In this region, apart from them, there were no outsiders. Everyone could sense that apart from them, there were other hegemons in the cabin, but they could not see each other for now. As for how long it would take for them to reach their destination, no one knew. After arranging their positions, everyone went to their rooms to cultivate. At their realm, they did not need to eat or drink. Their long lives were spent cultivating in seclusion. Lin Fei also went to his room to cultivate. Now that he was a 4-star sovereign, he needed time to level up in the demonic dimension. Lin Fei estimated that he still needed more than 100 years to reach the 5-star sovereign realm. A small realm in 100 years was already very fast. On this trip to the Divine General platform, Lin Fei wanted invincibility points in divinity. Subconsciously, Lin Fei felt that divinity was even more important than invincibility points. Inside the territory warship, every once in a while, the territory warship would appear in various worlds and take away a batch of hegemons before heading to the next world. The number of hegemons in these worlds varied. When there were few, there would be 7 or 8 hegemons. Their overall strength was even weaker than the myriad worlds. When there were many, there would be 30 or 40 hegemons. This process lasted for 50 years. More than 1,000 hegemons entered the territory warship. With this force, they could sweep through many territories. 100 years after leaving the myriad worlds, the territory warship emerged from the void and entered a mysterious space. It was a colorful world. Hua on the boundless ocean. A huge creature flipped over, revealing its 100 million-meter-long body. This body was just a drop in the ocean. A ruler immortal beast. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Other than Hairball, this was his first time seeing a ruler ferocious beast. Of course, those rank 1 demons did not count. This divine general platform is getting more and more interesting. As the territory warship entered, there were countless huge immortal beasts. To the hegemons on the warship, they were extremely shocked. Many of these hegemons were not weaker than them. If anyone were to suddenly barge in, these Dominator rank immortal beasts wouldn't even need to do anything. Just these Dominator rank immortal beasts would be able to tear them to pieces. 10 years later, the territory warship finally came to a stop. Everyone saw a city in the sky. The enormous territory warship looked very small when compared to it. It was obvious how big this city in the sky was. This is the eastern region. All of you will be staying here for now. The black armored guard's voice echoed in the warship. Killing is not prohibited here. As long as you have the strength, you can do anything here. You will have to stay here for 10 years. After 10 years, the eastern region's gates will open, so you must live well. After disembarking from the warship, you will be in the only safe place in the eastern region. As long as you don't leave this area, you will be safe. However, you will have to pay 1 million low-grade saint stones per day. If you don't want to die, you will need to have enough low-grade saint stones. The first time you come, you will have 1 day of free time. On the second day, if you don't have low-grade saint stones, you will be automatically transported to the outer region. Now disembark one by one and enjoy your life. Perhaps this will be something you will never forget. The black armored guard's icy tone caused everyone to reveal a trace of fear. The Divine General platform was even crueler than they had imagined. The Divine General platform had yet to open, but they had to stay here for 10 years without any regard for killing. One could imagine how complicated this place was. Perhaps when the Divine General platform opened, they would die here. The black armored guard gave the order. A few thousand rulers came out of the warship and appeared on the ground of Sky City. Lin Fei also appeared on Sky City. Looking around, he saw that he was surrounded by rulers. Fortunately, this place was very big. In the distance, stone houses appeared on the plaza. Some of the plaza's stone houses were red, while others were green. It was obvious that this place was for people to cultivate. 1 million low-grade saint stones per day was not something everyone could afford. Right now, they could only enjoy 1 day of free time. This place is too scary. Isn't going to die? I'm just a 1-star ruler. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Does anyone want to work together? The few thousand rulers were not fools. The danger here made them frown. Among them, a few rulers laughed and directly left the plaza. They passed through the plaza's light screen and entered the buildings outside. These were all people who believed that they were strong. Lin Fei saw that one of them was a 3-star ruler. He was wearing a ruler's battle armor. He rushed out just like that. Master, this is a good place. The little devil flew out and looked around. There are many powerful rulers outside. Didn't Master want to kill rulers? Outside is the best place. Lin Fei did have such an idea. He was now a 4-star ruler and not far from becoming a 5-star ruler. Using a 1-star ruler was like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He believed that he could obtain a lot of invincibility points in divinity. Moreover, after a few experiments, the higher the ruler rank, the more divinity. That's for sure. Let's rest for a day first. Tianjue and the others chose to stay in the plaza. It was too dangerous outside and they did not want to take the risk. The low-grade saint stones they had could still support them for a while. In a year, they would only get 300 million low-grade saint stones. They naturally did not have that many low-grade saint stones in their pockets. They could only take it one step at a time. The next day, many people chose to pay 1 million low-grade saint stones. The situation outside was unclear, so they did not dare to go out for now. But today there were many rulers outside the plaza. They were all one-star rulers. Our Iron Veins Hall is recruiting, regardless of cultivation level. Misty Cloud Gang is recruiting people to collect immortal fruits. 1 million low-grade saint stones a day. There are not many opportunities. If you miss this opportunity, there will not be another one. Recruiting people to kill ruler immortal beasts. 1,500,000 low-grade saint stones a day. Lin Fei found it interesting. This Sky City was not ordinary. These people who came to recruit rulers should have backers outside. They promised a high reward. It was a good place for the rulers present. Doing a day's work meant staying in the plaza for another day. This was not a bad choice. Lin Fei had not decided what to do. Sky City was definitely not as simple as he thought. Chapter 15-16. East District Sky City. Lin Fei experienced a different morning. Other than a few people who left the safe zone, most of the others stayed in the square. It seemed like they planned to wait and see for a while. After all, this place was not ordinary. Other than the new rulers, there were also rulers who had been there before. These rulers were all very cold. Lin Fei stayed for 5 consecutive nights. During this time, he tried to find out about the situation in Sky City, but he obtained very little information. The rulers did not say anything at all. Lin Fei had long since anticipated such a situation. If he could not get anything out of them, he would just go outside to understand the situation. 10 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Under normal circumstances, it would be over in seclusion. Everyone did not have that many holy stones in their pockets. Many rulers would have a headache if they stayed for 10 days to half a month. On the 6th day, Lin Fei planned to go out and understand the situation outside. Lin Fei did not lack inferior-grade holy stones. Hairball was in the heaven and earth furnace. He had secretly brought it in and could not release it for the time being. Lin Fei did not lack low-rank holy stones at all, and even if he stayed for 10 years, he would not be worried about running out of them. What Lin Fei cared about was that the outside world did not stop killing, which was a large amount of experience points, invincibility point, and divinity. You're going out? Ruler Tianjue and the others had strange expressions when they heard that Tian was going out. In the past few days, they had also learned about the situation outside. It could be said that the outside world was a very chaotic place, far more terrifying than they had imagined. This was an elimination before the Divine General platform opened. The weaker ones were eliminated, and the stronger ones were naturally left. They could be said to be the elite rulers of the East District. I don't have many holy stones on me. I have to plan for the future, Lin Fei said with a solemn expression. We can't stay here forever. After all, holy stones will not drop here. The number of holy stones on them was also limited. Tian's words hit their soft spot. The Sky and Hegemons and the others were worried about what was going on outside. They had learned from the Hegemons who had arrived before them what was going on. Every so often, Hegemons would be killed, and their treasures would be taken. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fellow Taoist Tian is right. After all, we've just arrived here. I think it's good for fellow Taoist Tian to go out and take a look. The sovereigns of the universe weren't very powerful, so they naturally didn't dare to go out right now. They were afraid that they would suffer a calamity, so they might as well stay in the plaza for a while. Tian was sent out to gather information. Even if he died, it was none of their business. If he wasn't dead, that would be even better. He would be able to scout out the situation outside. These cowards. When Lin Fei left, he laughed coldly in his heart. He really looked down on them. Did they really think that he didn't know anything? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. It was better for him to go out alone than for them to go out together. As soon as Lin Fei stepped out of the safe zone of the square, he felt many gazes on him. With a sweep he saw all their realms. They were all one-star sovereigns and it seemed like they were running errands. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check. He was afraid of alerting some experts. After all, he was a 4-star sovereign. Before he understood the situation, it was better to keep a low profile. After leaving the plaza, he ignored the sovereigns and walked down the main street. Sky City was huge. As he walked down the street, Lin Fei knew that the outside world was even more chaotic than the plaza. In less than an hour, Lin Fei saw several battles. All of them were sovereigns fighting, and the battles were so intense that no victor could be determined. This place is really chaotic. Lin Fei walked carefully. This place was more dangerous than he had imagined. Kid, there's a good mission here. Do you want to go? A person jumped out of a small alley and reached out to lead Lin Fei inside. Lin Fei frowned. What mission? The person was a sovereign with a mustache. He squinted his small eyes and looked around. Of course it's a good mission. I've already found someone. All I'm missing is you. When the mission is completed, you'll get at least several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones. That's enough for you to enjoy yourself in Sky City for a while. Lin Fei was worried about how to understand Sky City. It seemed like he had met the right person. As for the mission, Lin Fei could only laugh coldly. One look and he knew that this guy was up to no good. Several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones. Lin Fei revealed a look of yearning and excitement. You're not lying to me? The mustached sovereign patted his chest. Why would I lie to you? He was delighted. A fool fell for it. He's just a 1-star sovereign. He can do whatever he wants outside. Hee. If it's really several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones, I'll join the mission, Lin Fei said in a low voice. He revealed a hint of urgency. Don't worry. Several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones is a piece of cake. The mustached sovereign laughed. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sovereign Qing Yuan. In Sky City, as long as you have holy stones, you can live any life you want. I'm Di Tian. Lin Fei cupped his hands. So it's Di Tian. What a domineering name. Sovereign Qing Yuan laughed. You must be new here. You probably don't know the situation in Sky City. Let me tell you about it. In order to entice him, Sovereign Qing Yuan didn't mind telling him more. After all, this guy would die if he left Sky City. Lin Fei was worried about not knowing the situation in Sky City. He knew that this guy was up to no good. Lin Fei didn't care about a mere 2-star sovereign. If he really did anything, he could just kill him. After hearing Sovereign Qing Yuan's words, Lin Fei learned more about the situation than he did in the plaza. So Sky City has this kind of system. It turned out that there were tens of thousands of sovereigns in Sky City. They came from different territories, and their goal was the Divine General Platform. The tens of thousands of sovereigns had formed their own groups. They controlled the cultivation resources. Because of the unique environment, many treasures were produced, and many of them were very useful to sovereigns. Apart from that, Sky City also had shops set up by the Divine Guard. These shops were controlled by puppets. They were in charge of purchasing things. The sovereigns who came here monopolized these businesses. Not only did they have missions, but they also had to trade with the puppets if they wanted to sell the harvested materials. No one could cross this threshold. Thus, a large number of holy stones fell into their pockets. This situation was just one of many. Chapter 15-17. As Hegemen Clear Distance spoke, he led Lin Fei out of Skymount City. As it turned out, Skymount City forbade all flying. Those are the people we're going to complete the mission with. After leaving Skymount City, they saw 8 hegemons standing atop a nearby hill, seemingly waiting for Hegemen Clear Distance. What a bunch of fellows! 3 1-star hegemons, 3 2-star hegemons, and 2 3-star hegemons. Lin Fei scanned the 8 hegemons with his scanning system. This lineup was meant to complete a mission. Lin Fei was curious as to what sort of mission it was. Fellow Taoist D is coming with us to complete the mission. Hegemen Clear Distance said with a smile. Ah, so it's fellow Taoist D. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. The 3 1-star hegemons said in a neutral tone. The 2-star hegemons were much easier to talk to. They gave a simple explanation of the mission, saying that they were going to the Skycloud Mountains to hunt hegemonic beasts and harvest immortal medicines. Lin Fei quickly learned of the situation. The 3 1-star hegemons had all been recruited from outside. In other words, they were going to complete the mission. As for the 3 2-star hegemons and 2 3-star hegemons, they were most likely a team. Hegemon Clear Distance was one of them. The 2 leading 3-star hegemons were called Hegemon Qianquan and Hegemon Earth Origin. After a brief introduction, the group entered the Skycloud Mountains. You're not allowed to go any further. We've reserved this entire area. The Skycloud Mountains were vast, and they didn't encounter any danger on the way. After walking for more than half a day, they were chased away just as they were about to pass through a mountain forest. Why can't we leave? They said coldly. We're Hegemon Coiling Dragon's men. Attack if you dare. Hegemon Qianquan and Hegemon Earth Origin cupped their hands in apology, then led the group away, not daring to stay any longer. Who's this Hegemon Coiling Dragon? Lin Fei asked casually. Hegemon Clear Distance looked back, then said in a low voice, Hegemon Coiling Dragon is one of the 10 hegemons of Skymount City. He's a 5-star hegemon with hundreds of hegemons under his command. If you offend Hegemon Coiling Dragon, you won't be able to return unless you remain in a safe zone. The 10 Great Juggernauts? Lin Fei asked again. Then I wonder what the name of the most powerful juggernauts is. The number 1 of the 10 Great Juggernauts is the Tao Juggernaut. It's said that he's a peak 6-star juggernaut. Hegemon Clear Distance said. You people can offend anyone, but you absolutely, positively must not offend anyone from the 10 hegemons. There's no place for you in the heavens or in the earth. Alright, just remember this. The most important thing for us right now is to complete our mission. Lin Fei did not continue asking. They went around mountains after mountains. They finally arrived at a blue lake. We've arrived. Hegemon Clear Distance laughed. In the middle of the Azure Lake, there was an island in the middle of the lake. Our mission is to go to the island and gather the immortal herbs. Fortunately, we're quite lucky today. That thing isn't here, so there won't be any danger. Hegemon Qingyuan smiled. I'll leave the task of gathering the immortal herbs to you, fellow Taoists. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had been able to tell that the Clear Distance hegemon was up to no good. Now it seemed that it was true. Although the lake was completely calm, Lin Fei could sense danger lurking within. Gathering the immortal herbs shouldn't be that easy. Why? Why are we the ones going? A 1-star hegemon asked. Hegemon Qianquan turned and laughed coldly. You have no choice but to go. Unless you want to die here. Boom! The aura of a 3-star hegemon immediately enveloped the 4 1-star hegemons. Only now did the 1-star hegemons realize that they had been duped. The aura of a 3-star hegemon caused them to not dare to move, and the killing intent of a 2-star hegemon locked onto them. You're lying. The 1-star hegemon said, gritting his teeth. The 2-star and 3-star hegemons laughed loudly, then spread out and surrounded the group. Lin Fei shook his head and said to himself, these hegemons are truly ignorant. Serves you right for falling for our tricks. Hegemon Clear Distance bared his fangs as well. If you don't want to die, then go to the island and gather the immortal herbs. Otherwise, we won't mind annihilating you on the spot. 6 hegemons against 4 hegemons, and their cultivation levels were 1 or 2 levels higher. They had no chance of fighting back at all. I'll let you be smug for now. Lin Fei didn't plan on being in a hurry to attack. 2-star and 3-star hegemons were quite a fortune. Lin Fei wanted to know why they had come here. There was no way they would bring them here for no reason. Let's go. Don't kill us. Lin Fei said, pretending to be afraid. The other 3 1-star hegemons lowered their heads and begged for mercy. If they didn't obey, they would die. They chose to go to the island. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 of them soared into the air and flew towards the island. As soon as they appeared on the lake, the hegemon of the cosmos took out a hegemon's sword. It was fiery red, and he slashed out, striking one of the 1-star hegemons. His fleshly body immediately exploded, and he fell into the lake. The attack of a 3-star hegemon wasn't something a 1-star hegemon could withstand. Blood filled the air and landed on the lake. Suddenly, the lake water roiled, and an enormous creature appeared below. It was the island at the center of the lake. An enormous golden toad poked its head out, then swallowed the corpse in one gulp. A 4-star hegemon immortal beast. As soon as the golden toad appeared, its terrifying aura locked down the 3 hegemons in the air. Swish. The golden toad's tongue curled around one of the hegemons, then dragged him down. With a crunch, the one-star hegemon was torn in half. Blood sprayed everywhere as the toad swallowed him. The powerful hegemons were so weak in front of the golden toad that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were like ants that had been eaten just like that. New. The remaining one-star hegemon's face turned pale. The terrifying four-star hegemon golden toad wasn't something he could contend against. Swish. The golden toad clearly hadn't had its fill. After eating 2 one-star hegemons in a row, it once more used its tongue to curl around the one-star hegemon's terrifying attacks, but they were all destroyed by the tongue. The low-grade hegemon battle robes were torn to shreds, and the toad swallowed them whole. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a flint. Lin Fei reacted, and the tongue shot towards him, carrying with it the terrifying aura of a 4-star hegemon. He finally understood why hegemon Qingyuan and the others had brought them here. Perhaps it was for the sake of this golden toad. Seeing that the golden toad had appeared, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it was hegemon Qianquan and the others' target. Lin Fei didn't plan on hiding anything. He didn't want to end up in its stomach. Fiend wings appeared on his back, and he dodged into the void, dodging the golden toad's attack. Hegemon Qianquan and the others stood there without moving, allowing the golden toad to kill one-star hegemons. Once the golden toad was full, they could go to the island in the center of the lake to gather immortal medicines. He ran away? Just as the final hegemon was about to die to the golden toad, he suddenly vanished. All of the hegemons present were stupefied. The golden toad was a 4-star hegemon. How had that fellow escaped? Hegemon Qingyuan, is this the mission you spoke of? You actually used us to feed 4-star hegemons? This wasn't the first time hegemon Qingyuan had done something like this. 1-star hegemons were a trap, but so were 2-star hegemons. Anyone who had been brought here would have no chance of surviving. Naturally, they would benefit immensely. Upon seeing the kid disappear, hegemon Qingyuan sent out his divine sense, but he couldn't even see a shadow of the kid. But then a cold wind blew from behind him, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. A streak of swordlight stabbed out from the void. Hegemon Qingyuan's low-grade hegemon battle robes glowed with light, and then the sword pierced through his head. With a light twist, his entire head was smashed to smithereens. Hegemon Qingyuan instantly lost consciousness. Ding! Killed 1-star hegemon. Ding! Ding! A system notification immediately rang out. Lin Fei once more dove into the void, leaving behind hegemon Qingyuan's corpse. Qingyuan is dead. The 3 2-star hegemons were stunned, but they quickly came to their senses. They now had a new set of hegemon battle robes on their bodies, and their faces turned unsightly. They had actually misjudged. Hegemon Tempest. A terrifying hegemon tempest descended. Tens of millions of kilometers around them were instantly enveloped by the tempest, enveloping the 5 hegemons within. After becoming a hegemon, his worldstorm had reached the level of a hegemon tempest. This was the first time Lin Fei had ever used it, and he was using it with the power of a 4-star hegemon. The moment the tempest appeared, the 3 2-star hegemons were the first to suffer. Their souls instantly collapsed, and countless strands of sword intent mixed into them, instantly turning them into beehives. Swish, swish, swish. Even though they were wearing hegemon battle robes, they were now riddled with holes. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. Under the first wave of attacks, the 3 2-star hegemons didn't even have a chance to struggle. They perished, once more contributing to Lin Fei's victory. Hegemons Qianquan and Heaven Primordial were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. This 1-star hegemon, whom they had never paid any attention to, had actually unleashed such a terrifying attack. Their hegemon battle robes were already riddled with cracks, and they weren't far from collapsing. Just from this hegemon tempest alone, they knew that this person was more powerful than they were. This time they had truly shot themselves in the foot. Let's go. The 2 of them no longer had any confidence in facing off against this hegemon tempest. This person was far more powerful than they were. Just this terrifying hegemon tempest alone was more than they could endure. Do you think you can still leave? Lin Fei suddenly appeared, stabbing his sword towards hegemon Qianquan. A wooden shield appeared in front of hegemon Qianquan, attempting to block this sword attack. Since Lin Fei had attacked, he attacked with full power. Crack! The wooden shield shattered, and Lin Fei's sword stabbed into Hegemon Qinkuan's body. The Hegemon battle robe shattered, and Lin Fei's sword stabbed into Hegemon Qinkuan's forehead. Just like Hegemon clear distance, Lin Fei forcefully twisted his head, causing it to explode. The 3-star Hegemon Qinkuan followed in the footsteps of Hegemon Qinkuan. It's your turn. The Hegemon Tempest shrank to the size of a lake, instantly transforming into a whirlwind. Crack, crack, crack. Chapter 15:18. In less than a moment, 3 2-star rulers and 2 3-star rulers died at Lin Fei's hands. After killing 6 rulers, Lin Fei gained a satisfactory amount of invincibility and divinity. Wah 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 wah. After Lin Fei killed Hegemon Qianyuan with a single blow of his sword, the golden toad hovering in the air above the lake opened its mouth and spat out a thick black mist. Wherever the mist passed by, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Even the corpses of hegemons who came into contact with the black mist were transformed into pools of blood. You're rebelling. Even rulers were taken care of, let alone the golden toad. For the heaven primordial ruler to bring them here to feed the toad, Lin Fei knew that this wasn't an ordinary golden toad. Maybe it had something good. Great Sword Chi secret technique. 5 beams of sword chi flew out, piercing through the mist and wrapping around the golden toad's body. Hua hua, the golden toad was bleeding. The 5 beams of sword chi weren't just for show. The golden toad's defense was strong, but it was still cut open. The golden toad groaned in pain. Lin Fei definitely had to take care of such a huge golden toad. Perhaps, it might also have divinity. The golden toad in his hand sank into the lake, and the huge lake churned. The blue lake water turned black, and black sword lights filled the sky. The world turned black in an instant. Lin Fei retracted the great sword chi and used it to shatter the black sword light. He frowned. He underestimated the golden toad's power. It easily escaped from the great sword chi. The ruler immortal beast outside Sky City isn't simple. I'll take it step by step. Lin Fei turned and left. After he left, the lake turned blue again. A huge head appeared. Its eyes were filled with hatred. The mountain range was huge. Lin Fei found a safe place, killed an immortal beast and barbecued it. Then he went to clean out the 9 rulers' storage rings. Lin Fei put away the rulers' rings. So poor. After emptying the storage rings, Lin Fei obtained 130 million low-grade saint stones, 5 million mid-grade saint stones, and a few low-grade ruler treasures. Lin Fei was not interested in this kind of harvest. After a while, the barbecue was ready. Lin Fei tore off a piece of barbecue and ate it. Divinity and invincibility value are still the best. It seems that the ruler here is not rich. The 9 sovereigns' possessions were pitifully few. This made Lin Fei very unhappy, but after thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. This was Sky City, and if he wanted to survive for the next 10 years, he would have to be careful. It was not an easy task, otherwise no one would have fallen for it. Soon, the roasted immortal beast meat fell into Lin Fei's stomach. What should he do next? After looking at the map from the storage ring, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. Anyway, I have 10 years. I have time to collect invincibility points and divinity. I believe that no one will care if there are fewer rulers outside. Thus, the Skycloud mountain range had gained a new nemesis for hunting down sovereigns. Boom, a huge creature fell to the ground. This was a 1-star sovereign divine barbarian bull. It had terrifying brute force, and its body was full of treasures. Its meat alone could increase one's divine power, so its price had always been high. Not far away from the divine barbarian bull, there were 3 corpses lying in disorder. Big brother, we're rich. We can have fun for a while again. Next to the divine barbarian bull stood 2 1-star sovereigns, and they had a smug look on their faces. It turned out that they had launched a sneak attack, killed the previous people, and occupied the divine barbarian bull. Put away the divine barbarian bull. Let's go. The one who was called Big Brother was happy, but he remained vigilant. Yes, put it away immediately. Sky City was not like other places. Killing the divine barbarian bull had caused a huge commotion, so they had to leave immediately. If they attracted high-level rulers, their lives would be in danger. You don't have to. Suddenly, a voice came from the forest. Who is it? Boom! A huge storm descended on the area. The black storm of rulers trapped them within. The storm was as sharp as a knife, and it strangled the 3 one-star sovereigns into pieces within a few breaths. What a sin, what a sin! A black-robed man walked out and put away the divine barbarian bull's corpse, as well as the 3 storage rings. He turned around and walked into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Gradually, the Skycloud mountain range had one more powerful killer. The news spread like wildfire. No matter which ruler it was, as long as they encountered this killer, no one could survive. Moreover, this sovereign came and went like a shadow, and no one knew where he was. Everyone knew that this person was in the Skycloud mountain range. His strength was unknown, his realm was unknown, and his background was unknown. A series of unknowns was a huge threat to rulers. Rulers would basically not enter the Skycloud mountain range alone. Usually, those who entered would form groups of 3 to 5. Even so, some groups still disappeared in the Skycloud mountain range. Whether they were killed by sovereign immortal beasts or by rulers became a big mystery. 1 year later, the Skycloud mountain range. Next to a stream, a black-robed man was roasting an immortal beast. He frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. There are fewer and fewer people who are weak. The black-robed man sighed. I need to choose a new target. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had always been in the Skycloud mountain range. After killing sovereigns of the cosmos and the others, Lin Fei had never returned to the safety zone of the plaza. Instead, he had settled down in the Skycloud mountain range. The Skycloud mountain range wasn't safe. There were sovereigns and sovereign beasts of all shapes and sizes, and Lin Fei constantly scanned the area with the system. That was how he had managed to survive. It wasn't as if Lin Fei hadn't run into danger. He had once been chased by a 6-star sovereign immortal beast, and it had taken him a lot of effort to shake it off. Lin Fei had experienced this more than 10 times. When the roast meat was ready, Lin Fei cut off a piece and ate it. Over the past year, he had killed at least 100 1-star sovereigns and many 2-star sovereigns. He had gained a lot of invincibility points in divinity. At the same time, many 1-star sovereign immortal beasts had died. These sovereign immortal beasts had divinity, and more importantly, sovereign blood essence. As a result, these sovereign immortal beasts had fallen to Lin Fei's feet. Over 100 sovereign blood essences had fallen into his hands, and in the end, he had given them to Hairball. For safety's sake, Lin Fei hadn't let Hairball out. Right now, the 1-star sovereigns and 2-star sovereigns were practically all wiped out. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, they would vanish without a trace. They were already terror-stricken by the mere mention of his name. Lin Fei had no choice but to raise his sights. For example, 3-star and 4-star sovereigns. As Lin Fei thought about this, he ate the roast meat and pondered his next step. Suddenly, a black figure flew across the sky. Chapter 15:19. Lin Fei's position was quite remote. As the warship flew across the sky, it didn't discover anyone below. This was the deepest part of the Skycloud mountain range, and it was extremely dangerous. Just the fact that there were 5-star sovereigns in the area ahead was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Those 5-star sovereigns weren't just any ordinary beast. Lin Fei had fought them before. Their defenses were extremely strong, and they had incredible recovery abilities. Lin Fei's combat strength was very strong, and he wouldn't be able to kill them in a short period of time. Therefore, he chose to avoid them. Strange, why would someone enter at this time? Lin Fei was quite curious. This was the deepest part of the Skycloud mountain range, and ordinary sovereigns wouldn't be able to enter. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that the warship didn't encounter any attacks from sovereign beasts. This was quite rare. 3 months ago, Lin Fei had seen a warship enter the mountain range, but they were attacked by a flying sovereign beast, and the entire team was annihilated. Are they going to deal with a high-level sovereign beast? The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. If a high-level sovereign beast died in his hands, he would gain a lot of experience points. More importantly, he would gain more divinity than a human sovereign of the same level. Let's go take a look. Lin Fei chased after the warship. At the same time, he asked Little Devil to help him cover his tracks. Since the warship dared to enter the depths of the Skycloud mountain range, there would definitely be a 5-star sovereign and a few 4-star sovereigns. Lin Fei naturally had to be careful. Coiling Dragon Sovereign's men? Lin Fei, who was tailing behind, was only 100 million miles away from the warship. He followed at a moderate pace, and saw the words Coiling Dragon written on the warship. Lin Fei remembered that the Coiling Dragon Sovereign was one of the 10 sovereigns of Sky City. He was ranked at the bottom, and there was no doubt about his strength. He just followed like that. A few days later, the warship landed beside an abyss. It was an abyss that was about 1 billion miles long, and it seemed to split the Sky Cloud mountain range into two, forming a unique region. It's here. The moment the warship stopped, a group of people rushed out. These people were on high alert. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were sovereigns. It was a sight that would never be seen anywhere else in the universe. What a grand scene. It seems like they are really here to deal with a high-level sovereign realm beast. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, understood their purpose. Set it up. The hegemons on the warships began to attack. Not long after, 3 black objects were erected at high points nearby. They were the ruler's destruction cannons that had been ambushed at the Gu clan's mining area. There were 3 of them in this fight. All of them were mid-level sovereign-tier destruction cannons. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that with this kind of treasure, the moment a high-level sovereign realm immortal beast appeared, it would suffer heavy injuries. With the combined strength of over 100 sovereigns, they would be able to take it down easily. After the commanding heights were set up, another sovereign walked out of the warship. The moment he stepped out, he emitted a monstrous killing intent. He wore a dazzling golden battle robe and held a golden axe in his hand. He looked like a god as he stood at the bow of the warship. What a powerful aura. This equipment is too eye-catching. The Jingguang is shining. Isn't he afraid of becoming a target? Lin Fei thought to himself. Scan him. Peak 4-star sovereign. His combat strength is early stage 5-star sovereign. He is wearing a mid-grade sovereign battle robe and wielding a mid-grade sovereign weapon. This person is judged to be a 3-star danger. This was a very high evaluation. A 4-star sovereign beast was only rated as a 2-star danger by the system. The fact that this fellow was a 3-star danger was enough to prove how strong he was. Mid-grade sovereign battle robe and mid-grade sovereign treasure. No wonder they have such a high evaluation. Lin Fei stared at the warship. With these 2 treasures, even I won't be able to break through their defenses. Lin Fei finally understood how powerful the 10 sovereigns were. The sovereign ranked first might be even more terrifying. Hang them up. The golden armored man ordered after finishing his preparations. Immediately, a few people were carried out. All of them were 1-star sovereigns. Their strength had been sealed, and they were carried out like dead dogs. Coiling Dragon Sovereign, you will die a horrible death. My family will not let you off. I will kill you. The 1-star sovereigns who were carried out had eyes filled with hatred. They cursed, and their eyes were filled with fear. Ha ha ha, you dare to threaten me? The golden-armored Coiling Dragon Sovereign laughed loudly. The golden axe in his hand flashed, and arms fell to the warship. Now I will feed you to the immortal beasts. Hang them up. 6 sovereigns were hung up in midair. Their bodies were covered with countless wounds, and blood dripped into the abyss. Lin Fei had experienced this before. Seeing 6 1-star sovereigns as bait, he knew that the Divine General Platform's test was extraordinarily cruel. These sovereigns should be top-notch existences no matter where they were. Unfortunately, they had become bait to deal with immortal beasts. Lin Fei had nothing to say about this. Since he was weaker than others, he had to accept the price he had to pay. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out from the abyss. This roar shook the heavens and shook the earth. Quite a few of the sovereigns on the warship were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. The Coiling Dragon Sovereign revealed a look of delight. It's finally going to appear. Activate the warship's defenses. As soon as the warship's defenses were activated, an enormous creature flew out from the abyss. It was tens of millions of meters long, and as soon as it emerged, it bit down on one of the 1-star sovereigns. The 1-star sovereigns screamed as half of their bodies disappeared. Next, the enormous creature licked them with its tongue, and the 6 sovereigns hanging in midair fell into the immortal beast's belly. Fire! Boom! Boom! The mid-stage sovereign's cannons at the highest vantage point fired, unleashing one black beam after another. The beams slammed into the enormous creature's body, causing chunks of flesh to fall off. These were war weapons that could slaughter sovereigns. The enormous creature was immediately struck by a terrifying attack. Half of its body was blasted apart, and it was heavily injured. Roar! The enormous creature slammed headfirst into the warship, causing the warship's barrier of light to instantly shatter. Over 10 sovereigns' bodies exploded. Attack! Hidden in the shadows, Lin Fei was shocked as well. A 5-star sovereign's combat power truly is terrifying. Not only are they heavily injured, but they can also destroy the warship. Lin Fei watched the battle unfold not too far away. Perhaps the coiling dragon sovereign predicted that a 5-star sovereign's counterattack would be the most terrifying, and so he used the warship's barrier to block the first wave of attacks. For now, Lin Fei didn't know what kind of sovereign beast this was, but he knew how powerful it was. At this time, the coiling dragon sovereign attacked as well, using his 3-headed, 6-armed divine ability. He chopped down with his golden axe, and the Jingguang's body flickered as he chopped off a chunk of flesh. Ha ha ha, how satisfying! The coiling dragon sovereign was wearing a mid-stage sovereign battle robe, and he wielded a mid-stage sovereign axe. His strength was great, and he attacked close to the sovereign beast, chopping off chunks of flesh. Most of the sovereign beast's defenses were blocked by the mid-stage sovereign battle robe, so the damage inflicted was kept to a minimum. Boom! Another beam of light shot out, and the sovereign beast was sent flying, crashing into a mountain range. In an instant, the entire mountain range collapsed and was completely destroyed. So what if you're a 5-star sovereign? You're still going to die at my hands. The coiling dragon sovereign leaped into the air, and his golden axe grew infinitely larger, becoming 1,000,000 meters long. He brought a wave of Jingguang with him as he chopped down heavily on the sovereign beast. Roar! The 5-star sovereign beast has been tricked. There's no way for him to turn the tables. Not much time had passed since the attack had begun, and the sovereign beast was already heavily injured. It didn't have much combat power left, and wasn't far from death. Should I give them a shot now? I'll definitely reap a huge harvest. Lin Fei thought to himself. At this distance, a single shot should be able to take care of a few dozen sovereigns. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a mid-stage sovereign destruction cannon. He had snatched it from a certain someone. Lin Fei was a daring fellow, and he instructed the little fiend to block out his killing intent. By the time he fired the cannon, it would be too late for them to react. The cannon's speed was unaffected by the distortions of space, and it was extremely destructive. There was no chance of resistance. The coiling dragon sovereign didn't die, but the other sovereigns weren't so lucky. Originally, Lin Fei had been wondering where he should go and do something big, but he hadn't met any big teams yet. The coiling dragon sovereign's appearance caused Lin Fei to have some devious thoughts. The 5-star sovereign beast didn't struggle for long before its head was chopped off by the coiling dragon sovereign's axe. However, it wasn't completely dead yet. A 5-star sovereign beast's life force was extremely powerful. Mighty my lord! Mighty my lord! The surviving sovereigns cheered. Of the 100 or so sovereigns, roughly 30 had died. They had all been killed by a single blow from the sovereign beast. Even a simple collision would have been enough to insta-kill them. With the 5-star sovereign beast dead, everyone surrounded it. The coiling dragon sovereign was in a good mood. They had lost 30 sovereigns, but they had taken down a 5-star sovereign beast. This was a good deal. More importantly, once they reached the next level, they would reap even greater rewards today. Once I get what's down there, I'll be the #1 sovereign. The coiling dragon sovereign had a look of anticipation on his face. Just you wait. That day will come very soon. Suddenly, the coiling dragon sovereign felt a sense of danger in his heart as he saw a terrifying beam of light shooting towards him. Damn it! The beam of light was like a sun as it appeared in their field of vision. Many of the sovereigns present didn't even have time to react. The sovereign destruction cannon was superior in both speed and power, which was why it was so popular as a weapon of war. Boom! The light rippled outwards. Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 2-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 3-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. A series of notifications rang out from the system, Lin Fei knew that he had succeeded. Ding killed a 5-star sovereign beast. Ding obtained a sovereign's blood essence. Another notification rang out. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Even a 5-star sovereign beast had been killed. Let's go. Chapter 1520. A furious roar came from the ruins of the Sky Cloud Mountain range. The coiling dragon Hegemon stood in the ruins in a mess. There was a big hole in his golden armor, and blood flowed from his mouth. His face was terrifyingly dark as he looked at his subordinates, who were standing up unsteadily. Dead. Most of his subordinates were dead. The coiling dragon Hegemon had brought over 100 juggernauts, and 70 or 80 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. There were only 30 juggernauts left and all of them were injured. How could the coiling dragon Hegemon accept this? These were his foundations. Now more than half of them had been killed. I'm going to kill you. The coiling dragon Hegemon didn't expect to fail miserably here. He was ambushed, and more than half of his subordinates were killed. If he hadn't been wearing a mid-grade juggernaut battle suit, he would definitely have been in deep trouble. Chase after him. Don't let that guy get away. The coiling dragon Hegemon had always been arrogant in Sky City. He looked down on everyone, even the 10 juggernauts. Except for a few, he didn't care about anyone else. This time, the coiling dragon Hegemon's subordinates didn't move. Looks of confusion appeared on their faces. How were they supposed to chase after him? Sir, we don't know which direction he escaped in. The coiling dragon Hegemon felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Yes, someone had ambushed him in the dark. And he, a 4-star juggernaut, didn't even realize it and almost died to this sneak attack, let alone his subordinates. The coiling dragon Hegemon was unwilling to give up. He used his divine senses to search but found nothing. There was no aura left. The few of you stand guard outside. Kill anyone who comes near. The rest of you follow me. They didn't catch up? In fact, Lin Fei didn't go too far away. With the help of Little Devil, he hid in a mountain range and secretly observed if anyone was following. If it was just a few people, Lin Fei didn't mind going out and killing them all. This shot was really satisfying. Lin Fei opened the system and checked his invincibility points. They had broken through the 100,000 mark, and his divinity points had broken through 300. They were on the way to the 400 mark, not far from the 500 mark. Normally, when hunting sovereigns, Lin Fei would be very careful. This time it was truly satisfying. He had killed dozens of rulers in one shot. Although they were all 1-star and 2-star rulers, Lin Fei was rather satisfied. In truth, the coiling dragon Hegemon was just unlucky. If they had spread out earlier, the power of Lin Fei's cannon would have been greatly reduced. It would have been impressive if it had been able to kill 10 or 20 sovereigns. They actually didn't catch up. Looks like they must be after something. Let me take a good look. Lin Fei charged back. It's still here. 200 million kilometers away. Lin Fei was hidden in the void. This distance was not far, and Lin Fei was very relieved. With the little devil activating the isolation system, he did not have to worry about being noticed, and he himself observed the situation over there. All he had to do was pay a certain price. Near the abyss, the corpse of the 5-star sovereign immortal beast had been chopped into several pieces, and was scattered all over the ground. There were 5 sovereigns standing guard near the abyss. The coiling dragon Hegemon vanished without a trace. Could it be down there? Lin Fei suspected that the coiling dragon Hegemon had gone down into the abyss. The fact that the 5-star sovereign immortal beast had died outside was a good proof. Otherwise, they would not have left the corpse behind. 5 4-star sovereigns. It won't be easy to deal with them. The 4-star sovereigns standing guard outside. Lin Fei could not help but feel a headache coming on. If it was a one-on-one fight, Lin Fei wouldn't mind. However, if he had to deal with 5 4-star sovereigns consecutively, he would need some time to deal with them. If that happened, he would definitely alert the enemy, and Lin Fei didn't want that. I'll give up on dealing with them for now. Let's head down first. Lin Fei was bold and skilled. He spread open his ancient demon wings and stealthily dove into the abyss. Do you think it was the Heavenly Fire Gang who made a move today? A 4-star sovereign said with a dark expression. Most likely it was them. Even if it wasn't them, it was probably someone they hired. Another 4-star sovereign said resentfully. When we return, we must make sure the Heavenly Fire Gang suffer. The Heavenly Fire Gang is too much. As long as our Lord obtains the item down there, the 10 sovereigns will be nothing. Our Lord will definitely unify Sky City. That's great. The 5 sovereigns were furious. If not for their good luck, they would have followed in the footsteps of those people. Hearing that the coiling dragon hegemon was there, they became extremely excited. While they were communicating with their divine senses, someone stealthily entered the abyss. The speed of the ancient demon wings was so fast that even 4-star sovereigns would not be able to detect it. Moreover, Lin Fei used Little Fiend and activated the system's auxiliary function. The abyss was pitch black and cold winds howled. They are down there about 500 million miles away from you. They should be at the bottom of the abyss. Lin Fei dove down. With Little Fiend's warning, he dove down without any mishaps. Careful, there is a sovereign hiding on the left. There were rocks on both sides of the abyss, and the cold winds howled incessantly, causing densely packed caves to appear on the rock walls. Some were big, some were small, and they were very densely packed together. Lin Fei avoided these sovereigns one by one. Lin Fei really wanted to know why the coiling dragon hegemon was here. He had been very careful along the way. If he were to go down carelessly, he might really fall for it. 500 million miles wasn't long. Lin Fei soon reached the bottom of the abyss. Along the way, he avoided more than 20 sovereigns, which further proved that the coiling dragon hegemon was here for the good stuff. Ha ha ha, it's really here. Laughter suddenly came from the bottom of the abyss. It was a very smug voice. It doesn't seem far from me. It seems to be coming from the caves, Lin Fei said to himself. Help me scan the coiling dragon hegemon's location. The biggest cave in the east. Lin Fei observed carefully and really saw the bottom of the abyss. There was a huge cave shrouded in white mist, and 2 3-star sovereigns stood at the entrance. Go in. With the 3-star sovereigns guarding the entrance, Lin Fei turned into a blur and entered from the 2's field of vision. There seems to be wind? One of the sovereigns at the entrance said. It's normal to have wind here. The other sovereign said with a smile. The 2 of them couldn't even react when someone entered right in front of them. The cave was very big, and the passageways inside were all over the place. With the system's guidance, Lin Fei easily found the path until a huge stone door appeared. In front of the stone door were piles of bones. With this thing, who can do anything to me on the Divine General platform this time? Ha ha ha. Laughter came from behind the stone door again. Chapter 1521. The coiling dragon hegemon was very excited. He had paid a great price for this item, but in the face of this item, all of that was no longer important. Even if he had been shot in the back, compared to this item, it was insignificant. So long as he could control this item, there was no place in the world he couldn't go. The coiling dragon hegemon was in an enormous cave. This cave wasn't damp, but rather filled with flames. The flames here were green, and they surged towards him like waves. The coiling dragon hegemon's body shook, preventing the green flames from approaching. In the center of the green flames was an enormous creature. This was the coiling dragon hegemon's goal. Even though he had sacrificed dozens of hegemons, he didn't care. Right now, the most important thing was to enter the center of the green flames. These green flames were very difficult to deal with. Despite wearing a mid-grade hegemon battle robe, the coiling dragon hegemon's movements were still very slow, constantly defending against the attacks of the green flames. It's all the fault of that sneak attacker. My battle robe was damaged, and I only have half of my usual defensive power. If I can get this item, I'll definitely skin him alive. The coiling dragon hegemon's eyes flashed fiercely, and he took another step forward. He was now only 1,000 steps away from the center. This seemingly simple distance of 1,000 steps put a lot of pressure on the coiling dragon hegemon. The only thing worth celebrating was that the ambusher didn't know his goal, and would probably fly away after a single strike. That person would know that the good stuff was here. Whoosh! Lin Fei entered the stone door and found himself in a sea of flames. Towering green flames raged towards him. The eerie green flames emanated a terrifying aura, creating waves that crashed down as if to obliterate the existence in front of him. Lin Fei's body shook, and his power crushed down, blocking the green flames' attack. Who are you? After blocking the attack of the green flames, a burst of anger suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a golden light slashed down, and everywhere it passed, the green flames were split into two. I've been discovered. Lin Fei used his hand as a sword, sending swordlight to meet the slash. The green flames behind him all burst like bubbles. This isn't your place. Can't you come in? A vicious light shot out from ahead. It was Hegemin Pangu. Green flames were special existences that could attack any life form. Even though Lin Fei had concealed himself well, he was still discovered. The green flames reacted immediately. Hegemin Coiling Dragon was the first to notice this. He knew that things were about to go south, and he cursed his subordinates for being so useless. They hadn't even noticed that someone had snuck in, let alone sneak in. He slashed out with his saber, wanting to kill this puny one-star sovereign. Lin Fei would always be a one-star Hegemin. In the eyes of the Coiling Dragon Hegemin, it was only natural that he would be considered a one-star Hegemin. The fact that his opponent had easily blocked his saber strike caused the Coiling Dragon Hegemin's expression to change slightly. You were the one who killed everyone outside. Hegemin Coiling Dragon suddenly thought of something. Lin Fei chuckled. You've guessed correctly. Your men were indeed killed by me. Who asked you to gather together? You'd be a fool not to take such a good opportunity. The Coiling Dragon Hegemin's killing intent soared to the heavens as he tore through the green flames, his bloodthirsty eyes seemingly piercing through the enemy. Did the Skyfire Gang order you to do this? Lin Fei knew that the Skyfire Gang was a big gang. The leader of their gang was one of the 10 Hegemins, the Skyfire Hegemin, who had the combat prowess of a peak 4-star Hegemin. Lin Fei didn't respond to the Coiling Dragon Hegemin's words. Instead, his gaze fell upon the enormous creature in the center of the green flames. It was something that looked like a castle. It was completely black, but it was now covered in cracks. It was like a work of art. It seemed like it would fall apart with a light touch of a finger. Lin Fei couldn't tell what it was, but he could sense that it was something extraordinary. Otherwise, Hegemin Pangu wouldn't have come all the way here. Even if you don't answer, I know you're from the Skyfire Gang. The battle fort belongs to me. No one can take it away from me. Hegemin Coiling Dragon immediately thought that the other party was a member of the Skyfire Gang. I'll kill you right now. It'll be too late for the Skyfire Gang to receive the news. Once the item is in my hands, I'll see what they can do. Whoosh, the green flames parted. The clone of the Coiling Dragon Hegemin walked out, his face expressionless as he slashed out with his saber. This combat power was at least at the level of a 3rd-star sovereign. Battle fort. Lin Fei was shocked. To think that it was this thing. Back in the Malua Weave, Lin Fei had read through quite a few ancient records and had learned of some important matters. Battle forts were the most powerful weapons of war of a certain race. If the Coiling Dragon Hegemin hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei really wouldn't have known that this tattered thing was actually connected to that thing. Battle forts were the weapons of war of the battle race. The battle race was the race that was the most proficient in battle in the weave. They were extremely ambitious, and they wanted to rule over everything. They constantly launched attacks on other weaves, conquering one weave after another and establishing an unparalleled empire. The battle race wasn't naturally talented in cultivation, but they had powerful brains. They had developed all sorts of weapons of war that could explode forth with incredible power. The ruler's obliteration cannon had been developed by the battle race. An immortal emperor or even an immortal paragon could use this thing to kill a sovereign. When this thing had first appeared, countless immortal paragons and sovereigns had died to it. To the battle race, this sort of thing was nothing more than a toy. Battle forts were the most domineering weapons of war. They had been created by gathering all of the intelligence of the battle race, and there were a total of 10 of them. Once these battle forts appeared, they could unleash the combat power of 9-star sovereigns, the peak combat power of sovereigns. When these 10 battle forts appeared, rivers of blood flowed through the weave, and countless sovereigns were killed. In the end, the human race had paid an enormous price in order to defeat the battle race, and the treasures of the battle race had become highly sought after by the sovereigns. Battle forts, on the other hand, were supreme existences. Lin Fei had memorized this name long ago. He hadn't expected to see these battle forts here. Now he understood why the Coiling Dragon Hegemin had been so ambitious. Anyone who controlled a battle fort would be able to rely on its incredible defensive power to make even 7- or 8-star sovereigns feel apprehensive. No one would dare to underestimate them. The coiling dragon hegemon's incarnation slashed out with a saber, but Lin Fei flicked his finger against the back of the saber, knocking the weapon away. 5 beams of sword energy flew out, one stabbing towards the coiling dragon hegemon, while the other 4 transformed into a river of swords that wrapped around the incarnation and shattered it. The coiling dragon hegemon arranged for the incarnation to kill his opponent, while he desperately ran towards the center. In the blink of an eye, he had taken more than 100 steps. Suddenly, his body shook, and he turned to see that the incarnation had been killed. So fast. The incarnation's combat power was that of a 3-star sovereign, so the coiling dragon hegemon was not worried. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this black-robed kid would be even more terrifying than he had imagined. He had easily destroyed the incarnation. A sovereign sword immortal? Amongst sovereigns, sword immortals were the strongest. Their sword intents were tyrannical and difficult to deal with. The coiling dragon hegemon thought that he had encountered a sovereign sword immortal. Normally he wouldn't have cared, but right now he had to enter the battle fort as fast as he could. Boom! 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 The coiling dragon hegemon turned and tossed out several sovereign immortal talismans, releasing sword light, saber light, axe light, and lightning light. For sovereign attacks instantly release terrifying auras. Let's see if you can survive or not. Knowing that the black-robed kid wouldn't be easy to deal with, the coiling dragon hegemon took out a precious sovereign immortal talisman, grabbed a great axe, and smashed it against the green flames in front of him. As soon as the 4 sovereign immortal talismans appeared, Lin Fei immediately sensed danger. This was an attack that could take his life. The space around Lin Fei instantly froze as lightning descended from the heavens. Invincible defense. This sovereign had the power of a 5-star sovereign at the very least, and it contained a terrifying aura. As soon as Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, his body began to tremble as waves of energy surged through him. If it weren't for his invincible defense, the attacks from the sovereign immortal talismans alone would have severely injured him and rendered him incapable of combat. Sovereign Tempest. Boom! The limitless Sovereign Tempest descended. The coiling dragon hegemon's movements were restricted, and the Tempest attacked relentlessly, forcing the coiling dragon hegemon to retaliate with little effect. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the range of the Sovereign Tempest, saving himself a great deal of trouble. 5 beams of sword light swept through the green flames, and Lin Fei passed the coiling dragon hegemon. Coiling dragon hegemon. I'm 1 step ahead of you, Lin Fei said, then turned and entered the fortress. Bastard! This is mine. The coiling dragon hegemon's rage soared to the heavens, and he swung his great axe repeatedly. The gap he created was immediately blocked, and his path forward was cut off. The coiling dragon hegemon's heart sank. This is the interior of the fortress. After entering the fortress, Lin Fei's field of vision was filled with interweaving paths. He could vaguely sense a terrifying aura coming from them. They were actually spell formations and restrictive spells. As soon as Lin Fei's divine sense probed, he activated the restrictive spells, which shattered his divine sense. Fortunately, Lin Fei reacted quickly and cut off his divine sense. What terrifying restrictive spells! With a casual scan, there are at least 1 million of them. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't act recklessly, and he didn't enter the restrictive spells head-on. These were restrictive spells that could kill sovereigns. How do I control the fortress? Lin Fei observed for a while and found that some of the restrictions were broken. However, most of the restrictions were still intact. That was enough to make things difficult for him. If I want to control the fortress, I need to break the restrictive spells and go all the way to the center. Lin Fei had an idea. Little devil, can you break the restrictive spells? Lin Fei didn't have the ability to break through hundreds of thousands of restrictive spells, so he could only rely on the little devil now. There are 1.5 million restrictive spells here, and most of them are compound ones. You need to break through 780,000 of them. You only need 200,000 fiends' hearts, and I'll help you break the restrictive spells and allow you to control the restrictive spells. Deal. With the fiends' hearts in hand, the little devil started to break the restrictive spells. Chapter 1522. Boom! 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 Beams of golden light slammed into the tempest. Shameless bastard! The battle fortress is mine. Hegemon Coiling Dragon let out an unwilling roar as he smashed apart the tempest in the center of the green flames. The tempest in the sky was like a bone-crawling bug. No matter how he attacked, he was unable to break through the barrier of the Hegemon Tempest. Hegemon Coiling Dragon had never hated anyone so much before. He had been so close. Ah! Hegemon Coiling Dragon bellowed. The surrounding green flames were instantly extinguished, and yet another wave of green flames surged forth. A day had passed. Hegemon Coiling Dragon had thought that he would be able to easily break through the tempest and enter the nearby battle fortress. Who would have thought that after a day, he would still be unable to break through? He couldn't accept this. Hegemon Coiling Dragon had spent an entire chaos year on the secret of the battle fortress. He had poured a great deal of blood, sweat, and tears into finally entering Sky Split City. Who would have thought that someone would beat him to it? What did a battle fortress, a war weapon of the battle race, mean? It meant ascending to the heavens in a single step. Becoming the domain lord of a weave was a very easy task. Hegemon Coiling Dragon had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Alas, he had been stopped by the Hegemon Tempest, which was incredibly powerful. I refuse to believe that I can't break through this tempest. Hegemon Coiling Dragon's resentment transformed into energy, and Jingguang once more slammed into the tempest. Hegemon Coiling Dragon was unwilling to accept this. 3 figures flew out from deep within the Sky Cloud Mountains. These were 3 Hegemons, and they emanated the might of Hegemons. Wherever they went, even Hegemon immortal beasts would avoid them, as though they could sense danger. Fellow Taoist True Dragon, according to the map, Hegemon Coiling Dragon should be nearby. Hegemon Huarong's white hair fluttered in the wind as he pulled out a map. I didn't expect that Hegemon Coiling Dragon to be hiding such a secret. Thankfully, I arranged for someone to stay by his side. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about this. A look of greed appeared in the gray-robed Hegemon True Dragon's eyes. Ha ha ha! With the 3 of us working together, Hegemon Coiling Dragon will have no choice but to obediently stand to the side. If he knows what's good for him, we'll let him become a retainer. If he doesn't, we'll just wipe him out. The 3 Hegemons had looks of absolute confidence on their faces. If the sovereigns of Sky City were here, they would definitely recognize them. These were 3 of the more famous sovereigns. They were Sovereign Splendid Glory, the gray-robed Sovereign True Dragon, and the Lord of the Dead. The True Dragon Hegemon was one of the 10 Hegemons, and his status was roughly the same as the Coiling Dragon Hegemon. Fellow Taoist True Dragon is truly formidable. If Hegemon Coiling Dragon had succeeded, we wouldn't have had a good time. We'd probably have become his retainers. Hegemon Huarong said respectfully. The True Dragon Sovereign said smugly, Coiling Dragon has never taken us seriously. At first I didn't care too much about him, but he shouldn't have leaked this information. That's why I bribed one of their sovereigns. That's how I found out that there's a huge secret hidden in the Sky Cloud Mountain range, a monstrous secret that Coiling Dragon is after. As soon as Hegemon Huarong and the Sovereign of the Dead heard that there was a secret, they immediately rushed over. The 3 Hegemons had all come from the same territory, and as time went on, they gradually became allies and made a name for themselves in Eternia. Fellow Taoist True Dragon, I wonder what this secret is hiding. Do you know of any clues? Coiling Dragon is very tight-lipped. Now that Coiling Dragon has entered, it's said that he was ambushed and several dozen of his subordinates were killed. Right now, he has less than 30 men on hand. Today, Coiling Dragon is destined to be unlucky. Once we enter, we'll know. Coiling Dragon is really done for this time. Serves him right for trying to oppose us. They had come for the secret. The most important thing was to kill Hegemon Coiling Dragon. He rarely left the city, so if they killed him, they would be able to swallow up Eternia's forces and expand their influence. He's down there. Kill. Not long after, the 3 sovereigns arrived near the chasm. Their divine senses locked onto the sovereigns below. Then they charged towards them. All sorts of divine abilities and secret arts were unleashed, catching the sovereigns off guard. 2 of them were killed on the spot. 5 sovereigns were standing guard above the chasm. One of them suddenly charged towards one of the sovereigns, working together from the inside. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that someone would attack them. Less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. 4 sovereigns had been killed by their combined forces. Not a single one had escaped. Feng Yu greets the 3 sovereigns. One of the sovereigns said to the True Dragon Sovereign and the others. The True Dragon Sovereign smiled. Feng Yu, you did well. Without your cooperation, it would not have been easy to kill Coiling Dragon's subordinates. It's my duty. Feng Yu lowered his head. Coiling Dragon is down there. The remaining sovereigns are all 2-star and 3-star. They're nothing. After dealing with the 4 sovereigns, Coiling Dragon had no way to resist. The 3 of you should still be careful. Coiling Dragon has sovereign immortal talismans, some of which are at the level of 5-star sovereigns. Feng Yu said. He recently obtained them. It seems like he's using them to deal with the situation down there. A strange look flashed through the eyes of the True Dragon Sovereign and the other 2 sovereigns. Why had Coiling Dragon come here? He had even obtained 5-star sovereign immortal talismans, and not just one but several. Is there any movement down there? Sovereign Hua Rong asked. Coiling Dragon has been down there for a day, but there hasn't been any movement. He hasn't notified us either. He probably hasn't succeeded yet. Feng Yu said. As for why he went down there, we're not too sure. Everyone, let's go down together and find out why Coiling Dragon is here. The 4 sovereigns flew down into the abyss. When the sovereigns in the abyss saw that it was the True Dragon Sovereign and the others, apart from a few who had been killed at the start, the rest chose to surrender. This had become a common occurrence in Skysplit City. None of the sovereigns were willing to give up the chance to live. Both the True Dragon Sovereign and Sovereign Huarong were peak 4-star sovereigns. Opposing them was tantamount to suicide. The True Dragon Sovereign and the others didn't do much. More than 20 sovereigns appeared behind them, successfully subduing Coiling Dragon's subordinates. After all, the 4-star sovereigns guarding the entrance were all dead. Coiling Dragon went in from here. The sovereigns outside the entrance were also subdued. Naturally, they told them everything they knew. What a well-hidden place. I wonder how Coiling Dragon found out. The True Dragon Sovereign wasn't in a hurry to leave. He sent out his divine sense, but it was blocked by a mysterious force. Let's go in. Chapter 1523. Hua Hua Hua. Wave after wave of flames surged over. As soon as the True Dragon Sovereign and the other sovereigns entered, towering flames assaulted them. Not good. They immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger. Their rulers' battle robes appeared on their bodies, blocking the waves of flames. However, the rulers behind them were not so lucky. They were only wearing low-grade rulers' battle robes. When the green flames landed on their bodies, the battle robes were instantly burned away. In less than 3 breaths of time, they had been turned into flaming figures. More than 20 rulers were instantly killed by the green flames. Not a single one was left alive. What a terrifying green flame! There were only 4 sovereigns left, and all of them were 4-star sovereigns. When they saw the flames instantly kill a sovereign, they were all shocked. If it weren't for the fact that they were wearing mid-quality sovereign battle robes, they probably wouldn't have had a good time. This seems to be the 9 underworld flames recorded in the ancient books. Hegemin Huarong cried out in shock. The information in his memory surged forth, causing him to be unable to remain calm. To think that it would be this terrifying thing. How is this possible? How could these flames appear in a place like this? The True Dragon Sovereign was shocked. Didn't they say that the 9 underworld flames only exist in the 9 underworlds? The 9 underworld flame was very famous. If a sovereign touched it, he would die without question. 20-odd sovereigns could not even last 5 breaths before the 9 underworld flame. Their undying bodies were useless. The 9 underworld flames might rival that of a 6-star sovereign. Look! Suddenly, the undead monarch stared ahead, his eyes unmoving, his voice trembling. What's that? They looked in that direction, and in the center of the 9 underworld flames, a huge black object appeared in their field of vision. This is a battle fort. They weren't inexperienced people. Their eyes were drawn to it, and a sentence kept echoing in their minds. How is this possible? These were the war race's top weapons of war. For example, the region lords of several weaves were in possession of the battle race's war weapons, and they were fully deserving of being overlords. Even if their strength was comparable, in front of a region lord with a war weapon they would still be killed. As one of the 10 hegemons, the true dragon hegemon's original goal had been to kill the coiling dragon hegemon and devour his subordinates. The secrets of the coiling dragon hegemon were merely secondary. But now that they saw the battle fort, they were all shocked. If he could get his hands on this thing, he would definitely become an area lord in the future, an overlord whose might could shake the weaves. Who wouldn't be tempted by such temptation? Everyone wants a good thing like a battle fortress. Sorry for the offense. The true dragon sovereign was the first to react. He tossed out a sovereign immortal talisman towards the two of them, while he himself charged towards the battle fort. For the sake of the battle fortress, the true dragon sovereign didn't hesitate to act. Hegemon Huarong and the sovereign lord of the dead both tossed out hegemon immortal talismans. They were both on guard against each other, and they charged forward as well. Terrifying power swept out, and hegemon Fengyu, who had been following them all this time, was completely unable to react in time. The 9 Serenity's flame seized the opportunity to attack, burning him to death within 3 breaths of time. All 3 hegemons had taken action for the sake of the fortress. This wasn't the first time the 3 of them had heard of such a top-tier weapon of war. In fact, they had heard of it countless times in the past, but they had never had the chance to see it in person. It was said that in the Endless Territories, 7 of the 10 battle bastions had been seized by others, while the other 3 had been lost somewhere unknown. The 7 hegemons who wielded the battle bastions had all become supreme hegemons, and the 3 of them deeply desired to be in possession of them. After recognizing the battle fortress, they couldn't stay calm anymore. You attack me, I attack you. Both sides hoped that the other would slow down. A day later, the 3 of them saw hegemon coiling dragon, who was currently being suppressed by the tempest. Another day had passed, but they hadn't advanced very far. Hegemon coiling dragon was on the verge of collapse. This was the first time he had encountered such a difficult opponent. It's you. Hegemon coiling dragon gnashed his teeth so hard that they almost shattered when he saw the true dragon sovereign. Hegemon coiling dragon had been the one who had carefully discovered the clues leading to the battle fortress. He had been extremely careful, but he had still been targeted. First it had been a black-robed stranger, and now it had been his enemy, the true dragon sovereign. Fellow Taoist coiling dragon, we meet again. It seems you aren't in a good situation. The true dragon sovereign blocked hegemon Huarong's attack, then smiled coldly at hegemon coiling dragon. As long as hegemon coiling dragon hadn't entered, everything was fine. This was the thought that ran through all 3 of their minds. This way they would still have a chance to fight over the ownership of the battle fortress. I underestimated you. It seems you must have bribed my people to know that I'm here. Hegemon coiling dragon was an intelligent person, and he already knew what was going on. The true dragon sovereign laughed. Who told you to be so harsh to your subordinates? All I had to do was pay a small price, and I was able to easily track your movements. The only thing I didn't expect was that you would actually discover the whereabouts of the battle fortress. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't have been able to see a top-tier war weapon like the battle fortress. True dragon. Who the battle fortress belongs to isn't something you can decide with a single word. Hegemon Huarong snorted. Don't forget, there's still us. That's right. If you want the battle fortress, you'll have to ask us first. The sovereign of the dead said excitedly. He shattered a cluster of 9 underworld's flames, then took a dozen or so more steps forward. Hegemon coiling dragon's mood was at an all-time low. In front of him was a black-robed brat, and behind him was a pack of wolves. When he thought of this, he laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha, just the 3 of you and you want the battle fortress? Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? I forgot to tell you that someone else has already entered the battle fortress. Can you still be happy? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the 3 hegemons. Someone had entered. At this moment they came to a sudden realization. Hegemon coiling dragon hadn't been trapped by the seals. Rather, he had been trapped by someone else. As a result, he couldn't come out. They had been feeling smug just a moment ago. But hegemon coiling dragon's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring over their heads. The three hegemons charged forward, but the 9 underworld's flames blocked their path. Ha ha ha, you're getting impatient, aren't you? Hegemon Coiling Dragon's mood improved quite a bit when he saw their ugly expressions. These 9 underworld's flames aren't that easy to deal with. Don't even think about entering without 3 days. 3 days. This wasn't the reason for their disappointment. After trying it out, they realized that these 9 underworld's flames weren't easy to deal with. If they really wanted to go all out, they might actually need 3 days. By that time it would be too late. The battle fortress was so close. Fellow Taoist Coiling Dragon, could it be that you have a way? The true dragon Hegemon stopped. He could only rely on his armor to resist the 9 underworld's flames' onslaught. Kiki, there's definitely a way. Given our strength, we might be able to activate our treasures in half a day, said the Coiling Dragon Hegemon. And I have a treasure that can deal with the 9 underworld's flames. If you want to work with me, you'll have to help me break through this damnable tempest. Once we're inside the battle fortress, we'll compete based on our own abilities. If you guys aren't willing, then I'm not willing. Without a doubt, these words provoked the 3 hegemons. Now that someone had entered, if someone succeeded and took control of the battle fortress, they would undoubtedly die. No one was willing to reveal this information. Fine, we swear it. They were going all out for the sake of entering the battle fortress. Within the battle fortress, suddenly Lin Fei frowned. Hegemon Coiling Dragon actually broke through my Tempest of Sovereigns. Just now Lin Fei sensed that his Tempest of Sovereigns had been shattered by someone, and in an instant. Hegemon Coiling Dragon shouldn't have been able to break through the Tempest of Sovereigns so quickly. Could it be that someone else has entered? This isn't good news. At first, Lin Fei thought that he would be able to break through the restrictions very quickly. Lin Fei was well aware of the system's ability to break through restrictions. But once he started, Lin Fei realized that the restrictions of the battle fortress were extraordinarily troublesome. They required a very long time and couldn't be broken through in a short amount of time. Hundreds of thousands of restrictions would take at least a few months, or even a year or two. This was what the little devil said. For example, right now, Lin Fei was inside a restriction. According to the system's analysis, this restriction was merely the outermost layer of the battle fortress, used to prevent intruders from entering. In the meantime, Lin Fei had tried using brute force to attack it. The effect wasn't good. Sometimes, he would even trigger the counterattack of dozens of restrictions. Master, this restriction was probably broken by force. Although some of the restrictions will automatically repair themselves, we can enter from here. According to my calculations, it should take a year. The little devil said. A year? Can't it be faster? If there were no outsiders interfering, Lin Fei wouldn't be worried at all. But now he had no choice but to speed up. That's the fastest. The little devil shook her head. Master, don't worry. Even if someone enters, unless that person is a formation grandmaster, they won't be as fast as us. I'm afraid they can only use brute force to break through. You know someone is coming. The little devil said disdainfully. How can I not know? I control the system. They probably won't follow the route we broke through and enter, right? This was what Lin Fei was more worried about. They won't be able to enter. The little devil said disdainfully. The restrictions here aren't fixed. They're constantly changing. Why did I tell you not to move? It's because there will be new restrictions later on. Right now you're inside this restriction. That's good. That's what I'm afraid of. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. Then you can focus on breaking the restrictions. Coiling Dragon, what do you say? Inside the battle fortress, looking at the densely packed restrictions, the true dragon Sovereign and Sovereign Huarong's faces were pale. Just now, they had used their divine sense to investigate and were injured by the restrictions. The Coiling Dragon Sovereign was glaring at them angrily, and he seemed to want to give a reason. The Coiling Dragon Sovereign snorted. You didn't ask about the situation inside. Besides, I don't know much about the situation inside either. They didn't dare to move recklessly around the restrictions. What should they do? Chapter 1524. Cowardly rat, I know you're inside. You'd better rejoice that you don't get caught by me. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Hegemon Coiling Dragon's threatening voice echoed throughout the fortress. The coiling dragon hegemon didn't know what to do as he stared at the densely packed formations and restrictions. Breaking formations was his weakness, not his forte. If it had been just 8 or 10 formations, the coiling dragon hegemon had plenty of ways to break through them, even if he had to use brute force. However, hundreds of thousands or even millions of formations weren't something he could break through. With no other choice, the coiling dragon hegemon could only vent his emotions in this manner. In addition, hegemon coiling dragon was still testing the waters. Was that guy dead? It would be fine if he died, but if he didn't, it would be troublesome. Fellow Taoist coiling dragon, you're pretty fast to be able to come out so quickly. I thought you'd be trapped for a few more days. Suddenly, the young man's voice came from the array formation. Not dead. The expressions of the 4 sovereigns present all changed. When they came in, they tried to check with their spiritual mind but failed. They also thought that the person who came in was killed by the formation, and the battle for the battle fort was between the 4 of them. Now that that guy wasn't dead, the situation was quite bad. He's inside the restrictive spell formation. The true dragon sovereign realized where the other party was. This sentence put a lot of pressure on them. He was ahead of them. I'm going to kill you first. Get out here. Upon hearing this voice, the coiling dragon sovereign could no longer suppress his killing intent. It was this fellow who had caused him to miss the best opportunity. I'm inside. Rush in if you have the ability. If you only talk and don't do anything, I'll look down on you. Ha ha ha. A mocking voice came from within the array formation once more. The coiling dragon hegemon was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. He almost couldn't stop himself from charging in, but he stopped himself at the critical moment. That guy was too much of a bastard. He was sending himself to his death. Fellow true dragon, we've been fighting for so long without a clear winner. Now that a great opportunity has presented itself, why don't we join forces to break the formation? Maybe the guy inside is trapped in that formation. There were more than 1 million array formations here, so it would not be easy to break through all of them. The true dragon hegemon, the dead lord hegemon, and hegemon splendor all realized how difficult it was. There was no way they could enter on their own. Everyone, let's break the formation together and get rid of the guy inside. The coiling dragon hegemon's words received approval. No matter what, the battle fort had to belong to the 4 of them. They couldn't let anyone else take it away. The 4 sovereigns immediately joined forces once more. In the face of profit, even enemies could work together. Boom boom boom. Another array formation was broken. Within the array formation, Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged, not in a hurry at all. This was the 8th month since they entered the battle fortress. Every day, Lin Fei leveled up the system and cracked it. However, once he got inside, the array formations and restrictions became much more difficult. He needed time to crack them, so Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Can you guys do it or not? Lin Fei smirked. When the 4 sovereigns heard this, their expressions turned even uglier. Ever since they worked together to break the array, they had never stopped. Every day they would break the array. Unfortunately, the 4 of them were not good at breaking arrays. In 8 months he barely managed to break more than 10,000 formations and restrictions, but he was already running out of steam. Then, they looked at the fellow who had entered a step ahead of them. From beginning to end, they couldn't even see his shadow, and from time to time, he would sneer at them. This provoked them quite a bit, and they wanted nothing more than to crush this fellow. We can't continue like this. The true dragon sovereign used his treasures to attack the array formations. He frowned as he did this almost every day. The array formations and restrictions here are too powerful. They were probably set up by the battle race. Even if they've been broken by someone, the rest is not something we can break. If no one is here, I don't believe we can't break them in a few years. Now that someone is inside, we have to speed up. Sovereign Huarong was very anxious. Array formations and restrictions are not easy to break. If we're not careful, we'll be attacked. How can we speed up? The dead sovereign shook his head. The only thing I don't understand is why we haven't seen any trace of that fellow. Could it be that he's been breaking the array all this time? Even a grandmaster might not be as fast. They had been breaking the array formations for 8 months, thinking that they would be able to catch up to the other party. In the end, they couldn't even see a shadow of the other party. Who told them to have such a bad feeling? The battle fortress was going to fall into the hands of an outsider. They couldn't accept this. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. At this rate, they wouldn't even need to break the array formations. The other party would take control of the battle fortress, and that would be the end of them. Call for help. Since they couldn't continue breaking the array formations, they could only ask for help. They all wanted the battle fortress. The array formations made them helpless. Plus, there were people inside, so they had the absolute advantage. They didn't want to ask for help from outsiders. But if they didn't, they could only watch as the battle fortress was taken control. Since they couldn't get it, they wouldn't let the guy inside have a good time. Let's go. Another month passed. Lin Fei suddenly realized that there was no movement outside. He scanned with the system and found that the person was gone. Did they give up? Lin Fei didn't believe that they would give up on the battle fortress. After all, it was the top weapon of the battle race. Whoever had it would be the future overlord. How much longer will it take to break the array formations? At this rate, it will take at least 5 years. The array formations here are not ordinary and have many changes. 5 years is the fastest. Lin Fei didn't ask anymore. 5 years was fast enough. It was faster than breaking the array formations by himself. No matter what they are planning, they won't give up on the battle fortress. I should increase my strength. Once I become a 5-star ruler, there will be nothing to worry about. The Void Ruler and the others had indeed gone back. They went back to ask for help. Since they couldn't get the battle fortress, they wouldn't let others get it so easily either. As soon as the 4 sovereigns returned to Sky City, they immediately went to the territories of the remaining 8 sovereigns. After paying a hefty price, they told them about the battle fortress. They even recorded the situation inside the battle fortress. This news shocked them quite a bit. It was such a big news, and it was about the battle fortress. The 8 rulers had paid a huge price for the battle fortress. The 4 rulers had gained a lot from it, which made them feel a bit better. If that black-robed guy hadn't gone in first, they wouldn't have sold the information to the remaining 8 rulers. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing they could do. Chapter 1525. Fellow Taoist Coiling Dragon, you've hidden yourself quite well. You managed to find a place like this and a battle fort as well. I wonder how lucky you are. Deep within the Skycloud Mountains, a large group of sovereigns had surrounded the area. There were more than 2,000 of them, all of whom belonged to the 8 sovereigns. As soon as they appeared, they immediately sealed off the entire area. The powerful sovereign realm immortal beasts that were roaming around were also surrounded and killed. The entire area became a safe zone. As soon as the 8 sovereigns entered the battle fort, someone mocked Sovereign Coiling Dragon. The one who mocked Sovereign Coiling Dragon was a member of a special race known as the Stone Golems. They were born with powerful defenses, and when in danger, they could transform into indestructible stone. Sovereign Stone Armored had never held Sovereign Coiling Dragon in any regard. He was a 5-star sovereign, and with his powerful innate defenses, few of the 10 sovereigns dared to provoke him. Sovereign Stone Armored mocked Sovereign Coiling Dragon, but he wasn't calm at all. Sovereign Coiling Dragon had almost obtained the battle fort, but unfortunately, he hadn't been so lucky. Someone else had beaten him to it, and he had been forced to drag them down with him. Sovereign Coiling Dragon had an uncomfortable look on his face, especially in a situation like this. What? Nothing to say. Sovereign Stone Armored loved to tease Sovereign Coiling Dragon. Fellow Taoist Stone Armored, you can't blame Coiling Dragon for this. It was an accident. We've wasted so much time. We should hurry and break the formation. A green-haired sovereign said. This sovereign was called the Sacrificial Blood Sovereign. We didn't come here to talk about that. We came here to figure out how to take control of the battle fort. Right now, we should focus on breaking the formation. Sovereign Blue Tiger couldn't bear to watch any longer. The 8 sovereigns had all gathered here today for the sake of the battle fort. What's with all the noise? The most important thing right now is to break the formation. The sovereign at the very front, surrounded by others, spoke up. Everyone quieted down. This sovereign was the strongest of the 10 sovereigns. He had the strength of a 6-star sovereign, and his name was Dao. The difference in strength between the 10 sovereigns was enormous. The higher the ranking, the greater the difference in strength. The The number 1 sovereign Tao was rumored to have an extremely powerful background. As soon as he arrived in Eternia, he had recruited over 1,000 sovereigns and become the most powerful faction. All 10 sovereigns knew about the appearance of the battle fort. It wouldn't be easy for them to fight over the Tao hegemon. They were all secretly on guard against the Tao hegemon, who already had the power of a peak 6-star hegemon. I agree with the words of Tao. We must break the formation immediately. I've brought a few formation grandmasters with me. The second-ranked Inferno ruler waved his hand, and a few grandmasters stepped forward. Breaking through the formation is the most important thing right now. I've brought a few hegemons with me as well. This was the third-ranked hegemon, the Skyrush hegemon. He was an extremely astute person, and he was able to easily rank amongst the 10 hegemons. Now that the first 3 hegemons had spoken, the rest of the hegemons had nothing else to say. Break the formation. The 10 hegemons entered the battle fortress. Lin Fei was the first to find out, especially when the leader of the group emitted the aura of a 6-star sovereign. Lin Fei immediately knew that they had called for reinforcements. They're really bold to spread the news. They're treating me as their number 1 opponent. Lin Fei understood their intentions very well. There was strength in numbers, and with a grandmaster present, it was much easier to break the formation. Lin Fei had the advantage right now, and there was nothing to worry about. He had been breaking the formation for more than a year, and they had only just arrived. The distance between them would only continue to grow. With this in mind, Lin Fei didn't really care. But in the 3rd year of breaking the formation, the 10 hegemons joined forces, and their speed at breaking the formation was not slow either. They appeared behind him just like that, a gap of less than half a year. This caused Lin Fei to suck in a breath of cold air. These fellows really couldn't be underestimated. They were not slow at all in breaking the formation. Master, don't worry. The system has a rough analysis. In another half a year, we should be able to break the outer formation. The little fiend said disdainfully. So fast. This was good news. Can't they see who's breaking the formation? The little fiend rolled his eyes. Actually, Master doesn't need to worry. These hegemons are indeed very powerful when they join forces. If Master ambushes them, I believe they will slow down. Ambushes. Right now, there were at least 500 hegemons breaking the formation in the battle fortress. This was also why they were so fast. With strength and formation breaking grandmasters, how could they not be fast? Master, don't you have war weapons? As long as you sneak up, you can kill some of the hegemons. As long as you kill those formation grandmasters, they can only watch helplessly. Lin Fei had to admit that the little fiend's words were very important. They were breaking the formation very quickly. Lin Fei realized that these formation grandmasters were very powerful. If he killed them, not only would he be able to collect divinity, but he would also be able to collect experience points. This was not a bad idea. However, there are formation restrictions everywhere. As soon as I use my war weapons, they will sense it. Moreover, the formation restrictions will also block the attack. That's not a problem. I already know a little about the formation restrictions behind you. I can send you the route. As long as Master gets close to them, you can fire a cannon. If they are not prepared, they will still fall for it. This is a good idea. The Tao hegemon was in a good mood. He had actually found a battle fortress in Sky City. This was a top-grade war weapon. If he could take control of the battle fortress, the sect elders would no longer dare to underestimate him, and he would be able to strut around and become a hegemon of a territory. Senior apprentice brother, those fellows are secretly guarding against us. Once the formation is broken, we'll probably have to fight to the death. The wind source hegemon sent mentally. The Tao hegemon had a look of disdain on his face. They won't be able to play any tricks. The battle fortress has to be ours. Who would have thought that one of the 3 battle fortresses that disappeared would appear in a mysterious place like Sky City? Once the formation is broken, I'll personally attack and kill them. The 10 hegemons? Heh, they're nothing but a joke. I'll have to congratulate you in advance, senior apprentice brother. The wind source hegemon laughed. As his junior apprentice brother and his most trusted subordinate, he hoped that his senior apprentice brother would continue to make breakthroughs in power. Once you take control of the battle fortress, I'll shut those old bastards up. When that happens, I'll hand over the position of sect leader to you. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. The Dao hegemon was scheming against them. The other hegemons were also scheming against them. For now, they viewed the Dao hegemon as their number one enemy. The power of a peak 6-star hegemon gave them quite a bit of pressure, which was why they had chosen to target the Dao hegemon. Coiling Dragon, True Dragon, this is a good opportunity. You have to seize it. The Inferno hegemon was a 6-star hegemon, one of the only 2 of the 10 hegemons. He was far weaker than the Dao hegemon. He was the one who had suggested that the Dao hegemon be their number one target. Even he was extremely wary of the Dao hegemon. Although they had fought against each other a few times, he had never been able to gauge the Dao hegemon's true power. Now that the battle fortress had appeared, the Inferno hegemon viewed it as his number one enemy. Seeing that the rate at which the formation was being broken was increasing, the Inferno hegemon had no choice but to make his preparations. Right now, they were only temporarily working together, but once the battle began, they would definitely fight to the death. Right now, the Inferno hegemon was trying to recruit the 10 hegemons to his side. This was the most powerful force he could muster against the Dao hegemon. Coiling Dragon, aren't you ashamed to come back? The Coiling Dragon hegemon and the True Dragon hegemon had both brought their forces with them. They weren't exactly powerful, but they were still a force to be reckoned with, especially at a time like this. Before the Coiling Dragon hegemon could respond, laughter rang out from within the restrictive spell formation. The Coiling Dragon hegemon's face immediately darkened. Ever since he had discovered the battle fortress, the person he had hated the most was this mysterious black-robed man. If it weren't for him, would he have ended up in his current state? He had missed out on such a great opportunity, all thanks to this man. And yet, this fellow still had the gall to speak? You best not get caught by me. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Now that the Dao hegemon was within the restrictive spell formation, the Coiling Dragon hegemon couldn't charge, and no matter how angry he was. There were multiple restrictive spells here, and not even the Coiling Dragon hegemon dared to charge in recklessly. If he got trapped, it would be very difficult to escape. I'm right here. If you have the ability, come in. If you don't, then stand to the side. Lin Fei laughed once more. The battle fortress is mine. All you can do is stare at it. I'm going to destroy you. The Coiling Dragon hegemon was already filled with anger. Now that he was provoked again, he charged toward the source of the voice. He didn't care if he would get trapped in the restrictive spell formation. His anger was now completely replaced by rage. Coiling Dragon. The True Dragon hegemon called out to stop him. He couldn't stop him. Once he entered, he would be in grave danger. The True Dragon hegemon could understand if the Coiling Dragon hegemon went in. The battle fortress was his, but it had ended up like this. Probably not many people would be able to accept it. The Inferno hegemon narrowed his eyes and said, "You're amazing." With just a few words, you made Coiling Dragon charge into the restrictive spell formation. I know very well what you're thinking. The battle fortress isn't easy to take. You'd best be prepared. Whoosh! Suddenly Lin Fei appeared in front of everyone, dressed in a black robe. More importantly, he had the ruler's obliteration cannon on his shoulder. He blasted at the formation masters who were trying to break the spell formation. Boom boom. To kill them, Lin Fei fired 3 consecutive cannons. The 3 beams of destruction crashed over. You're courting death. A few of the 10 juggernauts instantly gained mid-grade juggernaut battle armor. For example, the Inferno hegemon had the flame juggernaut battle armor. With a wave of his hand, a fire dragon blasted out. Chapter 1526. The appearance of the battle fort had made everyone focus on breaking the restrictions. The 10 rulers all had their own selfish motives. Breaking the restrictions was a temporary alliance. In the end, they would have to fight for the right to control the battle fort. Whoever controlled the battle fort would receive unimaginable benefits. Everyone ignored the black-robed man, who was still breaking the formation. Up until the black-robed man's mockery of the Coiling Dragon ruler, no one had expected him to launch a sneak attack, much less suddenly appear. The moment he made his move, he caught them off guard. A large group of formation masters were the first to suffer. 3 rulers' destruction cannons, each with mid-level power, blasted them to pieces. Even if they weren't wearing ruler battle robes, only a few formation masters were spared. but they were still heavily injured. I'm going to kill you. The Inferno ruler's eyes were bloodshot. Under this attack, the 5 array formation grandmasters who had brought along with them were all killed. They were the strongest formation masters under the Inferno ruler, but now they were all dead. The Inferno ruler attacked angrily with a fire dragon, but it hit nothing but air, triggering the formation's restrictions. Bastard! Seeing that his attack had failed, the Inferno hegemon attacked once more. The black-robed man quietly slipped into the array formation and disappeared from everyone's sight. This is a small gift from me. I hope everyone will be satisfied. Ha ha ha. The man's laughter echoed in the air above the formation. The rulers outside all had grim expressions. They couldn't find the man's exact location. The rulers who had been breaking the formation didn't dare to stick together anymore. They all scattered, afraid that they would become the next target. Kill him. We must kill him. The true dragon ruler broke out in a cold sweat. If he was attacked, he really would fail miserably. My people are all dead. True dragon, why didn't you say that he was a formation-breaking expert? The stone-armored ruler was furious. The formation experts he had brought with him were all dead. Fellow Taoist true dragon, you must give us an explanation. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that most of the formation masters are dead, how do you expect us to break the formation? The true dragon ruler immediately became the target. I really didn't know. The true dragon ruler couldn't explain. Not good. The coiling dragon ruler is in danger. The 10 rulers' expressions changed slightly. That fellow was able to move within the array formation's restriction, so he had a considerable grasp of the array formation. The coiling dragon hegemon might truly be in danger. After the coiling dragon hegemon charged into the restrictive spell formation, his impulsive emotions calmed down, because he was trapped in a restrictive array formation. Not good, I've been tricked. The array formation changed. The coiling dragon hegemon wanted nothing more than to give himself a tight slap across the face. He was now one of the 10 hegemons. How could he not be able to resist being duped by a few words? Boom boom boom. The terrifying pressure once more caused the coiling dragon hegemon to feel uneasy. That guy is ambushing us. The coiling dragon hegemon gnashed his teeth at the black-robed man. If not for the black-robed man using this technique to kill his subordinates, he would have nearly become a one-man army commander. But that's fine too. Battle fortresses aren't that easy to get. Hegemon coiling dragon quickly regained his composure, and he even smiled. Hegemon coiling dragon was more than happy to see the people outside suffer. Didn't you laugh at me? Now I'm laughing at you. What goes around comes around. Finally solved a problem. After 3 consecutive cannon blasts, most of the formation grandmasters were wiped out. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. That Inferno hegemon is indeed a 6-star juggernaut. His attack is so powerful and he broke 5 or 6 restrictive array formations. It's all thanks to my mastery of restrictive arts. Lin Fei admitted that there was still a gap between him and a 6-star juggernaut. Now that I've solved this problem, I can go and solve another one. Lin Fei moved quickly within the restrictive array formation, avoiding one after another. A figure appeared in the restrictive array formation in front of him. It was the coiling dragon hegemon who had charged in a fit of rage. Lin Fei was here to finish him off. I'll let you have a blast first. With the inferior grade Saint Stone, Lin Fei didn't mind finishing the battle in the fastest way possible. This was a kind of strategy. Boom! The coiling dragon hegemon tried to attack the restrictive array formation, but to no avail. Not good. The sneak attack outside had him on guard. The coiling dragon hegemon reacted quickly, but half of his body was still injured. The Juggernaut destruction cannon's advantage was that it was stealthy, which was one of the biggest advantages of war weapons. Shameless fellow, how dare you sneak attack me? The coiling dragon hegemon was furious. He had been ambushed once outside, and now he was ambushed a second time. The black axe landed in his hand. Stop hiding. Come out and fight if you can. After being ambushed once, the coiling dragon hegemon wouldn't fall for it again. As you wish. As he spoke, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A huge fist landed on the coiling dragon hegemon's face, and a terrifying might instantly erupted. The coiling dragon hegemon was sent flying. So fast. The coiling dragon hegemon was experienced and knowledgeable. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could evade divine senses. This punch made the coiling dragon hegemon feel terrible. Again. The coiling dragon hegemon reached out, and the black axe appeared in his hand. An attack with the force of a mountain crashed over. Countless axe shadows spread out like ripples. The coiling dragon hegemon wasn't good at speed, so he could only use this method. Come out. Eat my sword. Lin Fei appeared again, and his 5 swords merged into one as he met the attack head-on. This sword represented the might of a 4-star juggernaut. I'm going to kill you, shameless fellow. The coiling dragon hegemon saw the black-robed man again, and the axe in his hand turned into a black light as it slashed out. The long sword and axe clashed, and a terrifying might erupted. Boom! A terrifying might swept out. The two were instantly impacted by the might. At their realm, the impact of the might was enough to make ordinary celestial venerables unable to withstand it. That's all. Lin Fei was impacted by the might, and his blood surged. His fighting spirit surged and he swung his sword, attacking with ordinary attacks. Sword after sword he never missed. Boom boom boom. Every sword strike was the most domineering attack. The coiling dragon hegemon also attacked boldly, trying to use his own might to impact and injure the opponent. But as time went on, the opponent seemed fine, while the coiling dragon hegemon was suffering. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The coiling dragon hegemon suffered every time they exchanged blows. The might surged out like ripples, and his mid-grade juggernaut battle robe was covered in cracks. After being heavily injured twice in a row, the coiling dragon hegemon's battle robe was riddled with cracks. He had thought that he could crush the opponent with his strength, but the opponent's battle prowess was no weaker than his. In particular, the might of the secret art was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The coiling dragon hegemon's situation was worsening. Boom! Another sword strike, and the mid-grade juggernaut battle robe on the coiling dragon hegemon was shattered. Eternal instant. An ancient secret art was unleashed. Chapter 1527. The coiling dragon hegemon was dead. The coiling dragon hegemon wasn't able to block this sword strike. The coiling dragon hegemon's battle robes had just been shattered, and Lin Fei had used this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, not giving the coiling dragon hegemon any chance to struggle at all. As soon as the coiling dragon hegemon died, the system notified him. A hegemon of this level really isn't easy to deal with. After killing the coiling dragon hegemon, Lin Fei realized that this sort of expert was not easy to deal with. He had to fight head-on to break through the hegemon's defenses, then use a secret divine ability to catch the hegemon off guard. Lin Fei was quite excited. He clearly had the advantage in this formation. Lin Fei pulled out a healing pill and swallowed it. Although the short exchange had been a head-on clash, he had still been injured. I'm more suited to this style of fighting. Their attacks don't affect me much, and I'll just have to break through their defenses to kill them. Lin Fei gained new insights after this battle. Within the battle fortress, after Lin Fei's ruckus, the 10 hegemons had lost many of their formation grandmasters. They had no choice but to pause their plan to quickly break through the formation. The reason was that although the remaining formation grandmasters hadn't been killed, they had been injured. Breaking through formations was very taxing. It was very taxing for them to break through formations. Helpless, the remaining 9 hegemons decided to bring in a new batch of formation grandmasters. This had wasted quite a bit of time. Formation grandmasters were hard to find, and they had to find the best. After all, the formations here were extraordinary, and they had to hide the fact that they had to spend quite a bit of time. If word got out, all the hegemons of Skysplit City would attack. They definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. The pause in between had caused the distance between them to widen once more, making it impossible for them to break through the formation. Everyone was filled with resentment towards the black-robed fellow who had ambushed them. They had never seen such a despicable person who had destroyed their most important location with a single attack. When the second batch of formation grandmasters arrived, they were on high alert every single day. They even secretly set down formations in an attempt to bait the enemy into falling for it. The enemy never fell for it. As time went on, the Tao hegemon, the Inferno hegemon, the Skyrush hegemon, and the others began to feel uneasy. Was someone going to beat them to it? Boom! Within the battle fortress, another array formation was broken. The originally heavy restrictions were finally broken through, revealing a path. Lin Fei took a step forward, and the array formation restrictions in front of him disappeared. When he looked back, he saw the dense array formation restrictions behind him. Finally, it took the system 4 years to break through the restrictive array formation, which was much faster than expected. 200,000 demons' hearts. It's totally worth it. Those fellows will need at least a year to get in. This is your chance. Little Demoness was very proud of herself. Lin Fei was also desperate to master the battle fort. After taking a deep breath, Lin Fei observed the situation in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a ground full of corpses. These people were directly crushed to death by a terrifying power. The little demon said. Lin Fei also noticed this after observing. It should be a powerful ruler who slaughtered his way in from the outside. The war race's people didn't even have time to react before they were directly obliterated. Lin Fei could imagine this scene even if he closed his eyes. The injuries on the corpses were exactly the same. Is this an array formation? After looking around, Lin Fei realized that there was something different about this place. Not far away there was a small hub, and the people who had died were all surrounding this hub. Releasing his divine sense, all he saw were corpses. There were a total of 9 of these small hubs. Lin Fei was not an idiot. He knew that these hubs were very important, and the battle fort seemed to need slaves to work together to activate these hubs. Since these hubs were not ordinary, Lin Fei was even more interested in the battle fort. He walked in. There were corpses everywhere. Without exception, they were all killed in an instant. Lin Fei secretly estimated that there were at least 1 million people killed. He didn't know how strong they were, but they shouldn't be too weak. I'm almost there. After going through one array formation after another, the corpses in front of him started to lessen, not as densely packed as before. Lin Fei knew that he was about to reach his destination. What appeared was actually a black palace. Lin Fei stepped into the palace. It was spacious inside, and at the end of the palace, he saw a tall black throne. On both sides of the throne there were more than 10 corpses. That's right, corpses. These corpses were all 9 zhang tall, like small giants. They aren't strong. After these corpses died, their auras were only around 5-star rulers. After Lin Fei observed carefully, he realized that they were all stabbed in the forehead with a sword. There was a fist-sized wound on their forehead, and all the corpses were the same. These should be people from the battle race. I didn't expect them to be killed with a sword. Maybe they didn't expect it. Lin Fei sighed, and his gaze instantly fell on the person on the throne. This was a middle-aged man with a very imposing aura. At this moment, he also had a look of unwillingness in his eyes. His forehead was also pierced by a sword, and he was even wearing the ruler battle armor. Lin Fei was about to look for something good. Unfortunately, apart from the ruler battle armor, they didn't have anything good. It seemed like someone had taken it away. Since the person killed them, why didn't he take control of the battle fort? Lin Fei had a question. This was a top-grade war weapon in the territory. Even Lin Fei was tempted, let alone others. He didn't believe that anyone could resist such thoughts. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei still couldn't come to a conclusion, so he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked for a way to control the battle fort. After all, the people outside were still breaking the formation. Once they came in, they would have more people and he wouldn't have a chance. Master, I just scanned it. The battle fort's mechanism is this throne. The little devil came out with a smile. As long as Master refines the throne, the battle fort will be under your control. If you want to refine the throne, you need to give me 500,000 hearts. I knew you wouldn't be so kind as to remind me. Lin Fei curled his lips. 200,000 to break the formation, and 500,000 to refine the throne. Do you think I'm a fool? 500,000 hearts in one go. Lin Fei felt his heart ache just thinking about it. Why don't you try refining it? The little devil was very confident. The people of this race are very smart. I'm a little suspicious that they came from somewhere else. Their brain power has reached this level. Lin Fei didn't know much about the battle race, but he knew one thing. This battle race was very smart. They weren't strong themselves, but they could create all kinds of war weapons to increase their strength and invade one territory after another. Let's try who's afraid of who. If he didn't have to spend 500,000 hearts, of course, Lin Fei would save it. Lin Fei wanted to refine the Black Throne. He originally thought that it wouldn't be difficult, but after a month he still hadn't reached the entry level. It turned out that the throne needed to be broken layer by layer. I lost. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that it would take him a long time to refine this throne. You win. Isn't 500,000 too expensive? It won't be expensive if you don't want it. Lin Fei was already here. He was only one step away, so he wouldn't give up. 500,000 it is. How long do you need to refine it? Lin Fei couldn't wait that long. The throne created by the battle race isn't simple. I will break it as soon as possible. No matter what, it will take more than half a year. You might meet them, so you must be mentally prepared. Lin Fei's heart sank. This wasn't good news. Since things had come to this, he could only go all out. Go refine it immediately. After paying another 500,000 hearts, Lin Fei sent the little devil to refine it. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to insert his divine sense into the battle fort and completely control it. Lin Fei was happy, but thinking about half a year or even longer, his heart sank again. I need to break through as soon as possible. Boom boom boom. Half a year later, the other group of people finally broke through the restrictions of the array formation and passed through the periphery. Ha ha ha, we're in. The moment these people entered, they faced the sky and laughed. For this day they had to break the formation day and night, and they also had to be on guard against hidden enemies. These few years had not been easy. Search. The ruler of Blaze couldn't hide his excitement. He had finally brought people in. He had waited a long time for this day. In his excitement, he secretly gathered his subordinates. The other rulers did the same. Once the formation was broken and they entered, the alliance from before no longer existed. However, they hadn't found the thing controlling the battle fort yet, so there was no battle. This was only a matter of time. The ruler of Blaze ordered his subordinates to search. The 9 rulers led their subordinates to search. At this time they were strangely united, as if they didn't want to lose people in this situation. Discovering the control diagram made them a little happy. However, seeing the corpses all over the ground, they were even more shocked. Someone had actually killed their way in. It was definitely a 9 stars ruler. The 9 rulers searched very quickly, approaching the palace. We found a palace. The control center should be in the palace. Charge. Almost 1,000 rulers entered the palace together. It's that guy. He must be refining the control center. The eyes of the rulers who entered were very bright. They immediately noticed the black-robed man sitting cross-legged below the throne. They had all seen the sneak attack last time, and it would be a lie to say that they didn't hate him. Now that he was surrounded in the palace, they didn't believe that he could walk out. Hearing that someone was refining the control center, the 9 rulers couldn't stay calm and hurriedly rushed in. Damn, I finally found you. The ruler of Blaze shot out a cold light, and without saying a word, a roaring fire dragon flew out. Brother Blaze, what is the meaning of this? Just as the fire dragon appeared, a sword slashed out from the void, and the fire dragon was cut in two. The ruler of Dao held his sword with one hand, watching coldly. Chapter 1528. What do you mean? Hegemon Inferno was extremely wary of the chief hegemon of Dao. Even if he went all out, he still wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. Even now, he had no idea what trump cards the chief hegemon of Dao had. He was extremely unhappy that his attack on the black-robed man had been nullified by the Dao hegemon. It wasn't easy for him to find her, so he had to be the first to make a move. Everyone knew that he was trying to refine the throne and completely control the battle fort. Being the first to attack represented an opportunity, and Hegemon Inferno's reasoning was quite appropriate as well. In the end, however, Hegemon Dao forcibly blocked his attack. The black-robed man is our common enemy. He killed our formation grandmaster. Fellow Taoist Lai Hua, you don't have to rush to act. Anyway, he can't escape from our palms. The Dao hegemon said calmly, paying no attention to the look on Hegemon Inferno's face. His words reminded everyone of something. What if the Inferno Hegemon made the first move? Fellow cultivator Lai Hua, this guy can't escape anyway. Why are you in such a hurry to take action? Hegemon Skyrush laughed, his gaze focused on the black-robed figure in front of the throne. Since everyone is here, let's attack together. Let's deal with this fellow first. It had taken them a long time to gather a formation grandmaster to break through the formation restrictions and come all the way here. The other party was alone and faster than them. Everyone had to admit that he was a formation restriction grandmaster. The coiling dragon Hegemon vanished. Right now it was time for the 9 Hegemons to fight over the true fortress. The black-robed man wanted all of them to attack at the same time. He would not allow anyone to be the first to attack. If anyone attacked first, they would immediately become the target of the attack. Hegemon Inferno reacted quickly, and was blocked by Hegemon Dao. It was impossible for such an opportunity to appear a second time. With the death of the black-robed man, a great battle was inevitable. Although the Inferno Hegemon was furious, he also realized that he couldn't attack anymore. If he did, he would become a target. He flicked his sleeves, let out a snort and fell silent. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the black-robed man. They were only one step away from the battle fortress. Good job, fellow Taoist. You actually came in by yourself. If we were one step slower, you would have taken control of the battle fort. Now you have no chance. Do it. The 9 Hegemons gave the order. More than 100 2-star sovereigns attacked at the same time. Their momentum was astonishing, and divine abilities filled the sky. The huge palace shook, but there were no signs of it collapsing. Sovereign Tempest. From the moment they came in, Lin Fei sensed it. Dodge. This was impossible. Once the throne was broken, Lin Fei needed to refine it immediately so that he could control it smoothly. However, he did not expect them to be faster than he expected. This was something that could not be helped. As soon as they made their move, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and a cold gleam flashed through them. Fight it was. Wasn't it just a fight? Hua hua hua. Within the enormous palace, the tempest of sovereigns descended. A terrifying aura swept out. Wounds were instantly left on the bodies of over 100 sovereigns. Their bodies swayed as their Dao hearts were attacked. The battle fort is mine. Let's see who can take it away. Lin Fei stepped into the tempest of sovereigns. His tyrannical voice reverberated throughout the area, imprinting itself in the hearts of every single sovereign present. Kill! The 5 great sword qis merged into one, and a tyrannical sword swept out. The dozen or so sovereigns charging at the front were all sent flying like fallen leaves in autumn. The dozen or so sovereigns fell to the ground, their bodies broken into 2, no longer breathing. 1 sword strike to kill. This sword attack had torn through their ruler's battle armor and killed them. The 9 sovereigns did not plan to attack. These subordinates were already enough. A strange look flashed through their eyes when they saw Yi Shiwen kill over a dozen sovereigns with a single sword strike. Lin Fei did not care about their changes. What he needed to do now was to kill. He needed to buy time for himself. With a sweep of his sword, Lin Fei moved within the tempest of sovereigns. He came and went without a trace. With a flash of sword light, he killed a sovereign. The 2-star sovereigns in the tempest were not a match for him at all. They could not track him at all. Lin Fei slaughtered his way through, killing sovereigns with each sword strike. At the same time, he obtained a large amount of experience in divinity. The 100 2-star sovereigns charging at him were all killed in an instant. Only a few managed to escape, and their faces were filled with terror. He alone killed over 100 2-star sovereigns. How satisfying! Lin Fei stood on the high platform and met everyone's gazes. These 100 sovereigns were killing to his heart's content. Regardless of whether they were wearing the ruler's battle armor or not, they were all destroyed with a single sword strike. This feeling was simply too satisfying. Didn't you guys want to kill me? Keep going. The 9 sovereigns' expressions turned grave. They had underestimated the other party's power. This was within their expectations. They had not expected to rely on these sovereigns to take down the other party. They had arranged for them to act as a probe, or even to observe. Now it seemed like the other party was not weak. He could easily kill 2-star sovereigns. No matter what, he had the combat power of a 4-star sovereign. This was still within the acceptable range. Aside from the 1 or 2 at the back, the 9 sovereigns at the front were all 5-star and 6-star sovereigns. With them overseeing things, they did not believe that they could not take down the other party. All of you attack. Kill this fellow for me. Go kill. The 9 sovereigns signaled their subordinates to surround and attack. As for them, they could not attack now. It could be said that the 9 sovereigns were guarding against each other. A 4-star sovereign and his subordinates were enough to attack. With the sovereign's order, the remaining sovereigns attacked. Most of them were 3-star and 4-star sovereigns. They could be said to be the most elite force. The 102-star sovereigns from before could not compare to them. About 1,000 sovereigns attacked together. Lin Fei licked his lips. This was Lin Fei's first time facing so many sovereigns. He felt an immense pressure. Lin Fei was not afraid. Instead, he was filled with the desire to fight. Lin Fei was the only one who could still be filled with the desire to fight at a time like this. Ordinary 4-star sovereigns would most likely turn and run if they saw him. Kill. Lin Fei activated his sovereign's tempest and charged in front of a 2-star sovereign. He stabbed with his sword, and with a crack, the sword pierced through the sovereign's forehead. A 2-star sovereign died. Kill the weak first. Lin Fei shuttled through 100 flowers. Every time he attacked, he took the life of a sovereign. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei's powerful killing spree quickly filled his body with wounds. These wounds came one after another. Right now he could not care less. He only wanted to kill the sovereigns. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all of the 2-star sovereigns were dead. Lin Fei attacked the 3-star sovereigns. Killing them would be a bit more difficult. As soon as Lin Fei attacked, they took out their sovereign immortal talismans. The other sovereigns seized this opportunity to surround him. The speed at which they killed the sovereigns slowed down. Chapter 1529. A few hundred juggernauts besieging a single juggernaut was a spectacular sight. It was basically impossible for hundreds of sovereigns to take the initiative to attack a single sovereign, except in a place like Sky City. This result was obviously predetermined. However, the 9 hegemons all had gloomy expressions on their faces. This was already the 10th day of the siege. Ever since the beginning of the siege, this black-robed man had been like an invincible god of war. He had never stopped attacking, and the power of the Great Path seemed endless. Of the thousands of sovereigns who had attacked, only 500 remained. More than half of the sovereigns had died to his sword. What kind of concept was that? He had never seen a 4-star sovereign who was so powerful that he could last for 10 days. Right now, all that was left were 3- and 4-star rulers. In the beginning, they had surrounded him. His opponent was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. His physical defense was unbelievably strong. Even without the sovereign's battle armor, it was difficult to leave any serious injuries on his body. This was the first time they had encountered such a powerful physical body. The other party's ruler's storm also made things very difficult for them. Their Dao hearts were constantly being attacked, and their ruler's battle robes were being torn one after another. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on. The situation is not good. How can this black-robed man be so powerful? The stone-armored hegemon's face darkened. His fleshly body is so powerful? I wonder which territory he came from. Our innate defensive abilities are probably inferior to his. So what if he's powerful? There are still 500 juggernauts surrounding him. Even if he's extremely powerful, he can forget about surviving under such circumstances. The blood sacrifice juggernaut didn't mind. At most, he was just a little stronger. This guy's physical body cultivation method should be pretty good. It's really not easy to cultivate his physical body to this level. In a few more days, the black-robed fellow should not be able to hold on. Although the 9 sovereigns were astonished by the extraordinary strength displayed by the black-robed man, they did not believe that the black-robed man had the ability to overturn the heavens in a situation where they had the upper hand. They had the confidence to take them down. As for the sovereign being killed by the black-robed man, they didn't really care. This was a form of consumption. It was a good way to exhaust each other's strength, and it would save them trouble when the time came. These juggernauts sure are smart. They've become cautious. Lin Fei's sword missed, and the divine art landed on his body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In these 10 days, he did not know how much blood he had vomited. If it was just a few 3-star and 4-star sovereigns, Lin Fei wouldn't care. However, hundreds of sovereigns were different. They were like a mountain. It wasn't easy to deal with them. Every time he killed a ruler, he would have to pay a hefty price. If Lin Fei wanted to kill them, it would be much more difficult, even if he used his ability to traverse through the sovereign's tempest. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. They wouldn't be able to heavily injure him during this period of time. Up until now, Lin Fei had not taken out his trump cards, such as invincible defense or hairball. Right now, Lin Fei was stalling for time. As long as the 9 sovereigns didn't make a move, Lin Fei would be able to stall for time. As long as the battle fort was successfully refined, these fellows could forget about leaving. There wasn't much difference between killing them sooner or later. No, it's already been half a month. Inside the palace, the battle continued. After 15 full days, they still hadn't been able to kill this black-robed fellow. Instead, more and more of their sovereigns had fallen. The 9 sovereigns had an idea. To be able to last so long against hundreds of 3-star and 4-star sovereigns, there wasn't a single 4-star sovereign in the entire weave. They didn't know how much longer the black-robed fellow could last, but they couldn't. With each passing day, their desire to control the battle fort deepened. No one could suppress this desire. They all knew that as long as they refined the throne, they would have a top-tier weapon of war. They had thought that they could enter the final stage of the fight. As long as the black-robed fellow didn't die, they wouldn't dare to refine the throne. They didn't want to be the first to stand out. If that happened, they would be instantly killed. Right now, everyone was restraining themselves. The black-robed fellow isn't easy to deal with. It looks like we 9 sovereigns have to make a move. Sovereign Inferno was the most impatient of them all. He felt uncomfortable being stuck between a rock and a hard place. What do you think? Logically speaking, a 4-star sovereign shouldn't have been able to last so long. Yet, the black-robed fellow had persisted. Sovereign Inferno's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Each day, more and more of their subordinates were falling. They didn't feel very comfortable either. Even though they knew that this was a waste of energy, they still hoped to preserve some of their elites. Perhaps they would be of use in the future. We underestimated this fellow's combat prowess. This isn't a solution. I suggest that we all attack and wipe him out. Sovereign Skyrush agreed with Sovereign Inferno's words. The 3rd and 2nd ranked sovereigns spoke up. Everyone felt that this was a good idea. Sovereign Dao didn't say anything either. Everyone agreed with this result. All of you retreat. As soon as the 9 sovereigns spoke up, the remaining 400+ sovereigns all retreated, ugly looks on their faces. None of them felt good about not being able to kill a 4-star sovereign. To tell the truth, they were afraid of killing him. At their level, as long as they didn't run into any powerful sovereigns, they could live for an extremely long period of time. But to run into a freak like this who was able to hold on despite their combined attacks, they couldn't help but feel shocked and terrified. A 2-star sovereign was dead. A 3-star sovereign was dead. A 4-star sovereign was dead. So long as they were within these 3 minor realms, no one could say for sure whether or not they would be the one to die the next day. Upon hearing that the black-robed man had retreated, they secretly let out sighs of relief. They didn't have much courage to attack him. In a one-on-one fight, they didn't doubt at all that they would die to him. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Lin Fei's body was covered with wounds, and he looked as though he had just emerged from a sea of blood. This is so boring. I haven't killed enough people yet. As soon as they retreated, Lin Fei understood that the 9 sovereigns were going to attack. These people were the tough ones. This was especially true for the top 3 sovereigns. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate them. Fortunately, he had his invulnerable defense. Fellow Taoist, you talk quite a lot. To be able to survive the attacks of hundreds of sovereigns is quite impressive. Unfortunately, you are our enemy. Hejem and Skyrush stared at the black-robed man. All I can do is kill you. Hejem and Skyrush was a genius himself, and he was quite interested in this black-robed man. In their territory, geniuses like him could be counted on one hand. Lin Fei laughed loudly. If you want to kill me, you'll have to show me what you've got. Who doesn't know how to talk? Hejem and Inferno didn't know if he was jealous or envious. Even when he was a 4-star sovereign, he hadn't been as powerful as this black-robed man. Subconsciously, he told himself that this sort of enemy had to be killed. Everyone, there's no time to lose. Let's attack together. Hegemon Inferno didn't want things to drag out for too long. Alright. The 9 sovereigns immediately attacked. Lin Fei felt an enormous amount of pressure. I am a sovereign of the stone men. I really want to know whether your defense is stronger, or the defense of our stone men. The stone-armored sovereign's entire body transformed into white stone, covered with veined patterns. For the first time, the stone-armored sovereign charged forward. He wanted to force Lin Fei to fight him head-on. A mountain suddenly appeared. This was the stone-armored sovereign's divine ability attack. 2 stone fists flew out, giving Lin Fei no time to think at all. Lin Fei wasn't the type to be afraid. A 5-star sovereign, he really did want to test out just how powerful a 5-star sovereign was. He punched out with both fists. Boom! His 2 fists met the stone-armored sovereign's stone fists. This was Lin Fei's first time fighting a 5-star sovereign. He used his full strength right from the start and didn't hide his strength. This wasn't the time to hide his strength. The 2 overbearing forces collided, and a vacuum appeared behind the 2 of them. Lin Fei's body shook. He felt as if his hands were about to shatter. They weren't under his control. His hands were also imbued with his opponent's attack, and they were about to petrify him. Is this the combat power of a peak 5-star sovereign? Lin Fei thought. The stone-armored sovereign didn't feel good either. He was shocked. His opponent had actually blocked his fists? As a 5-star sovereign, the stone-armored sovereign's strongest close-range attacks were his fists. He was invincible. Last time in Sky City, a 4-star sovereign had been killed by his fists. Seeing that his opponent had only shaken his body, he knew that this was a difficult opponent. Fellow Taoist stone-armored, your stone fists are useless this time. Watch me. A mocking voice suddenly came from behind Lin Fei. A saber light slashed out. The timing was perfect. It happened right after the exchange, just as Lin Fei's body was shaking. Lin Fei turned back and slapped the saber light. The saber light was as gentle as water, and with a rebound it landed on Lin Fei's body. This was the realm of hardness and softness. This saber strike caused Lin Fei to vomit blood. Ha ha ha, a 4-star sovereign doesn't seem like much. A voice came from above Lin Fei's head. He saw a huge cauldron pressing down. Lin Fei's body shook again. The 9 sovereigns were all peak 5-star sovereigns. How could they be weak if they could become the top 10 sovereigns? If Lin Fei was fighting 1-on-1 or 1-on-2, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that he was facing 9 sovereigns, the pressure was naturally great. As soon as they attacked, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. He kept coughing up blood. You should be proud to die at the hands of 9 sovereigns. Another saber light slashed out. The huge cauldron that had been knocked away came crashing down again. Whoosh! The demonic wings transformed into a blur as he dodged the 2 attacks. At this moment, Lin Fei used the demonic wings to increase his speed. 2 cries of surprise came from the 2 sovereigns. They were shocked that Lin Fei had actually dodged their attacks. Not bad, but you still have to die. Chapter 1530. The hegemon of the Tao had made his move. As soon as he pointed his finger out, death enveloped Lin Fei's body. A peak 6-star ruler's killing move. The Tao hegemon could tell that this black-robed fellow wasn't easy to deal with. He was as slippery as a loach, and not even 3 hegemons were able to do anything to him. Originally, the chief hegemon of the Tao hadn't been planning on personally intervening, because he needed to be on guard against the other hegemons. In addition, a puny little 4-star hegemon with decent combat power wasn't worth him personally intervening. This was the pride of the chief hegemon of the Tao. After the stone-armored hegemon and the blood sacrifice hegemon failed to kill him, the Tao hegemon keenly sensed that this black-robed kid was quite extraordinary. No one can survive this attack of mine, said the Tao overlord calmly. I've given this attack a name. It's called the Finger of Death. The stone-armored ruler and the sacrificial blood ruler, who were trying to catch up, stopped in their tracks. This guy is dead meat. The stone-armored hegemon felt very uncomfortable. He hadn't been able to personally kill a 4-star hegemon, and now that the Tao hegemon had intervened, he wasn't going to continue attacking. This fellow is quite mysterious. A pity that he's going to die to the hands of the Tao hegemon. A pity that he has some good stuff on him. The sacrificial blood hegemon said with regret. Both were extremely wary of the hegemon of the Tao. Since the hegemon of the Tao had intervened, they were more than happy to do so. After a short exchange, they knew that the black-robed man was extremely difficult to deal with. Hegemon Inferno, Hegemon Skyrush, Hegemon Blue Tiger, and the others all came to a halt, their faces changing slightly. The hegemon Tao's power had risen yet again. They could tell just from that finger. Lin Fei was stunned. Space-time, everything stopped. Lin Fei stopped in midair and looked at the white finger pointing at his forehead. A sense of death loomed over his head. What a terrifying attack. That finger actually fused the Space Tao and the Time Tao. No wonder he could become the leader of the 10 great juggernauts. He's really quite capable. Lin Fei wasn't a rookie. He could see through the power of this finger at a glance. A very domineering attack. This finger was more than enough to deal with a 5-star ruler. Facing the envelopment of the finger of death, Lin Fei was very calm. He laughed loudly and said, No. Sure. Invincible defense, activate. At this time, Lin Fei directly activated his invincible defense. The finger of death touched Lin Fei's forehead and a terrifying power erupted. A black hole appeared in the void behind Lin Fei, causing the void to distort. The hegemon of the Tao jabbed out with his finger, but it was like a stone being tossed into the sea. Great Sword Chi secret technique / Space and time returned to normal. Lin Fei took advantage of the fact that he had regained his freedom to unleash his 5 streams of sword energy, which he then slashed out at the sovereign lord of the Tao. Fiend wings fluttered, and he appeared in another corner of the palace. He's actually all right? How is this possible? That's an attack from a hegemon of the Tao. Could it be that this fellow is also a 6-star sovereign? The spectating sovereigns were all stupefied. The leader of the 10 hegemons, the Tao hegemon, had actually failed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that it was true. A 4-star sovereign had blocked the attack just like that. The remaining 8 sovereigns also had uncertain looks on their faces as they stared at the black-robed young man in the distance. They really couldn't imagine such an outcome. This wasn't going according to plan. A bad premonition arose in the hearts of the 8 sovereigns. Perhaps something unexpected was going to happen today. Your finger of death can only scare people. You can't even kill a puny sovereign like me, and yet you have the nerve to brag? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Lin Fei laughed mockingly. Even after activating his invincible defense, he had only managed to block the finger. Lin Fei was still quite excited. After all, this was a peak 6-star sovereign. I underestimated you. You were able to break through the restrictive spell formation on your own. How could you possibly be an ordinary sovereign? The Tao hegemon wasn't enraged. On the contrary, he was quite calm. His mental fortitude was quite strong, but his eyes still twitched unconsciously. You are the first sovereign to have surprised me. You are qualified to receive my attack. Nirvana 12 fingers. The Tao hegemon attacked once more. This time he was completely intent on killing. The divine general Deus had appeared, and all sorts of sovereigns had gathered. There was no lack of heaven-defying sovereigns present. The Tao hegemon had a very high opinion of himself, and he had always killed people with a single finger. Just now, when he had failed, he had realized that this was an opponent who had yet to fully mature. This finger attack, space and time froze once more. This was the strength of the Tao hegemon. He didn't believe that his opponent had the battle prowess of a 6-star sovereign. He might even use his sovereign immortal talisman. A sovereign immortal talisman of that level wouldn't last for long. Bam! The first finger landed on Lin Fei. Then a second finger. The power of each finger increased. The sovereigns were secretly shocked. The Nirvana 12 fingers was a high-level sovereign finger technique. Each finger was more powerful than the last. When one cultivated all 12 fingers, they could fight against high-level sovereigns. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was hit by more than 10 fingers. With each finger, a black hole exploded behind him. You still can't do it. Your name sounds impressive, but you still can't kill me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. I think you'd better not attack. Otherwise, it might affect your strength. Although this was what Lin Fei said, he felt very helpless in his heart. The Dao Hegemon's attacks were indeed very ferocious, especially since he controlled the Dao of space and time. Lin Fei couldn't break free for a while. If he hadn't activated his invincible defense, he probably would have been killed long ago. The Dao Hegemon's face grew uglier and uglier. He could clearly sense that each of his finger strikes was like a rock sinking into the ocean. He could clearly kill his opponent with a single finger strike, but he was unable to break free. I'm definitely going to kill you. The Dao Hegemon's attacks grew faster and faster. Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno exchanged a glance. They knew exactly how powerful the Dao Hegemon was. Most likely, not even they would be able to easily defend against these attacks. But this fellow was actually able to block them so easily? Was this a joke? This fellow has helped us out greatly. The Dao Hegemon's Nirvana 12 fingers are extraordinarily powerful. If he can whittle away some of the Dao Hegemon's power, we'll have an easier time attacking. Hegemon Skyrush sent mentally. Hegemon Inferno nodded. That is indeed the case. I hope the black-robed kid can hold on for a bit longer. Alas, using a Hegemon Immortal Talisman won't be able to hold on for too long. Both of them understood this very well. Whittling away some of the Dao Hegemon's power was quite a good thing. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. An hour. The Dao Hegemon was still attacking. Lin Fei, who was under the barrage of attacks, remained standing. There was even a faint smile on his face. This is an invincible armor that my master passed down to me. You won't be able to break through it. I think you should keep an eye on those fellows behind you. They want nothing more than for you to fight me to the end. In the end, they'll be the ones to benefit. Lin Fei said seriously. When Lin Fei said this, the faces of the fellows behind him turned ugly. Chapter 1531. The 8 sovereigns glared angrily at the black-robed man. They had indeed been preparing to deal with the chief sovereign of Dao. As long as they didn't fight, they wouldn't have guessed that this shameless fellow would take the initiative to say it, forcing them to fight the chief sovereign of Dao. Shameless. Truly shameless. Aside from that, they were extremely wary of this black-robed fellow. After a full hour, the chief sovereign of Dao still hadn't killed him. They realized that something was wrong. Perhaps this person really was unkillable. No matter how powerful a sovereign's celestial talisman was, it probably couldn't last for so long. It wasn't like they hadn't seen sovereign celestial talismans before, and none of them could last for so long. The words invincible battle armor caused their hearts to tremble. Did such a battle armor really exist in this world? They couldn't help but be skeptical. If it didn't exist, how could it have lasted for so long? But if it did exist, who had made it? Why hadn't they heard of it before? This was something they couldn't explain. Do you really think such a battle armor exists? The chief sovereign of Dao pointed again, a look of helplessness in his eyes. He waved his sleeves and stopped. He wasn't willing to attack anymore. There was no point in continuing. This fellow wasn't easy to kill. The chief sovereign of Dao couldn't afford to waste any more time. This was the first time that the chief sovereign of Dao felt so helpless against a sovereign. Even though he had the upper hand, he couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. The chief sovereign of Dao had a few treasures on him, but he didn't think that they could break through the defense. The chief sovereign of Dao gnashed his teeth at this fellow. Then you can continue. I can't leave, so you can attack as you please. Lin Fei said lazily. As long as you're not afraid of these fellows behind you, that's fine. I want to see if they have any good intentions. Bastard, try saying that again. The sacrificial blood ruler jumped out, a savage look in his eyes. Anyone can talk big. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Fei said disdainfully. He was certain that the black-robed man wouldn't dare to attack. The sacrificial blood ruler really was willing to attack. Wasn't this just asking him to be laughed at? All he could do was snort coldly. This black-robed fellow was arrogant, but his defenses were impressive. For now he wasn't a threat. Your words don't work on me. I won't be fooled again. The Dao sovereign had an idea. He didn't know why he had attacked again. He had almost been tricked by this guy. His goal was to get the battle fortress, so he didn't want to waste his time here. I've attacked. The rest is up to them. Space and time dissipated, and Lin Fei regained his freedom. These two great Daos were very domineering. This was also the reason why Lin Fei couldn't escape. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, you won't have a chance. Lin Fei laughed. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll just stand still and let you make your move. None of the 8 hegemons had any reason to act. Isn't this clearly bullying us? Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skyrush were quite powerful when working together, but not even Hegemon Dao had been able to defeat them, much less Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skyrush. If you aren't willing to attack, then I'll leave. I don't want this battle fortress anymore. I'll give it to you. Lin Fei really was afraid that they would attack. As long as they didn't attack, the battle fortress would still be his. Lin Fei pretended to give up on binding the battle fortress and gave them a chance. Indeed, as soon as he said this, their gazes fell upon Hegemon Dao. Hegemon Dao's killing intent shot out. He hadn't expected this guy to do something like this. How vicious to force him into a fight with them. Fellow Daoist, Hegemon Skyrush won't make things difficult for you. Hegemon Skyrush laughed loudly, then turned to look at him. Hegemon Dao, if you're willing to give up the battle fortress, we can still coexist peacefully. Hegemon Dao hated this black-robed kid to the bone. Do you really think you can join forces? Hegemon Dao said calmly. I don't think you have the ability to do so. Attack. Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno immediately attacked, tossing the black-robed fellow to the side. Just attack. After they attacked, Lin Fei immediately retreated to a corner of the palace. His lips curled up into a smile that only he could understand. Hegemon Dao's combat power truly is formidable. He's fighting 8 hegemons by himself, but he's not at a disadvantage. The great Daos of space and time truly are extraordinary. Lin Fei pulled out a flask of immortal nectar and began to drink it. Although it seemed casual, Lin Fei was secretly on guard, afraid that they would launch a sneak attack. He had long ago deactivated his invincible defense, unwilling to waste his invincible points. It was a life-saving measure. A flask of immortal nectar entered his stomach. Hegemon True Dragon, one of the weaker of the 8 hegemons, had already been killed by Hegemon Dao. The 8 hegemons were attacking the remaining 7 hegemons, and the pressure on them increased exponentially. A few more will probably die. Lin Fei guessed to himself. Life-stealing spatial slash. Hegemon Dao once again gained the upper hand. He pushed back the stone-armored hegemon with a finger, then slashed out with a spatial slash against Hegemon Blue Tiger, causing blood to blossom. Time flow. The great Dao descended upon Hegemon Blue Tiger. Hegemon Blue Tiger's aura began to wane, and his body began to emit an aura of death. His blood began to wither as well. Less than 10 breaths of time passed before Hegemon Blue Tiger completely lost the ability to fight and was slain by Hegemon Dao's finger. Master, I'll be able to break through the throne in another hour. The little fiend's message caused Lin Fei's heart to tremble. Was he finally going to break through? He would soon be able to bind the battleship. By now the battle had reached a fever pitch. Hegemon Dao had killed 3 hegemons in a row, and was now fighting against 4 hegemons by himself. They were Hegemon Skycharge, Hegemon Inferno, Hegemon Stone Armored, and Hegemon Blood Sacrifice. The battleship is destined to be mine. Even if you all work together, it'll be useless. Hegemon Dao's embroidered robes were splattered with blood. At this moment Hegemon Dao was in high spirits. His finger technique, life-stealing spatial slash, and time flow continued to be unleashed. The 4 hegemons were completely suppressed. In the end, they had underestimated Hegemon Dao's power. He was powerful. Truly powerful. They truly weren't a match for him, and they could only bitterly defend. Less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Hegemon Dao killed the blood sacrifice hegemon with a single finger. The 4 hegemons were now reduced to 3 hegemons. F***ck off. Countless fingers slammed into the Hegemon Stone Armored's body, riddling it with holes. He was sent flying backwards, slamming into the palace walls. He was on the verge of death. Haven't the 2 of you always wanted to fight with me over who the number 1 hegemon is? Today I'll show you why I'm the number 1 hegemon. There's no way you'll survive today. Hegemon Dao had a smug look on his face. Suddenly he came to a halt. Hegemon Skycharge and Hegemon Inferno's eyes were filled with bitterness. They had lost. They had been utterly defeated. Even when working together, they weren't a match for Hegemin Dao. That's not necessarily true. When cornered, even a rabbit will bite. It's hard to say who will win. Hegemin Inferno and Hegemin Skycharge exchanged a glance, as though they had come to some sort of decision. The two simultaneously produced Hegemin Immortal Talismans, then tore them apart and sent them smashing towards Hegemin Dao. You actually have these? Hegemin Dao's face tightened. A blazing sun suddenly rose up in front of Hegemin Dao, followed by an enormous black vortex that descended upon him. The two talismans exploded with terrifying power. The attacks from these two talismans were enough to instantly kill many Hegemins. They simply couldn't fight back at all. Lin Fei immediately activated his invulnerable defense. These Hegemins aren't easy to deal with. They all have these talismans, and this is my first time seeing them. They're all at least at the 7-star Hegemin level. Cough cough cough. The two Hegemin Immortal Talismans attacked. Of the 500 or so Hegemins, only 200 remained. More than half had been killed. In midair, Hegemin Dao's face was ashen, and his body was covered with wounds. His Hegemin battle robes had been shattered, and his left eye had been pierced through, leaving behind a gaping, gruesome wound. You won't be able to kill me. Hegemin Dao spat out a mouthful of blood every time he spoke. You're already injured. Do you really think you can deal with us? Hegemin Skycharge laughed coldly. Fellow Taoist Inferno, let's use our equipment to deal with him. Alright. Hegemin Dao suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, a dangerous light flashing through his eyes. You underestimate me too much. To be able to injure me to this degree, you really do have some skill. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to acquire the battle citadel. Spatial exile. Hegemin Dao roared. The void suddenly split open, revealing an enormous gaping hole that looked like the maw of a titanic beast. Hegemin Skycharge and Hegemin Inferno had no time to defend. Looks of disbelief appeared in their eyes as they were swallowed up by the titanic beast. They vanished and the gaping hole closed up. The two fellows who had seemed victorious were now no longer qualified. They really underestimated me. As soon as the two disappeared, Lin Fei began to applaud. Those two are idiots. Unfortunately, I can't kill them. Not only that, but once I take control of the battle citadel, even if they come back, they won't be a match for me. Hegemin Dao knew that victory was in his grasp. You're not a bad person. As long as you're willing to be my retainer, I won't kill you. Lin Fei didn't believe that Hegemin Dao would be so kind. You put it very well. I know what you're thinking and what you need. You're just after my invincible battlesuit and my fleshly body cultivation techniques, aren't you? I'm not some 3-year-old kid who's so easily fooled. Hegemin Dao really did have such thoughts. In particular, this invincible battlesuit was something that he absolutely had to get his hands on no matter what. He absolutely couldn't pass up this opportunity. If you refuse to accept a gift, then don't blame me for being impolite. Another spatial tear opened up. This was the only time Hegemin Dao could use this technique, as it consumed far too much Grand Dao energy. You think you can exile me? Whoosh! Chapter 1532. You actually dodged it? The chief sovereign of Dao discovered that his attack had missed. He couldn't believe it. He had trained in 2 Grand Daos, which was why he had been able to block Hegemin Skyrush and Hegemin Inferno's attacks. His injuries seemed severe, but in truth he knew that they weren't that severe. The attacks had all been diverted away. After expelling Hegemin Skyrush and Hegemin Inferno, the chief sovereign of Dao felt that victory was in his grasp. I can't kill you, but I can always expel you out. This was what the chief sovereign of Dao had been thinking. Who would have thought that he would fail again? Failure once would cause him to lose face, much less a second time. The chief sovereign of Dao didn't believe that this fellow would be able to dodge his spatial exile. Not long ago, this fellow had been suppressed by his own Grand Dao energy. How could he have dodged it so quickly? Don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei laughed. Because you've already lost. The chief sovereign of Dao felt very uncomfortable. He now understood how his opponent had been able to dodge his spatial exile. Impossible. How could I have lost? You should be the one to lose. The chief sovereign of Dao was no longer calm. I refuse to believe that you can dodge my spatial exile. Boom. Boom! A series of cracks appeared behind Lin Fei like black holes. You've lost. That's it. Lin Fei just stood there, not moving. The power of more than 10 black holes didn't affect Lin Fei at all. Break! A single word came out of Lin Fei's mouth. The 10+ black holes exploded like bubbles. You control the citadel. An impossible thought suddenly appeared in the chief sovereign of Dao's mind. Impossible. How could you control the citadel? Lin Fei's lips quirked up. You're right. I do control the citadel. In the past, Lin Fei really wouldn't have been able to block this spatial exile technique. This was the result of both space and time. Otherwise, Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno wouldn't have been so easily teleported away. After the chief sovereign of Dao defeated the two, Lin Fei had just so happened to bind his throne and take full control of the citadel. He was able to use its internal energy to shake off the effects of the Grand Dao energy. Lin Fei's words were like a blow to the head. The Dao Hegemon was no longer able to remain calm. Finally, a look of panic appeared on his face. From the very beginning, the chief Hegemon of the Dao hadn't taken the 9 Hegemons seriously at all. By relying on his spatial exile technique, he had been able to stand in an invincible position. The battle bastion was undeniably his. This wasn't a result the Hegemon of the Dao was willing to see. He had made countless calculations, but in the end, he had been tricked by his opponent. Life-stealing space slash. Time stop. The Dao Hegemon refused to accept this. He made his move once again. I don't believe you can control the battle fort. This time, as long as the enemy couldn't stop him, he would be able to kill him and gain control of the battle fort again. Lin Fei wasn't flustered by the appearance of 2 big moves. After taking control of the battle fort, Lin Fei knew that he had won. Moreover, he was in an unshakable position, and he admired the war race's abilities. In this battle fortress they were the gods. Suppress. Another simple word appeared. The life-seizing space slash and time stop slash crumbled, as if they had encountered a giant's punch. Crack. The Dao Hegemon's body emitted a resounding sound. His ramrod straight body began to sway. Boom! 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 An unstoppable force pressed down on the Dao Hegemon's body, like countless mountains crashing down on him. I refused to accept this. The Dao Hegemon's strength was suppressed, and the bones in his legs snapped. With a thud he fell to his knees. Even though he was a peak 6-star Hegemon, he wasn't able to resist this power. If you had banished me from the very beginning, perhaps you would have won. Unfortunately, you didn't take me seriously. Instead, you treated the Skyrush Hegemon and the Inferno Hegemon as your primary enemies. That's why you've lost. Lin Fei was inwardly rejoicing. If the roles had been reversed, he would have been in a much more difficult situation. If he hadn't been banished, then the Dao Hegemon would have lost. You truly have won. The Dao Hegemon continued to resist the boundless pressure. But if you want to kill me, it won't be easy. In addition, you're about to face a calamity because I have a clone standing guard outside. You'll be hunted down by everyone in the entire weave. No one can just sit back and watch as a Hegemon rises to power. The Dao Hegemon knew that he had lost. He had lost to a junior. This was the greatest defeat he had ever suffered in his life. It could be said that he had suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Fei's face sank. Although he had expected this, he knew that his clone was connected to his true body. Most likely, the Dao Hegemon already knew that his clone was connected to his true body. Can I take this as a threat? Lin Fei was no longer worried. If I can't have it, you can forget about having it either. Lin Fei began to laugh loudly. Then you'll be disappointed. I'll let you know that once something is in my hands, no one can take it away from me. Thanks to the battle fortress suppressing the Dao Hegemon, Lin Fei was now completely at ease. Do you want to die or do you want to live? Lin Fei turned around and swept his gaze across the remaining sovereigns. The remaining sovereigns had yet to digest what had just happened. The Dao Hegemon, who originally had the best chance, had been suppressed just like that. One could well imagine their fates. I'm willing to be your follower. Me too. In the face of death, they would rather be followers. Hairball, come out. Lin Fei summoned Hairball. The moment she appeared, her vicious aura soared to the heavens. Her enormous body and ferocious aura caused the hundreds of sovereigns to pant. So much food. Is it for me to eat? Hairball had yet to transform. Right now, she was in her primordial evil dragon form. Her bell-sized eyes stared fixedly at the sovereigns, causing their hearts to race. This was a terrifying sovereign immortal beast. From now on, you're in charge of these people, Lin Fei said. If anyone dares to slack off, I'll allow you to eat them. Roar, I like it. With Lin Fei in control of the battle fortress, these people had no ability to resist. With the battle fortress, they couldn't hurt Qin Lai, and resistance was futile. You're saying that these restrictions are automatically repairing themselves? After solving the problem in front of him, Lin Fei began to study the interior of the battle fortress. For example, the restrictions on the outer perimeter. Only after truly grasping it did Lin Fei realize just how powerful the outer barrier was. Earlier, no one had been controlling it, so the barrier had been in an ordinary state. Once someone controlled it, its might would multiply. Breaking open a path in a few years was already an extravagant thought. Yes, as long as there's enough time, the spirit formations here can be restored. Once they're restored, the number of spirit formations here will reach 5 million.